but maybe for Sarah, I'm curious if you see any trends in ages of women and generations. As a young women voter, I'm curious as to what some of those differences might be.
Excellent.
That's a great question. And our data really rely on information that's reported, and age, unfortunately, isn't something that we have easy access to. However, the incumbency question speaks to that a little bit. I mean, last cycle, around 95% of incumbents were reelected, and just sort of based on logic, you would assume that those people are older than their challengers. And so as we see retirements, we're seeing a record number of Republican retirements this cycle already, surpassing previous cycles, and it's not even halfway over. You would expect those people to be replaced by younger counterparts. But we haven't looked at it systematically, unfortunately, just because it's just not a value that's reported in the data.
Interesting. Why don't we go over here?
Two questions for Sarah. What has been the impact of big data on fundraising? I mean, and with big data, they know more about you and me than you and I know about me. That's the first question. The second question is, obviously everybody in this room has heard about the Koch brothers ad infinitum. Is there anything equivalent to like a Koch a Koch sister, any feminist sisters with access to a lot of money who are throwing it around?
Those are both great questions.
Yeah.
And I'll let you guys maybe speak to some of the networks ones. But for the big data, that's an open question. I think that everyone right now is wrestling with how do we understand what's happening with Facebook and Twitter. And you're right, people know a lot. I mean, I live in a competitive House primary district right now in Chicago, and the piles of literature, the fact that they know my DC area cell phone to reach me at is creepy. But it's true, and they do. And this is just showing the sophistication of these targeting mechanisms. And I'm not sure sort of how to make heads or tails of that, but the impact is such that campaigns are just getting more sophisticated. Sophisticated campaigns take money to run, and so it's kind of driving up the cost. As for the Koch sisters, this is really a recent example. There's a pair whose names I'm going to butcher from Indiana of sisters, Cindy Simon, and do you know that?
No, but in
and the Simon sisters, but they don't both share that last name, and they are contributing huge amounts of money.
Real estate, are they related to the mall developers?
I think so, and they
think
work
they
in healthcare.
I think
and they're contributing to super PACs. That's new. Because on the left, we've really just seen Tom Steyer and Mike Bloomberg. And Mike Bloomberg is sort of a questionable case about where we put him on the spectrum. But contributing to the super PACs in the same way that the Republicans have. And the Democrats have just generally been much slower to embrace these big money vessels than have the Republicans. They got on that quite quickly, whereas the Democrats have sort of, largely spurred by Barack Obama's sort of disdain for them, sort of hemmed and hawed, but now recently are starting to capitalize on those.
And if you widen that question just to think about wealthy women today funding women's causes more generally, not necessarily just within politics, there's an organization called Women Moving Millions, which is led by Swanee Hunt and her sister. And they've gotten pledges from something like 300 women who are all giving $1 million or more to women's causes, and that's really growing. So that's kind of a growing movement also.
Excellent. It's fascinating. Right here.
Hi. Thank you so much. I was trying to think of a question that maybe all of you could answer. And one thing I'm dealing with now, and sort of, how can my party help me? And how is my political party not helping me? When should I be working with my party for the change I want? And when is my party not really where I'm at and I have to do what I need to do, maybe through nonpartisan means or whatever? And so it makes asking these questions of myself, it makes me realize I don't really know enough about what women of color did and also what the suffragists did in knowing, what party do I belong in, and when do I go out on my own, and when do I cling to the party, and sort of, when women were getting the vote, and was there one party that supported them more than others, and anyway, when to be with the party and when to not. Any insight you have, I'd be happy to hear it. Thank you.
No, go ahead.
We're so polarized right now. I don't, it seems like how could it ever be, less polarized, and would there be an opportunity where people would say, I'm voting for the issue, not the party? But certainly one example that I know of historically, which might not apply now, is one of the people who was who worked with the Walker Company, a woman named Dr. Marjorie Stewart Joyner, who was the principal of the Walker schools, worked for both Madam Walker and for Mary McLeod Bethune. As you probably know, many African Americans, most African Americans, when they had the right to vote in the early 20th century, late 19th century, voted for Republicans because that was the party of Lincoln, and the Democrats were the party that did not support a lot of the causes that were helpful to African Americans. Once Roosevelt was elected, and Eleanor Roosevelt and Mary McLeod Bethune developed a friendship, Marjorie Stewart Joyner began to work with Mary McLeod Bethune and the National Council of Negro Women to persuade African Americans to begin to vote more for Democrats. And that was part of the beginning of a shift among African Americans, but it was really about what the party was doing, what the policies of the party were at the time, and that created a great shift that then continued to now.
Yeah. And also, really, there is a kind of a very rich history there of how the two different women's suffrage organizations approached that. One, the National Women's Party under Alice Paul, really felt that if the party in power was not voting for women's suffrage, that those women who, through states that had already passed suffrage, should punish the party in power and vote against them. And Carrie Chapman Catt and NASA thought that was really, they thought it was stupid. I mean, just to be blunt, they really thought that was a poor strategy. They were working so hard to cultivate and lobby politicians and legislators that they really thought taking that kind of aggressive approach and threatening, essentially, using their political power to threaten them into doing what they wanted. Carrie Chapman Catt and her organization didn't really approve of that. So I think your question is kind of right on. It's what we've been struggling with for a long time.
Definitely. Well, that holding the political party in power responsible, that was what Alice Paul and others learned in England when they were working with the Pankhursts. That was one of the big things that she brought back, that and the militant tactics and strategies.
And maybe the right answer is both, because it really took having both NASA and the NWP to each have their own approach that
ultimately
push it through.
Definitely. Right here.
Something for our own time. Who here can think about the kids in high school that are just about to turn 18 and who I hope, are registering to vote in droves? Do you think they really will? Do you think they really will go to the polls? Do you think they are a source of money? And is that going to last? Are they going to stick with it? Are they going to grow up and be us?
I'll start with that because I'm not that far from some of those teenagers, and bizarrely, and I don't have any money. But political science literature indicates that the more, that it's important for college students to start voting, and that the more you do it, the more habituated it becomes. And so whether or not they get engaged in the process and that lasts depends on if there's a political infrastructure in place to capture their enthusiasm and to drag them to the polls again and again. And then they will become habituated voters. And then once they sort of have careers and wealth, they'll become donors as well. But there's some drop off there. And I think you see that when you know, there's a lot of enthusiasm right now for politics, but just with the issue of guns, since you brought that up, it's possible, maybe likely, that nothing's actually going to happen. And that creates just a disappointment and apathy. And so seeing failure and then realizing that you have to keep working through that, that's where you lose a lot of these people, is once they encounter the sort of harsh political reality, which is these entrenched systems, these major donors who have such prime access to members of Congress right now. That's where we risk losing younger, I guess, poorer voters and activists. So that's kind of where you have to watch out for, and there need to be political organizations operating in that space to sort of bring them through the sort of harsh reality that is the American political system. And there are groups like that, but again, mostly on the left. So what happens with the right is an open question.
Right.
I think it'll also be interesting meeting them where they are in terms of their ability to donate. So, the kind of the text this number to the Red Cross and you've given $10. If that, I could see that becoming something that young people very easily do, text $10 to their candidate of choice, and then it becomes, like you said, Sarah, more of a habit.
Yeah, definitely. We do have time for some more questions, but I want to remind everybody that once we are done with this portion, that both Alelia and Joan will be signing their books right out in the lobby. So make sure that you stick around for that. Hi.
Hi. My question is regarding the Equal Rights Amendment. So we know, obviously, that it failed in the early 80s, but it was very close to being ratified in the sense of needing only 3 states, 3 more states, right? So my question is, why do you think it is that since that time, that kind of has not been brought up in any way, shape, or form? You had a massive piece of legislation that would have been very beneficial to alleviating some of the issues that go on now. It was close to being ratified. It didn't work. Why do you think it's been treated as if, well, we tried that and that's over with now, as opposed to just revitalizing that piece of legislation, maybe tweaking it a little bit and trying to do it again?
That's a good question.
I have no idea. Because the political will, if it wouldn't work then, wow.
Right. Well, it's not completely dead. I can tell you that.
That's good to
know. That is good. But it also is a blanket legislation. And since that legislation, remember Alice Paul wrote that in 1923, the original language.
Yes.
And that's the first time that it was sent to Congress. So you talk about a long haul.
Right.
Here we are in 2018, and we're still talking about this. But that was blanket legislation. And since then, there have been other pieces of legislation that have kind of picked and chosen from various aspects. And so you have not a blanket coverage in the Constitution, but you do have some policies and legislation. In the early years, there was also question as to, would a blanket legislation for the Equal Rights Amendment, would that undermine some of the labor legislation that was already in place in protecting women? So that was a question. And then, of course, as you get closer into the 50s, then the world had changed. Now it's post-World War II. You get into the 60s, and now you've got the women's liberation movement, and then it's the 1970s. And by the 1980s, it was the MTV generation. So things were vastly different in each of those different decades. And what I will say is that there are organizations that are still working on that. The National Woman's Party is still convening people and having many, many conversations about that. And wasn't it Nevada that just passed? And that was just... the day after the 2016 election. There you go. So within the last 18, right. So you've really got 2 states left. Of course, whether or not that can get the support in Congress to go back and lift the time limit and then move forward, that's a different story. But there are conversations that are still taking place. And I think that younger women, I certainly know from my tenure as being the director of the National Women's Party at the time at the Sewell Belmont House, the number of people that would come in and say, oh, I thought it was just part of the Constitution. I thought that passed. No, it didn't. So, I think also it's a re-education of each of these different, as we get into each of these different generations, people think they know some and maybe they don't know all of it. And so I think it's probably time for a resurgence.
Right.
So, but it wasn't Phyllis Schlafly so against it? I mean, that kind of
Yeah.
backlash. So I wonder what's the surviving backlash.
So it's interesting, Phyllis Schlafly, who was the head of the Eagle Forum Coalition, I think.
Yeah.
Eagle Forum. So Phyllis Schlafly was a very educated white woman who was very against the Equal Rights Amendment for some reasons that are still being talked about today. So think about bathrooms with no signs or bathrooms with 2 signs. That was one of the things that was talked about greatly, is who gets to use the bathrooms. If there was an Equal Rights Amendment and it was passed, would young women also have to join the draft? Very possibly. But now we're already looking at women who are who are part of our armed forces and are in military situations, and they've been doing that for quite a few decades now. So a lot of those issues that women took cause with, and especially Phyllis Schlafly from a very conservative perspective, a lot of those issues have sort of worked themselves out over the last few decades. We now are okay with certain things that weren't necessarily something that Phyllis Schlafly and those who were very conservative would be okay with in the 1970s. So I think that is probably something that we need to think a little bit about as well.
But it's interesting to me, too, because if you were at the March for Women, there were a lot of different signs. There were signs about running for political office, women's places in the House and the Senate. There were signs about reproductive rights. There were signs about sexual harassment. I mean, there were a lot of different issues. And what the suffrage movement was able to do so effectively was to have people who were looking for labor rights or political equality or financial independence or whatever it was, believe that having the right to vote was the tool that would provide all of these benefits to women. And so today, I don't think there is that equivalent sense that it's the ERA that could provide all these different things. But if we could move to that, it could be a really energizing and unifying force.
That's a great question. Thank you.
And just to add to some of the answers to the gentleman's question, the Virginia Senate has twice in recent years ratified the ERA, and it may be the next election cycle we can see both the House of Delegates and the Senate ratify in Virginia, so that leaves us with one state.
Right.
Illinois Senate in 2014 ratified the ERA and was within 2 or 3 votes in the House, but Phyllis Schlafly, before she passed away, had some of her folks call a few people in the House and persuade them to change their votes. So we lost that one. But folks on the ground in Illinois haven't given up. So those 2 states added to Nevada will get us full ratification. What we need to do is pass a bill in the U.S. Congress removing the deadline in the preamble of the 1972 ERA.
Right.
And if that happens, and who knows if we're going to flip both the House and the Senate by 2020, but that's a wonderful idea to think about, and we're all going to work towards that end. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes.
Hi, thank you to all the panelists again for everything that you've said today. We talked a little bit about these large donations, the $1 million, the $100,000, even into today's time. But I think as history has progressed, we've also realized that you can't just throw money at a problem, and there have been issues and negative effects of maybe large donations to various things. I guess my question is, how can we, moving forward, what are the best ways in which to donate, and maybe talk about in history those times where maybe large donations had a negative effect on the women's movement or the negative effect today, and how can we not make those mistakes now and going into the future and donating more efficiently, more effectively, and for the causes in which we wish to affect.
Oh, interesting. Who wants to tackle that?
The historic question I'll let one of my co-panelists address. because I'm just not aware of sort of the corrosive pre-1989 way that money was influenced. There's just been so much to focus on in the last decade. Yeah. But it's true. You know, part of my job, we're not an anti-money in politics organization. We're a pro-transparency group. And that actually, I think, speaks to part of your question. There are political committees out there that are essentially just scams that take money. There was a veterans group, actually, that made some press recently that was taking money from veterans and just using it to sort of line the pockets of political consultants. And without good transparency of the political donation process, you don't know that that's happening. Right. So that's one thing. We need to make sure that we know who's making those donations. That's a huge problem right now because political nonprofits are allowed to be involved in the political process, and we know essentially nothing about them because of the way that they have to disclose. And so sort of changing that and making sure that we're understanding the actors in our political process is part of the answer. But I think the second sort of like, how do we know that what's the right way to donate? I mean, that depends on who you are, and that depends on the election. But I think that this cycle and last cycle, we saw that you can, for the first time, that you can run a successful political campaign off of smaller donations. And that means that you're going to get more phone calls from from Move On and from other similar groups like that. And I think that those types of groups are going to start to come out and organize and be a bigger presence because they allow for a decrease in the cost to the donor. So by something like Emily's List, if I donate to Emily's List, I know that that donation is going to go to a candidate who is pro-choice and a woman. And that helps eliminate some of the research costs that affect donors, and I think makes it a little bit more likely that people will get involved and donate $25 or whatever to those kind of PACs. So I think we'll see more of that. But again, you need to know that if you're donating to a politician, and a lot of the Tea Party candidates got hit really hard for this, that the money's being spent correctly, spent on political campaigning and not just going into the personal wealth of the candidate who's running. And again, that's a transparency question.
Mm-hmm. Interesting.
So, I would just say you can give to a political candidate, but there may be organizations that are representing research that you would like to support, issues that you think are important. And so you can do some research. If voting rights is very important to you, then there are organizations that really focus on that. If reproductive rights are very important, just depending on, where your politics are. The other thing I would just, as a longtime journalist, I would just encourage you to make sure that you have subscriptions and, and pay for good journalism, investigative journalism. Check out the Poynter Institute. There are places having a really strong journalism platforms helps all of us function in a democracy.
Yeah, definitely.
And then maybe just even a third way to kind of get at your question as well is there's a lot of women's funds and women's foundations around the country, and one of the things that I think that they really prioritize is having grantees help with the decision making, and I think that's really important as well. So when they're sort of understanding who's doing what, that the grantees are at the table also, and I think that that's helpful.
That's important. Yes.
Thank you all for your presence on the panel. And my question, I think, is probably in light of conversations and the lived reality of dreamers in this country, and the tenuous reality of being a dreamer in this country. And I'm curious, what are some of the lessons learned about citizenship that the movement has to offer, especially as it relates to intersectionality, but citizenship more broadly?
Oh, that's a
I think one of the most frustrating things is that so many people really don't understand how the government works. And I just remember, and it's just we don't have civics. That's what we're not teaching civics to people anymore. But there's so much information that one can find. But I do remember a panel on this stage from maybe 2 or 3 years ago, before the last election, with a young political activist saying it doesn't matter whether I vote, they're all the same. Well, clearly it really does matter. Even if you're not getting everything you want, it really does make a difference. And so just for people to understand that, and I know that you understand that, but it's just making sure, what can you do? Maybe that's one place to contribute to places that are making sure that there's more civics education, that children are learning civics in school.
And then also, this is a part of this conversation that we haven't had yet, but voting rights is a major part of this discussion, and there are huge portions of the American population, and particularly in southern states, affecting largely black men, who are just essentially banned from voting for the rest of their lives due to criminal offenses. And those sorts of things are policies that are in place that can be changed, and have nothing to do with money. I mean, they do. Everything has to do with money. But they're not part of the conversation that we've been having so far. So making sure that, it just goes back to the discussion of making sure that everyone is at the table, and that we're considering that when we are at the table, there are probably people who aren't there with us, and we should go find them and get them and bring them to us because they've probably been having those conversations, but we haven't been listening. And so making sure that the voting rights discussion is part of this. I think that's something that the women's movement struggled with, over 200 years. And it's an important lesson for us to keep in mind now, because you're right. There's huge portions of the population that are either never going to be allowed to vote or currently aren't allowed to vote, and that has huge consequences.
Right, and those incarceration rates are based on policies that target particular people who are not doing any more crime than anyone else, but who are being targeted.
Exactly.
Absolutely, yeah. And to close a historic loop on that also, in 1920, when the 19th Amendment was passed, NASA disbanded and came back as the League of Women Voters. So they are still around today, and the League is doing amazing work all over the country. They knew that once women had the vote, that they needed to be encouraged to use the vote, and they needed to be educated to know what they wanted to vote for. Not one side or the other, but just get educated, be civic-minded and engaged, and vote. Vote regularly in every election. Anyway, so I'll make that plug for the League of Women Voters. Thank you all very much. And if you'll give our panelists just a few minutes, they'll get out to the lobby so they can sign books. Thank you all very much for coming.
Thank you.
Do not be afraid of arguing.
When I was a little girl, one of my 3 biggest dreams was to be president of the United States of America. And when I was 5 years old, I wasn't worried about whether voters would be ready for a woman president whenever it was my turn to run.
Let us stand strong together and hold these flames high and carry them forth into the future. Let us not allow them to be stuffed out, because we are the light. We stand for freedom. We stand for hope. We stand for justice. And we stand for a better tomorrow. So my friends, I tell you, this is what democracy looks like.
In 2020, we are going to celebrate the 100th anniversary of the passage and ratification of the 19th Amendment, which gave women the right to vote in our country. And all of you who are following in the footsteps of the incredible New York suffragists who made this happen. Women like Susan B. Anthony, Elizabeth Cady Stanton, Sojourner Truth, Harriet Tubman, who showed the nation that women and girls' voices truly matter. I'm U.S. Senator Kirsten Gillibrand.
1 year ago, over 10,000 of us gathered here, joining with over 5 million people marching in 999 marches in all 50 states, in 92 countries, and in all break dense walls of poverty and to loose all of these chains of ignorance, and so that you and us could march here as free women. And so you, to let your eloquence elevate people to heights they could only imagine, to remind people that each is as good as the other, no one is beneath or above the other, to take the hand of the despised, walk proudly into the high street, because other young women will see you there and they will be encouraged to do likewise, to ignore no vision which comes to enlarge your range and increase your spirit and your gifts.
100 years from now, when they celebrate the bicentennial of women winning the right to vote, how will we measure up and how will we be judged? And I didn't know that answer 1 year ago. But as 2017 ticked on and on and on, and more brave women came out of the shadows and spoke up and said, me too, it happened to me, and I want other people to stand together, I knew the answer to our question. We have had it. We say no more. It's over. It's over. It's over.
My grandmother, Rhoda Carpenter Johnston, was born in a teepee at an Indian village just outside of Silver Reef, Utah in 1887. 3 years later, she was an orphan. And so she was raised away from her people. Her assimilation was so complete that she didn't know she was Indian.
We don't know all of our history. We know the history that we're taught in school, or we know what some soundbite has given us. We know a little tiny piece, but we don't know, say, the whole story.
I wouldn't be sitting here speaking about my experience as a candidate to running for office if it wasn't because we have the right to vote today. And it's incredible to see in the past years more women stepping up in leadership, remembering how hard so many other women before me paved the path and opened the path for someone like me, an immigrant, a woman of color, to be able to run for office and to even vote today in this country, because the year of the woman and our time has come.
Harriet Tubman said, I have freed 1,000 slaves. I could have freed 1,000 more if only they knew that they were slaves.
I am a suffragist fighting to be heard, fighting for all women to be heard. The time has come for a new direction. So I throw stones into the windows of power. I have thrown 48, I have thrown thousands. For this, I am locked up in an airless prison, rank with the stench of sweat, vomit, urine, feces, women's blood. They will say it's a book of poetry, but it's a bowl that I pitch at a high window, hit my mark that we might breathe.
Nothing worth fighting for is easy, of course, but we have done it before, and we need to step out of our comfort zone if change, positive change, is truly possible. Leave it to Gloria Steinem to put it all in perspective for us. She said, and I quote, "Any woman who chooses to behave like a full human being should be warned that the armies of the status quo will treat her as something of a dirty joke. She will need her sisterhood." And so, sisters, let us unite.
I pledge allegiance
You can't stop us!
to the flag of the United States of America,
It is an abomination.
with liberty and justice for all.
Thanks to heroes like Edith Windsor.
Let the record reflect, Doma was brought down by 2 New York City lesbians.
Elizabeth Cady Stanton said, "U.S.
for everything, and you ask for it always because you're bound to get something. But I think embracing all the issues, all the time, in every front, is the way forward.
There are 100 years of pride, of legacy, that dictates that I am mandated to exercise my right to vote and make sure that whomever is in office is voting and supporting my interests.
So now I have an American Express card so I can tell the story that women fought for their own credit, so American Express had to give in. So carry an American Express card as a symbol of women's right to credit.
We haven't realized the promise of Seneca Falls when decisions about reproductive freedom are dictated by male politicians, or when women are still not paid the same as men.
As we all know, through the gift of women's history, we discover an historical treasure chest overflowing with the stories of women who serve to inspire and energize us. We learn of their strategies and tactics in the battle for equality. We learn of their courage and their imperfections. We look at the totality of their lives. We build on their work. We honor their memories. We vow to complete their journeys. A knowledge of women's history helps us understand the context of the struggle for equality as well as the continuum of the fight for justice. Learning from a history which fully and fairly includes the vast and varied contributions of women and people of color offers a departure point in our search for social change. We rethink the past to reshape the future. History is all around us, and we are all historians searching for the truth.
Come on, everybody, put your hands together. It's got to get better. All over the world, listen to these words. People come. People come. People go. People go. Your life has been out of control. Out of control. You're confused. But don't worry. Don't worry your soul. It will get better. It's gotta get better. It will get better. It's gonna be better. It will get better. 'Cause God is in control, y'all.
Do you know me? Well, American Express did not know me. Because when I was in the Congress of the United States and I applied for an American Express card, they said I couldn't get one unless my husband signed for it. So I called up Martin, my husband, and I said, what do you believe? Do you love me? Because American Express doesn't, and they want you to sign for my card. He said, I love you, Bella. I wouldn't trade you even for Joe Namath, but American Express is going to have to give you their own card, and I'm going to fight with you until we do. And so, in the Congress of the United States, we passed a credit law in which we were able to get women to get their own credit. And so, I didn't know whether I should really get an American Express card, but I decided I would so I could tell this story. So now I have an American Express card so I can tell the story that women fought for their own credit, so American Express had to give in. So carry an American Express card as a symbol of women's right to credit.
I'm Harold Holzer, and it's an honor for me to join in the celebration of the 100th anniversary of the 19th Amendment by celebrating the 100th anniversary of someone who used to represent the 19th Congressional District in New York City. And if that's an awful lot of numbers to digest. They hopefully add up to one extraordinary woman who was born the year women got the vote, and that's my friend and my boss, the late Bella Abzug. I'd be negligent if I didn't mention that this is another milestone in the life that we somehow were fated to share. It's the 150th anniversary of Hunter College, which is Bella's alma mater. She graduated in 1942. Hunter, I would say, changed her life, if for no other reason than it gave her exposure to lifelong pals like Min Kelber and Judy Lerner, who's still with us. Great teachers, great fellow students, activists all. And I know it meant a great deal to her. So I'm going to offer today a capsule race through, I guess, my life with Bella and Bella's life as I got to observe it and participate in it, with an eye on her role as an organizer. Her opponents often dismissed her as a rabble-rouser, but she was in fact a brilliant and effective coalition builder. As a lawyer, as a civil rights activist, organizing the first mothers against nuclear testing, and then ultimately formal organizations like Women's Strike for Peace and the National Women's Political Caucus. I met her, I will say, kind of as a prologue here in the middle of my talk, 51 years ago when I went to a place called the Pharmacy Center on West 69th Street in Manhattan with my wife-to-be. We were both reporters for a newspaper called the Manhattan Tribune, and we went to cover the first congressional debate for the 1970 race between Bella Abzug and Barry Farber, the radio host who died just a few days ago as I record. And we saw her for the first time, hat and all. And I should say, by way of explanation, that I intentionally put this hat in the background here in my den at home. And it is not a mere prop. It is Bella Abzug's hat, or one of them, which she was nice enough to give to me and sign inside the brim. So that is a Bella relic behind me. Anyway, that 1969 debate, framed at the dawn of the women's movement and the middle of the anti-Vietnam movement, was just revelatory. We both kind of just lost our hearts and our minds. Well, we didn't lose our minds, but we gave our commitment to Bella. Maybe we lost our minds. It was a good thing, though. And as we watched and reported and supported to the extent we could as journalists, as Bella built a candidacy against the anti-war movement and the women's movement, running against an entrenched pro-war congressman named Leonard Farbstein, who'd been there an awfully long time and had defeated opponents like future Congressman Ted Weiss. And to complete this concentric circle, the man who was our publisher at the time, William Haddad, who owned the Manhattan Tribune and who also, as I speak, just passed away about a few days ago. Now, Bella got the nomination that year, or at least the reform designation, to be in the primary by organizing. There was a reform caucus, a big convention, and when it began, one of the organizers said to Bella, well, you can't bring in these women's groups and have them act as delegates. And Bella's famous reply was, that's what you think. And guess what? All of the delegates who represented women's organizations were seated. Bella got the designation, and she became the reform designee to run for Congress. And it was a wild primary. And she had shopping bags that said, carry Bella to Congress, and a great slogan, this woman's place is in the House of Representatives. And celebrity supporters like Alan Alda and Jerry Stiller, who just passed away as I speak a few days ago as well, Alan Alda, all supporting her. And this woman's place was in the House. We covered that campaign. She won it doorstep to doorstep and defeated Leonard Farbstein, and then won a pretty tough race against Barry Farber. And again, had to organize like no other Democrat did in a largely Democratic district. Once again, as showing her skill as everything possible that was negative was thrown at her by her foes. Her first few days on the House floor were pretty legendary. No, she did not tell the doorkeeper of the House what he could do with her hat when he demanded that she remove it before going on the House floor. She never wore it on the House floor. I know that because I was with her more than once on the House floor. But yes, it's true, as my friend the playwright Harvey Fierstein just dramatized, she did tell the Democratic leadership that she loved to swim and she was going to use the House pool every morning at around 8 a.m. And she was told, well, that's not possible because the men use it from 8 to 9. You can use it after 9. And she said, well, I've got to go to work at 9. Why can't I use it while the men use it? And she said, and they told her, because the men swim naked. Bella said, well, just tell the boys I'm coming in. They never swam naked again, and Bella integrated the House pool. Now, for those of you listening who have watched the series on YouTube called Mrs. America, which is on one side the life of the political life of the anti-Bella, Phyllis Schlafly, but also the lives of Gloria Steinem and Betty Friedan and Jill Ruckelshaus and Bella as they fought for passage of the ERA. Bella did not smoke, and she did not play the game as an entrenched, compromising Paul. Did she build coalitions? Yes, she built extraordinary coalitions. She was put on 2 committees where they thought she would fade away, Public Works and Government Operations. She did brilliantly at both, and she built consensus among members to get trade-in money for Westway to New York City mass transportation, to get funding for the money that New York City has always spent for UN protection during the General Assembly. She could not have done that if she did not know how to build coalitions. But she was also a dramatic, radical thinker. She got us the Freedom of Information Law, the Sunshine Law. She introduced the first gay rights bills, unsuccessful at first, but she kept fighting for them. And she won the respect of her speakers, Carl Albert and Tip O'Neill, but she not only dramatized the fight for the ERA and other issues, but she built consensus, which was her genius. She knew procedure and she knew the law. And anyone who underestimated her was bound to be quite surprised and astonished by what she could bring to any debate and any vote. Only 2 years later, she was redistricted. Shows you how important the census is. New York lost congressional seats, and her district was combined, of course, with that of a fellow progressive named William F. Ryan. And lots of people said, you should just give the seat to him. And she said, why? Not just because he's a man. It was her home district, Greenwich Village, the Lower West Side and the Upper West Side. And she ran. It was an ugly race, the bittersweet taste of which was still in people's mouths for years and years to come. She lost the race, but Bill Ryan, who was sick through the entire campaign, died soon thereafter, and she was nominated by the party to run, and therefore remained in Congress without interruption in 1972 and was reelected without opposition in 74. In 1976, she had a big choice to make. Stay in the House and continue to accumulate power and influence, or run for the United States Senate against an accidental senator from Connecticut who happened to represent New York named James Buckley, who had won in a 3-way race 6 years earlier and was perceived as very vulnerable. Bella decided being a woman senator was worth it. And let me remind the listeners that at this moment in time, there were no women in the United States Senate. And Bella thought that that was something that had to be addressed. In fact, her slogan was, a stag Senate is a stagnation. Maybe not quite as clever as this one is in the House. But it was a reminder that glass ceiling had yet to be cracked. I mean, it had been cracked a few times, but it needed a permanent shattering, and she was the person to do it. I was her press secretary for 2 years during that campaign. We visited 60 of New York State's 62 counties. She won support in every part of the state, but as history shows, in the end, she lost the race by less than 1% to Pat Moynihan, and he became the United States Senator. Bella did not rest on those laurels or on that, did not let herself get defeated or defeatist by that very agonizingly close loss. She immediately became head of the Women's Advisory Commission to the President of the United States, Jimmy Carter, in an effort to get ERA passed, ratified by the required 38 states. She campaigned tirelessly, and in 1977 chaired the National Women's Conference in Houston, Texas. I was there again as her press secretary. First ladies were there, Lady Bird Johnson, Betty Ford, Rosalind Carter, along with Betty Friedan, Gloria Steinem, Billie Jean King, Coretta Scott King. It was an extraordinary event, never repeated again, really like the Seneca Falls conferences in its innovative organizing and its extraordinary array of diverse women, black and white, gay and straight, urban and rural, Native Americans and non-Native Americans, immigrants, an amazing consensus group of women representing themselves, their mothers, their daughters, their sisters, and even the reluctant women who did not understand or appreciate the struggle, trying to create a better world for women in the future. Later that year, Bella tried organizing one more political race. There would actually be two smaller races later. She lost a couple of comeback races for Congress, but she did run an exciting race for mayor of New York. One of the best remembered and most fractious and extraordinary races in the history of New York. She did not win that, but her loss was for the world in a way, because Bella, her fame and her celebrity undiminished, moved to an international phase and created the Women's Environmental and Defense Organization, a non-governmental organization in the UN, and worked in Africa, in Asia, globally, to invest in women entrepreneurship, climate protection, really at the vanguard of issues that we now take for granted today, even though the fight continues. She went to Beijing for the Global Women's Conference. Hillary Clinton remembered her there well. In fact, I remember that when Bella died, Hillary, as First Lady, appeared at a Washington memorial for Bella wearing a hat, one of the great signs of respect that any political leader could communicate in that very difficult time. Bella also wrote an extraordinary book called Gender Gap, which reminded women of their power in deciding elections if they turned out, if they stayed true to the cause. Rather influential book in political science and women's studies, still taught today. And she raised that amazing voice, that clarion, that loud, brassy, but brilliant voice for as long as it held out. Always colorful, always topped off by that trademark hat, although Bella always said it's what's under the hat that counts. Inspiring a new generation. I worry, speaking of the new generation, that her legacy is a bit in jeopardy. She should not be forgotten. And it should be remembered she did it all. She fought against McCarthyism as a lawyer for people who faced the blacklist in the 50s. She fought for civil rights in the 50s and 60s. Was the appeals lawyer in one of the most famous civil rights cases in history, the Willie McGee case, in which an African-American man accused of rape that he clearly did not commit was electrocuted after several appeals. She was a founder of the anti-nuclear testing movement, and of course, will always hold a leading and secure place in the women's rights movement. Not just leading women to organize, but working for equal pay and reproductive freedom and LGBT rights. As the leader of the so-called third wave of feminism, she made a lot of dreams of the founding mothers come true in the 70s and 80s. She took almost all of the incoming fire. There was something about Bella that got a lot of guys and conservatives angry. But in absorbing the flack, in enduring brutal, ugly criticism from time to time, let's never forget that she paved the way for future generations to have it a little smoother in their own activism. And remember again, she was born the year women got the vote, and she made her vote and her voice count beyond what anyone could have expected of a daughter of a Bronx, New York butcher. Maybe everyone but her mother and herself. Her mother gave her all the confidence that she needed to succeed, and she took advantage of every learning opportunity at Hunter, at Columbia Law, and turned her attention to public service almost immediately. It's also worth remembering that there were 11 women in the House of Representatives. Bella ran for Congress in 1970, 15 when she began serving a year later, and that was considered a wave. There were 101 women in the House in 2020, the Centennial year of suffrage. Still only 23%, but almost 8 times what Bella found when she first ran. Had she and people like Shirley Chisholm and others not run in those years, in 70 and 72, we probably would not be even at a fourth today. When she ran for the Senate, no women in the Senate. Today, there are 26. Extraordinary. Still only a quarter, and Bella would probably say that's all, but it's an amazing change over the last 40 years. For me, she was a beacon of light and an inspiration. Not only what made New York great, outspoken, fearless, tough, also brilliant, impassioned, and ingenious. The kind of teacher that comes along once in a generation, maybe once in a lifetime, like a comet, really. And that's why I said in my eulogy of her more than 20 years ago that she was, for me, my graduate school, my teacher, in addition to my boss. So when you look at the YouTube special, Mrs. America, try to remember that it's not quite the original, that it's possible to be a coalition builder and an activist. All you have to do is look at the legacy of Bella and go beyond the caricature to the real person. She once said, women have been trained to speak softly and carry a lipstick. And Bella carried a lipstick, but she could outspeak any woman or any man, not just in volume, but in ideas and inspiration. So happy anniversary to the 19th Amendment. Happy centennial anniversary as well to Bella Abzug. She may not have been Mrs. America like or Miss America like Bess Myerson, one of the figures of the 1970s that did not appreciate her greatness, frankly. But Bella was Ms. America. And for that, we're very, very eternally grateful. Thank you.
Sometimes I lay under the moon, I thank God I'm breathing, and I pray, don't take me soon, cause I am here for a reason. Sometimes in my tears I drown, but I never let it get me down. So when negativity surrounds, I know someday it'll all turn around because all my life I've been waiting for, I've been praying for the people to say that we don't wanna fight no more. There'll be no more wars, and our children will pay. One day, one day, one day, it's not about win or lose, 'cause we all lose when they bleed on the souls of the innocent. Blood-drenched pavement, keep on moving though the water stay raging. In this maze, you can lose your way, your way. It might drive you crazy, but don't let it phase you, no way, no way. Sometimes in my tears I drown, but I never let it get me down. So when negativity surrounds, I know someday it'll all turn around because all my life I've been waiting for, I've been praying for the people to say one day, one day, one
Official launch of civically re-engaged women's TV network, also known as CREWTV. So here's what I want you to do. Follow us on Twitter at CREWWomen and tag us in your Mother's Day posts to family and friends so we can all be civically re-engaged women together. So before we go any further, it's time for another one of what I like to call mama songs because, hey, she brought you in this world and she'll, well, you know the rest. Here's Doc Martin.
Hey, it's DJ Doc Martin. Let's get this launch party started with the Spice Girls and Mama.
She used to be my only enemy and never let me be free, catching me in places that I knew I shouldn't be. Every other day I crossed the line, I didn't mean to be so bad. I never thought you would become the friend I never had. Back then I didn't know why you were misunderstood. So now I see through your eyes, all that you did was love. Mama, I love you. Mama, I care. Mama, I love you. Mama, my I didn't want to hear it then, but I'm not ashamed to say it now. Every little thing you said and did was right for me. I had a lot of time to think about the way I used to be. Never had a sense of my responsibility. Back then I didn't know why you were misunderstood. So now I see through your eyes, all that you did was love. Mama, I love you. Mama, I
CREWTV is a movement. We are civically re-engaged women, and this is the Seneca Falls Revisited virtual experience. It's CREW's Centennial celebration event commemorating 100 years of American women's right to vote. So go to CREWwomen.tv to get your subscription today.
Hi, I'm Faith Frazier, aka DJ Chocolate, international DJ and founder of Grown in Greek. Congratulations on the new platform. I'm so excited to see what's in store, and thank you so much for highlighting and empowering women all across the globe. Make sure you join the movement.
100 years ago, more than 100 years ago, when the 19th Amendment was trying to be passed by all the states, in Pennsylvania, some suffragettes came up with this idea that they were going to make a replica of the Liberty Bell and use it to get out the vote. Because they had to get men to vote for a women's right to vote. And they created this bell. It was like the Liberty Bell. It was a huge bell, and they put it on the back of a flatbed pickup truck. And they went around Pennsylvania, going from county to county, and wherever they went, they'd make an event around, come out and see this replica of the Liberty Bell. And people did. People were really interested. But what they'd done is they'd taken the clapper, the part of the bell that makes it ring, and they had chained it to the side of the bell so it couldn't ring. So when they'd go to ring it, people would be like, why doesn't it ring? It doesn't ring. And they'd say, because it is chained, just like us. Its voice is chained and it cannot ring out. It cannot be heard. So we're asking you to unchain our voice and let us be heard. It didn't happen right away that Pennsylvania passed the amendment, but eventually it did. And when it did, they unchained the clapper and rang the bell.
I am no one's baby. I am not a girl. I have spent some decades rattling around this world.
I decided to make a music video to celebrate this fight that we fought and won 100 years ago this year. And when I heard this story about the Justice Bell, about unchaining our voices, I realized that this symbol of justice for all had to be a part of this story. The video opens on a little girl pulling on a rope. Nothing happens. So we follow this rope up to this enormous bell, and we see that it's chained. And then we shift to a path along the river with Megan, that's me, walking along, and I'm singing this song. And as I walk, another woman joins me, and then another. And then we walk together on this path singing, and then two more join us. This one, it's an older woman, and she's bringing with her the little girl. And then 4 more women join, and more, and the group grows exponentially as we walk, so that when we arrive at our destination, the Justice Bell, we are over 100 women strong. Now, at this point in the song, the gospel choir joins in.
I try to choose the truth. That's how I found my voice. I am not silver, I am not gold, no precious metal for you to mold. I am a river rock.
And the song ends with all the women picking up this long rope. Hands of all different strengths and colors, ages, pulling together. The chain from the bell drops to the ground, and as the last chord of the song is struck, the bell rings out. And then the final shot brings us back to the older woman and the little girl standing at the bell as the little girl reaches up and takes the older woman's hand. I wanted to sing it as a thank you to all of the women who have been courageous enough to speak their truth, especially right now into a society that might not want to hear it. When we raise our voices together, there's this thing that happens. It feels really, really good. If you raise your voice, especially with other people, it resonates and it vibrates, and it actually changes the way you feel.
And that was just the world!
This year, the year 2020, the year of the woman, is the 100th anniversary of the ratification of the 19th Amendment, giving me the right to vote. And it's also an election year. We've been given a voice, so let's raise it.
I am a river rock, tumbled smooth by the rush of life, this life I choose.
So to find out how you can add your voice to this movement, please click the link below for the new nationwide casting call for River Rock.
I am no one's baby, I am not a girl. I have spent some decades rattling round this world. I am not the next new thing, I've been here too long. I have spent my life turning stories into song. I am not silver, I am not gold, no precious metal for you to mold. I am a river rock, tumbled smooth by the rush of life, this life I choose. I have come to see things through a prism lens as I make this journey closer to its end. At many turns I'm troubled by much of what I see, but I won't waste my breath declaring you've done this to me. I am not silver, I am not gold, no precious metal for you to mold. I am a river rock, tumbled smooth by the rush of life, this life I choose. I am a river rock, tumbled smooth by the rush of life, this life I choose. Every step along the way, I made my own choice. I tried to choose the truth. That's how I found my voice. I am not silver, I am not gold, no precious metal for you to mold. I am a river rock, tumbled smooth by the rush of life, this life I choose. I am a river rock, tumbled smooth by the rush of life, this life I choose. I am a river rock, tumbled smooth by the rush of life, this life I choose. I am a river rock, tumbled smooth by the rush of life, this life I choose. I am a river rock, tumbled smooth by the rush of life, this life I choose.
Sometimes I lay under the moon. I thank God I'm breathing. And I pray, don't take me soon, 'cause I am here for a reason. Sometimes in my tears I drown, but I never let it get me down. So when negativity surrounds, I know someday it'll all turn around, because all my life I've been waiting for, I've been praying for the people to say that we don't wanna fight no more. There'll be no more wars, and our children will play. One day, one day, one day, it's not about win or lose, 'cause we all lose when they bleed on the souls of the innocent. Blood-drenched pavement, keep on moving though the water stay raging. In this maze, you can lose your way, your way. In my job, you crazy, but don't let it phase you, no way, no way. Sometimes in my tears I drown, but I never let it get me down. So when negativity surrounds, I know someday it'll all turn around, because all my life I've been waiting for, I've been praying for the people to say one day, one day, one day,
All right. Thank you so much for having us on Crew TV. Very excited to be here. So the first question, why skydiving and women's advocacy? What's the connection? Well, women are underrepresented in so many areas. And so women are definitely underrepresented in skydiving. Out of the 35,000 members in the United States, per the United States Parachute Association, women are only 13% of that number. And we care to represent women in the sport, but also in other areas of life, doing bold, brave things. And that's basically the core mission of our team. Highlight Pro Skydiving Team is our team. And the core mission of that is to inspire women and girls to live bold, brave lives of their own design. And so we hope that when people see us doing what we do, that yeah, they could be inspired to join us in skydiving, or they could be inspired to be bold and brave, whether it's in media, in government, in, you know, all different kinds of areas where we see women underrepresented. So the next question is to share about how long we've been skydiving and what inspires us to do the jumps that we do. Amy, go ahead.
So I'm Amy Shimalecki. Hello, everybody. I've been skydiving so I'm in my 26th year, which when I say that, I'm like, what? It's been so long. I started when I was 18. Originally, my inspiration to skydive had to do with this desire to feel free in the air. It was a vision I had and something I always wanted to do. And that was my main goal as a young 18-year-old person. And as I've grown, it's changed. For a while it was competition, and then it was just pure fun. And now skydiving and the specific type of things that I'm doing within skydiving, my main drive has a purpose behind it. This purpose has always been there, but now it's a little bit more defined, and that is, like Mel said, our team goal is to inspire women and girls to live bold, brave lives of their own design. So we're very fortunate, you know, to have this opportunity and do these skydives to showcase what we're doing, us living our version of bold, brave lives. And with that, hopes to get other people inspired to do the same things.
Yeah. Yeah, I echo what Amy said. I mean, originally skydiving was in my family and I was exposed to it at a young age. And when I did my very first jump, it just blew my mind. I really didn't think it was possible. I 100% didn't think I could do it. And so when I did, and I landed and I had done this thing that I really thought I couldn't do, my whole life, my whole brain for the rest of my life was really altered in a positive way, where if I'm thinking something's not possible, where I'm thinking something is out of my just realm of access, that I had to question that. Like anytime I felt afraid, I had to really look at that fear. Not that I want to dismiss those thoughts, but that I wanted to really look at those and question what actually I was capable of. And so as my involvement in skydiving has grown and changed, I say this a lot, this mission with Highlight, being advocates for women, for equality at large, for social justice and racial justice, and all of these things that we care about being champions for and allies for, that really deeply matters to me. And it excites me so much that we can use this medium, this thing that we love so much, skydiving, to carry a message that hopefully will impact the greater world in a bigger way. Yeah. Okay, so how did we meet Colleen Jenkins? So Colleen Jenkins is one of our greatest champions and greatest supporters. She is the great-great-granddaughter of Elizabeth Cady Stanton, who is one of the original suffragists of the women's suffrage movement, securing the right to vote for women in the United States. And we got connected to Colleen initially because our whole first year as a team, as a demonstration jump team, has been centered around mobilizing the vote and inspiring people to learn about the history of the women's suffrage movement and how much it took for the women of those days to make that possible for all of us, to secure that right and that privilege for all of us. And so, yeah, Colleen has been an amazing conduit to connection. She's come up with so many incredible ideas for our team about where we can jump and who we can partner with, including Woodlawn Cemetery in the Bronx, where we jumped earlier this summer on the actual centennial anniversary of the 19th Amendment. But yeah, we also, in talking about the 19th Amendment and championing that, we always like to say that the 19th Amendment in language secured the right to vote for all women, but really it only secured it for white women. And yes, it secured it for all women, but with those other laws and ways that the vote was oppressed for people of color, that didn't come through in a bigger way for others until the Voting Rights Act of 1965 and beyond. So we just like to always acknowledge that, the complexity of the history, and people like Colleen have helped us really learn so much more about the history, and we're grateful for that. All right, next question. How has COVID affected your skydiving schedule?
It hasn't affected it at all. Everything's been totally normal.
Totally normal.
We're just, skydiving's got this magical thing, nothing affects it. Okay, so some things have been canceled, some things have been postponed. There have been some things we kind of modify, and this is the part we're most excited about. We have modified some of our opportunities to adapt and make the best of this situation. And in some cases, it's a little bit better what has turned out. So what I mean is, normally when we do skydiving demonstration jumps, we skydive into crowds of people from anywhere from hundreds to thousands, 10,000s of people. And that's how we kind of show our message and show what we do into crowds of people. And obviously we couldn't do that with COVID. So we kind of all put our heads together and thought, what can we do? So instead of doing large crowds, and in fact, we have been keeping the location of our demonstration jump secret. And instead we do a live feed production. So like everyone else, we've turned to the internet to show people what we're doing. So we're able to have a live entertainment for people from the safety of their own homes. You know, they're at home and able to tune into where we are. And we keep that location private and then kind of have it a reveal at the start of the live feed. And that's been really neat because not only can we still show it to crowds of people, we can also show it to people that we couldn't have in any other way. And then it'll exist, our show still exists on the internet for people to view for any time after that, years later. So it kind of, in a way, gives us more reach. Of course, we've had to adapt, and you know, we're so used to the live crowds and there's so much fun in that. But there's also a lot of fun in discovering this new platform and this new element to show what we do. And we know, our whole team knows that it's something that won't end when COVID ends. We will continue to do the live feed because it brings it to so many more people now. And we're pretty stoked about that.
Yeah, absolutely. And there's this anticipation energy when you're really watching something live. And just to make clear, we didn't necessarily say this very clearly, but a demonstration jump, a demonstration skydive is when we're flying our parachutes into public locations with streamers and banners and smoke. And with our team, again, we are so lucky to be supported philanthropically by the Women's Skydiving Network. And so we don't have to jump for brands. We are jumping for messages that make a difference in the world. And so, yeah, our next jump, and I know Amy was going to share a little bit more about our next jump. When and where is our next jump, and how do we plan for our jumps?
So our next jump, I don't know, should we disclose it?
I think we can, because I don't think this will be I think it'll be okay to say it. Yeah.
Okay. Well, I actually want to talk about two next jumps that are very important to me. Our demonstration jump, our next highlight pro skydiving team demonstration jump, and then also Project 19 I'd like to mention as well. So our next demonstration jump is going to be at the Alice Paul Institute in Mount Laurel, New Jersey. And that's next week on October 10th. And our team is going to travel there and do a skydive there. What's exciting about that date is it's the day before Day of the Girl. So we're kind of going to tie it into that, and that has obvious connections to what we're doing. So we're really excited about that. And I'm going to assume everyone knows who Alice Paul is and how wonderful it is that we're able to jump into her institute where she grew up. Am I correct saying that, Mel? It is where she grew up, or at least spent
it's her home. Yeah, it's where she grew up, and she was one of the original suffragists who actually got the amendment over the finish line, which is very special.
Yeah, she spent those last years before the 19th Amendment passed really working for it and sacrificed so much for us to have the right to vote. So we are very grateful for that and really excited to jump into her home.
Yeah, definitely. International Day of the Girl, that's pretty cool too. I love that. I love that connection of the story of that particular demo. But at Project 19 also is a phenomenal project, and it's not the same thing as Highlight Pro Skydiving Team, but it's another initiative under the Women's Skydiving Network that, yeah, Amy, share a bit more about that.
So Project 19 is a women's vertical world record. Originally, we were going to do 100 women joining hands together while in free fall. So from when we exit the aircraft to when we open our parachutes, 100 women would come out of 5 different aircraft. and fly together, join hands in celebration of the 100-year anniversary of the 19th Amendment. But COVID, we've postponed it. The plan now is to do 101 way on the 101-year anniversary, which is exciting because we get to involve one more woman. These are going to be some of the best female skydivers from all around the world. And we're open to having to postpone it. If we have to postpone it, we will, but it'll get done. If we have to do 102 way, we will. But we're excited to, we should have done it already, and we're kind of, bummed. We always look forward to that, but we still have it to look forward to. And what I like about doing it at a later date now is that it's a great opportunity for us to bring up the subject again and to really kind of continue to celebrate the history of the 19th Amendment.
Yeah, and another thing that I love about it too is that it really gives women in skydiving something to work toward. And this sort of leads into the next and last question of what advice would we give to young girls who may want to become a skydiver. I just love that specialness about Project 19, how it's giving so many women in the sport something to really set their sights on and say, gosh, I don't know if I can do that, but I'm going to try. I'm going to start to join training camps and start to work on my skills and see what I can do. And so my advice to young girls who may want to become a skydiver kind of goes back to my first jump experience, where we are so much more capable than we ever currently think we are. Like, you know what I mean? So anytime we're thinking, oh, I don't know if I could do that, maybe you can. And so it's not necessarily that everybody needs to come skydiving or anything like that, but I would say to start learning more about it, start asking questions, start doing some of your own research, start checking out some videos and some people online. Certainly follow us online if you want, at Highlight Skydiving is our channel, but reach out to us directly. We'd be happy to answer questions. But that's what I would say to start, is to start learning more, to get that lack of knowledge, or that uncertainty to be that much less. And then hopefully you decide to go, and we'll see out there. Amy, what would you say?
Definitely agree with everything you said, Mel. And, growing up, there are so many times where people tell you what you should do, or they kind of make it, oh, this is what you should do, this is what you have to do. And maybe it's your peers, maybe it's your friends, your family. And as you grow, these things are gonna be your choice. And if you have this feeling, just explore it. Like Mel said, look into it and see if it's something you want to do. You can also always go to a skydiving facility for a day and check it out. You could also reach out to us. We can point you in the right direction. Reach out to us on our website. But it's a wonderful sport. And if it's not skydiving, but it's something else that you're thinking you want to do, but you're not sure if it's cool or if it's okay or whatever it is, go for it.
Absolutely. On that note, thank you so much for having us. And anything else we can do, let us know.
Sometimes I lay under the moon, I thank God I'm breathing, and I pray, don't take me soon, cause I am here for a reason. Sometimes in my tears I drown, but I never let it get me down. So when negativity surrounds, I know someday it'll all turn around, because all my life I've been waiting for, I've been praying for the people to say that we don't wanna fight no more. There'll be no more wars, and our children will pay. One day, one day, one day, one day,
Hi, I'm Faith Frazier, aka DJ Chocolate, international DJ and founder of Grown in Greek. Congratulations on the new platform. I'm so excited to see what's in store, and thank you so much for highlighting and empowering women all across the globe. Make sure you join the movement.
The women of the suffrage movement were incredibly brave, unbelievably persistent, and absolutely unwilling to take no for an answer. And they got no, and no, and no, and no, and no.
The women of the suffrage movement were tenacious, they were courageous. They were women who were fighting against a system where everything was stacked against them. They really were told to sit down and shut up, but that is not what they were going to do.
If I were to describe them in one word, I would say fearless. They 100% were willing to take on this massive American institution that was men in politics.
The women of the suffrage movement had a degree of courage and optimism that is something that should be a model to all of us. We stand on their shoulders, and we have to recognize that we have people standing on ours as well, and would that we could draw upon their courage, their optimism, their determination, that they would succeed.
I do see myself in those characteristics. I believe I am determined, I am persistent, and I am ready to make a change in this world.
I think for anybody who wants to move the needle on rights and opportunities for people in this country, even a country that describes itself and embraces the fact that it's a democracy, you have to be willing to fight. You have to be willing to take those rights. You have to be willing to stand up and argue for those rights for yourself and for other people.
The fight for equality, for the right to vote, was 72 years long. It wasn't a short fight, and it wasn't one that many who started knew that they were going to be able to finish. But they did it anyway because they knew the importance to future women, to me, to my granddaughters one day, to the people who will come behind us.
I think they believed that in their core, that no matter what circumstance that they were in, that their voices should and would carry the power to be able to change things.
I think the word stubborn is a very gendered word, but I have learned to embrace it. I think that the women of the suffragist movement were extremely stubborn and refused to yield, and that is extremely important in how I see myself.
Oh, I'm definitely tenacious, like the women who were in the suffrage movement. I really am going to make my point. I'm really going to insist that justice be done. I'm going to speak up. I'm not going to let somebody tell me that blue is red and red is blue.
I think persistence and resilience is something I see in myself. Others might describe it as being pig-headed and not giving up. So I'm not sure it's always described in a positive way, but I don't mind.
I really believe those women paved the way for us to have our own voice. They spoke up, and I think they spoke up on behalf of us so that we would be able to have our own voice in this era.
Hi, I'm Gerald Alston of the Manhattans. And on this special day, I'd like to sing this special song and a shout out to Miss Sharon Nelson. I was born by the river in a little tent. Oh, and just like the river, I've been running ever since. It's been a long time coming, but I know a change gonna come. Oh, yes it will. It's been too hard living, but I'm afraid to die, 'cause I don't know what's up there beyond the sky. It's been a long time coming, but I know a change gonna come. Oh, yes it will. Then I go to my brother, and I said, brother, help me please. But he winds up knocking me back down on my knees. And oh, there have been times that I thought I couldn't last for long. But now I think I'm able to carry on. It's been a long time coming, but I know a change gonna come. Oh, yes, it will. God bless.
Hi, my name is Judith Kaysen Windsor. I am the surviving spouse of the indomitable Edie Windsor.
I pledge allegiance
You can't stop us!
to the flag of the United States of America,
An abomination.
with liberty and justice for all.
Thanks to heroes like Edith Windsor.
Let the record reflect, Doma was brought down by 2 New York City lesbians.
I partially did my share, but then when something becomes, for instance, as upsetting as this whole election, then I feel pressed into working. I really care about our country, our life, our way of being, and the gay community. I have a love affair with the entire gay community, and it's mutual.
I love you.
I think our presence at these meetings is one, people are turning into activists who never were. I think it saves us. It saves us because we know that there are things that we could do. Okay, there are ways we can rebuild the Democratic Party. What can we do? The minute that you're trying to do that, the minute that you're involved in speculating and then looking toward ways to actually do what you're speculating, it's fulfilling. Two years from now, there will be elections. If we could do enough work to just stop some of the places where we have no majority, we have no power, I think we could do a lot.
This is for you, Edie Windsor.
It's extremely satisfying and meaningful to me to make a difference in that kind of way.
The Centennial celebration is important to me because it is important to recognize women throughout history who have broken boundaries, who have made a difference, and who have made this world a better place.
Is this a good time for drinking? Like, is this a renaissance? Like, absolutely, it's a revolution is what it is. Everything's changed. So there's something that I'm just gonna call before the cocktail, BC, right? And really that's just thousands of years of human experience making mixed drinks, whether it's 6,000 years ago, rice distillate, hawthorn berries, all this junk thrown together, but it was a mixed drink, right? Greek drinks where they'd mix it with like feta cheese and wine, all the way to like punches and colonial drinks like syllabubs and rattle skulls and all these pretty awesome but weird drinks. Then the cocktail comes along. It's first defined in print in 1806, and it's like lightning. There's something about the cocktail that's so beautiful and simplistic. Its form is perfect, and it's sugar, water, bitters, and spirituous liquor of any kind. Before that, certainly some drinks like that existed, but this was like an individualized drink. Now that golden age extends all the way to Prohibition. An entire country that can't agree on anything, an entire legislature that, you know, just gets ground to a halt when they have to like figure out any little detail. All of a sudden, you know, they agree, yeah, drinking's bad. It's like remarkable how this happened. And it really had to do with so many different things. Anti-immigration, women's suffrage, religious conflicts, everything just fed into it. Coming out of Prohibition, home bartending became a little more important. My grandmother, her era, 1950s, and she said, well, when people would come over to parties, I would serve them a Manhattan or a gin martini. If they didn't like a gin martini, then they could have a Manhattan. If they didn't like a Manhattan, then they could have a gin martini. Tiki drinks became huge, and tiki was like a perfect foil for serious cocktails in a not so serious environment. Then the Mad Men era. We all like really admire that, even though it's probably like the most sexist, racist, like homophobic era of our time. Like, I mean, what awful political sentiments, but the drinking was cool and the style was cool. And then we get up to this, sometimes referred to as the Dark Ages, the 70s, disco. And what is cool at that point can't be your grandfather or your father's old fashioned, right? Like the Mad Men went from this real stylistic, cool era to like, those old guys? No, we're not drinking that. We are smoking pot, we are doing LSD. We're not concerned with alcohol. Then you get in the 80s and it's like really angular drinks that are like fluorescent colors, you know, blue, green. Oh, who cares what it tastes like? It's a blue martini, it's a green martini. But it just means that that was a time that was sort of more, you know, style than substance. From 90s to 2000, you see this renaissance of cocktail bars and cocktail bartenders, and all of a sudden, everyone started to look at it and go, cocktails are cool. 10, 20 years later, it's everywhere. Everyone's expected to make a good cocktail. And so when you look at the context of alcohol and you look at its long past with humanity, you realize that it's something that has a special status in our culture and in cultures past. And we're in not the golden age, we're in the platinum age.
The Constitution is a living document. It is not static. As citizens, we need to make it real, not just for some of us, but for all of us. The phrase "with liberty and justice for all" mean all. We're one people. We're one family. We're the American family.
The discovery of an individual's liberty is one of the foundational values of being an American citizen. America has been struggling to define the rights and justices associated with that liberty since the creation of its Constitution. From this struggle evolved the monumental Bill of Rights and 17 more amendments to define and protect our liberties. Over time, the amendment process has been tested by a nation whose national sense of liberty, equality, and the inclusion of all citizens evolved with turbulence and struggle.
When we were planning the March on Washington in August of 1963, I would hear Dr. King say things like, "We must learn to live together as brothers and sisters. If not, we will perish as fools."
Freedom, true freedom, is not given by governments. Freedom is taken by the people. The people of America are becoming aware that this freedom to their fellow human beings, and I call them human rights, are theirs to give.
The issues that compel America to continue to define equality and fairness, I think it's innate. I really believe that it's in our soul, that we believe in freedom, freedom of the individual. We believe that humans have a right to peacefully coexist with fellow human beings.
So there are two monumental statues on the Pennsylvania Avenue side of the National Archives building. One inscribed, "Study the past," the other, "What is past is prologue." The message is we should be able to learn from our history so that we're not repeating the same mistakes over and over. And the role of the National Archives is to ensure that people have access to the records that demonstrate how those rights were achieved so that we can learn from those records.
With over 11,000 proposed amendments to the Constitution, and only 27 of those actually ratified, our pursuit of rights and justice continues to be a vibrant part of our democracy. It's up to every generation of Americans to own our democracy and continue this national dialogue of defining our personal liberties.
It is very, very important for all of us as citizens, for all of us as one people, to take ownership of our system of justice. This is our democracy. It belongs to all of us. We must talk about it. We must debate it. We have to continue to fight every single day. If we do not, we will go backward. We don't want to go backward. We want to go forward and complete our effort to create a more perfect union.
I lived in Detroit, Michigan, in the city on the west side of Detroit. My mother took me to see Dr. King in Detroit as well as here in Washington, D.C. August 28, 1963 was my 12th birthday.
The buzz on the March on Washington started buzzing about a month beforehand. And as a beginning freelance, I did a lot of work for USIA, and this job came along. The caveat was that I would get paid twice my day rate, but they would own the negatives for the National Archives. I said, okay, that's fine. Not knowing at the time that this was going to be one of the great historical moments of U.S. history.
Part of our job as the archives is to accession, preserve, and make available records created by federal agencies. One of the roles of the USIA was kind of document what America was all about, to project a view of the United States overseas to foreign countries during the Cold War.
And I was 26 or 27 years old and very spry and very athletic, and I climbed over everything and went everywhere, and I photographed close-ups, long shots. I worked pretty hard that day.
Okay, and what I'm going to do now is take the folder out with the photos in it. These are the photos of the March on Washington.
Okay.
And this is a copy of your folder, the photo here.
I learned about the photo about 2.5 years ago. My cousin was browsing a catalog, and it had calendars in it, one of which was a Black History calendar. She saw my picture on the back, and she called and said, your picture is on a calendar and you're holding a banner or a pennant or something. So I was just in shock, and I still am.
She was on one of the front row of the crowd on sort of the left side of where Martin Luther King made that speech. And I see some people laughing and some people crying and some people earnest. And she was one of the ones, not only was she beautiful, but she was so involved.
This is the banner that I held August 28, 1963, that I proudly held up as Dr. King and others were speaking. I tell my grandchildren that marching with Dr. King was a very significant part of my life. As they learn about him in school, they can share with their classmates that their grandmother was part of something that was very important.
Her picture was used and has been used since then as the face of the March on Washington. She deserves it.
For the nearly 4 million slaves, the Emancipation Proclamation was a symbol of hope. It confirmed their belief that the war should always have been a war for the, not to preserve the Union, but a war to free the slaves.
What you're seeing is really rare. It's always in a housing, but it's in process of being prepared for the 150th anniversary exhibit. Because it's a double-sided document, we can't show all pages at once. When it does go on exhibit, we alternate pages in order to limit light exposure. We know that it's light damaged. In order to preserve it for the future, we significantly limit the light exposure to just a couple of days, a few days a year.
The final proclamation didn't free any single slave immediately, only applied to the Confederate States, where the federal government didn't have the authority to enforce the law. What it did do, it brought a moral cost to the war.
The Emancipation Proclamation was written on a machine-made paper, which is typical of the Industrial Revolution. It was just two pieces of paper that were put together and folded in half. The piece of paper folded in half is called a folio. And so now we have 8 sides to write on. Holes were punched near the fold on the left margin. And through these holes, they threaded ribbon. At some time in their past, they were taken apart. A very similar document is the Preliminary Emancipation Proclamation, which was signed in September 1862. This one is still intact. The ribbon comes back through almost before the last page and then is secured by the presidential seal.
Last year, when the Emancipation Proclamation was on display at the Henry Ford Museum, thousands of people came to see the document, and the museum stayed open for 36 hours. People waited throughout the night to see the document.
Here comes the freedom train, you'd better hurry down.
In 1947, the Emancipation Proclamation was shown all across the country.
Inside the freedom train, you'll find a precious frame.
One individual who viewed the Emancipation Proclamation was Sally Ficklin, 88 years old. She was 4 years old at the time that the document was issued. She was one of the few formerly enslaved persons who viewed the document.
Behind the original is a little piece of paper with an alkaline reserve in it. If the document or the media generates any kind of acid, then they will migrate to the alkaline material. Okay, so now I'm just going to sandwich the document between 2 pieces of Mylar, which is inert, and this will add a significant layer of protection, both from handling and dimensional support. So I'll seal all 4 sides, which will create the encapsulation, and that makes a micro environment in here. So this is the frame that the document lives in year-round. And then that frame is boxed, so it's technically in dark storage for almost most of the year.
While the Emancipation Proclamation didn't end slavery, it did pave the way for the ratification of the 13th Amendment, which ultimately abolished slavery in the country. It ranks up with the Declaration of Independence and other documents, important documents in U.S. history.
This is for the grandmothers, the great-grandmothers, the mothers, and others. I am excited because we are actually going to have Juneteenth. The virus is not stopping us, and this is what's going to happen. We are going to walk. I'm leading the walk from downtown Fort Worth out Lancaster to Will Rogers facility. That's 2.5 miles. And you know that symbolizes that slaves didn't know they were free for 2.5 years after the Emancipation Proclamation. So you don't want you walking, I want you to get in your car and follow me. Have signs on your car that said Juneteenth on either side, and have one on the top, because there's going to be a drone that's going to take all this in. The reason we celebrate Juneteenth was the gains. Are you aware that you couldn't name yourself or your children on property of any kind? You couldn't go to school if you didn't. Somebody taught you something, you were in danger of the 2 of you being killed. There are so many reasons why you need to celebrate Juneteenth. Thank you, Fort Worth ISD. I am asking that you continue to support us. And one of the things we need is for classroom teachers, librarians, and all of them to make the children aware and to have in their libraries and the classrooms the story of Juneteenth. Juneteenth, a children's story.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Archivist of the United States, David Ferriero.
Good morning and welcome to my house. The National Archives was created by an act of Congress in 1934. The mission to collect, protect, and preserve the records of the United States government and make those records available so that every American citizen can hold its government accountable and learn from our past. Today, that collection is over 13 billion documents, 43 million photographs, miles and miles of film and video, and more than 5 billion electronic records, the fastest growing format. These records start with the oaths of allegiance signed at Valley Forge by George Washington and his troops and go all the way up to the tweets that are being created as I am speaking in the White House. And the National Archives is more than just this building. We're a nationwide network of facilities. One of the busiest places is the National Personnel Records Center in St. Louis, which houses more than 56 million veterans' records. The center responds to over 1 million requests each year, and the documents preserved are evidence required by veterans to obtain a wide variety of benefits, including military honors, VA medical treatment, and security clearances for work. The presidential libraries are also part of the archives. From Herbert Hoover to George W. Bush, these 13 presidential libraries are not libraries in the usual sense. They're archives and museums, bringing together documents and artifacts of the president, the administration, the first lady, and the family, and presenting them to the public for study and discussion without regard for political considerations or affiliations. And we'll soon have another, the future Obama Library in Chicago's historic Jackson Park. We're currently outfitting temporary storage space in Chicago, have hired our first staff for the library, and are hard at work packing artifacts and preparing records for the move to Illinois. By January 20th, 2017, we will have transferred hundreds of millions of textual, electronic, and audiovisual records and tens of thousands of presidential gifts. The papers of the First Lady's office are part of the collections of the presidential libraries. There are more than 21.4 million pages of records and personal papers in our collection. Issues such as Just Say No, the anti-drug campaign of Nancy Reagan, Rosalind Carter's Council on Mental Health, the Ready to Read, Ready to Learn initiative of Laura Bush, and Michelle Obama's Let's Move program, aimed at raising a generation of healthier kids, daily draw great scholarly interest. Our conference today is about the relationship between the First Ladies and the military and their support of service members, military families, and veterans. In the 18th century, Martha Washington visited their troops at Valley Forge during the Revolutionary War. And today, First Lady Michelle Obama leads Joining Forces, the Joining Forces initiative, which ensures service members, veterans, and their families have the tools to succeed throughout their lives. The First Ladies have had to meet personal and public demands. Each has brought her own passions and personality to the job, and we're fortunate to have their legacies documented in our presidential libraries. Now allow me to introduce my friend Anita McBride. She is the executive in residence at the Center for Congressional and Presidential Studies in the School of Public Affairs at American University. She previously served as assistant to President George W. Bush and chief of staff to First Lady Laura Bush from 2005 to 2009, directing the staff's work on a wide variety of domestic and global initiatives in which Mrs. Bush was involved. Anita's White House service spans 2 decades and 3 presidential administrations, including Director of White House Personnel under Presidents Ronald Reagan and George H.W. Bush, and as Director of the U.S. Speakers Bureau at the United States Information Agency. She's an advisor to the George W. Bush Institute and a member of several organizations, including the U.S. Afghan Women's Council, the J. William Fulbright Foreign Scholarship Board, and the White House Historical Association. Please join me in welcoming Anita McBride.
Terrific. Thank you.
Well, good morning, everyone, and thank you very much, David. You're always very, very generous in your remarks. And on behalf of American University and all of our conference partners, I want to welcome everyone, both here in the audience and on live stream, to today's conference, America's First Ladies in Service to Our Nation. I also want to thank the archivists for hosting us in this beautiful National Archives building. I was really delighted when you offered up your house as the venue to convene the conference. It's a perfect place to talk about our First Ladies, as they are some of our most important figures in American history. You have a great team of people here, David, at the archives, and they've been terrific to work with, and I thank them. I also want to take this opportunity to thank all of our terrific conference partners, the AU Library, the National Archives Foundation, the White House Historical Association, the George W. Bush Institute, and the White House Joining Forces Initiative, along with all of our distinguished panelists and moderators who will be introduced to you shortly. Each of our partner organizations and their fantastic teams have played a vital role in helping to develop this very robust program that we want to present to you today. Our experience here today, of course, will be enhanced by firsthand accounts from two women who have walked in these footsteps of history, First Lady Michelle Obama and former First Lady Laura Bush. I am so grateful to both of them for joining us later this morning. American University has a long history in recognizing the vital role that a First Lady plays as a voice for change and for action in our country. I am proud to lead the First Ladies Initiative and Conference Series at American University School of Public Affairs, and I want to thank Dean Barbara Romsek and her outstanding team for their strong support of this First Ladies project. Over the last 6 years, AU School of Public Affairs has presented a series of conferences at presidential libraries around the country to examine the unique and evolving role of the president's spouse. We view it as a partner to the presidency with the power to shape societal attitudes and affect change. As a former chief of staff to a First Lady and a White House veteran, I have had a front row seat to their experience, and I am delighted to be in a position to help shine a light on their work and tell their stories. Pat Nixon called it the hardest unpaid job in the world, and there is a lot of truth to that. But each First Lady writes her own job description, and each of our conferences has focused on a different theme and how they have used their platform to address important issues facing our nation. Today's conference, the 6th in our series, will focus on the First Lady as spouse of the Commander-in-Chief and the actions that they have taken throughout times of war and peace to support service members, military families, and our country's veterans. We will hear from noted historians, authors, and journalists in our first panel who will look at First Ladies through the sweep of history. Later, in the moderated conversation with the First Ladies, we will pay particular attention to the Joining Forces initiative launched by Mrs. Obama and Dr. Jill Biden at the White House 5 years ago, and to the Military Service Initiative established by President and Mrs. Bush at the George W. Bush Institute. These are great examples of using their platform during and after their White House years. There are many organizations that are here that have been supporting Joining Forces and the Military Service Initiative, as well as service members and veterans and military spouses. So I thank you all for joining us today. And with that, I'd like to welcome to the stage Dr. Neil Kerwin, the president of American University, to introduce our first distinguished panel. Dr. Kerwin became American University's 14th president in 2007. He joined AU in 1975 as a member of the faculty, then became the dean of the School of Public Affairs, later the provost, and then the president. He is a visionary and a great leader and was instrumental in encouraging me to develop this initiative as he watched with great interest the growing influence of the First Lady in public policy, in politics, and in global diplomacy. He came to have breakfast with me at the White House during the transition of 2009 to talk about the idea. At the time, I could barely put one foot in front of the other, and I wasn't thinking about what came next. but I knew he was serious when he accepted a 7 a.m. meeting time and then told me that he doesn't even eat breakfast. So I got a job and he got a glass of water. So I want to welcome to the stage Dr. Neil Kerwin.
Thank you, Anita. I came out ahead on that deal, I think. I am really pleased to be here and to join with this distinguished group to discuss issues of great importance and ongoing interest in the United States. I do want to thank Anita for her leadership on this. Anita, your work for these many years has brought tremendous visibility to the role of the First Lady, and the scholarship associated with First Lady's work is increasing, I think, as a result of that. I do want to thank in advance First Ladies Michelle Obama and Laura Bush for participating in today's panel discussions. And we are especially proud to be participating in a conference that recognizes the service and sacrifices of Americans in combat, military families, and the country's veterans. American University is very proud to have been recognized as a veteran-friendly campus. We offer opportunities to our returning servicemen and women that we think are special, and we commend the other universities in the United States who have stepped up as well. It's also our privilege to have 4 veterans in the audience from American University's student body and alumni corps. Efosa Adogan, a second-year Master's of Public Administration student and an Armory veteran. Chalita Tillman, first-year MPA student and an Air Force veteran. Matthew McGuire, a second-year student in Justice Law and Criminology. And Lieutenant Julia Lopez, a 2010 graduate. I'd ask them all to stand if we could, please. I do want to also thank the archivist for assisting and helping to lead this terrific conference in this great facility. So thank you very much, David. And now I'd like to introduce our panel. William Seal is the author of White House Historian. He's a nationally recognized expert in historic restoration and has published 15 books. He is serving currently as the editor of White House History, the Journal of the White House Historical Association. Catherine Sibley is professor of history and director of the American Studies program at St. Joseph's University in Philadelphia, and she's editor of a companion to First Ladies. Anita McBride has contributed to one of Professor Sibley's most recent works, and Professor Sibley has published extensively, including books including The First Lady, Florence Harding Behind the Tragedy and the Controversy, and Red Spies in America, Stolen Secrets, and the Dawn of the Cold War. Susan Swain is president and co-COO of C-SPAN. She's moderator of First Ladies, Influence and Image series. She directs programming at C-SPAN for 3 television networks, and over a number of years has moderated and conducted on-air interviews on a wide range of issues. And Susan tells us that she is now currently covering her 8th presidential campaign. Susan also heads up the publication of C-SPAN books, the latest being First Ladies. And our moderator, someone who needs no introduction, but I'll provide one just the same, Cokie Roberts. She is an ABC News commentator and a commentator on NPR's Morning Edition. She is a member of the Broadcasting and Cable Hall of Fame. The American Women in Radio and Television selected her as one of the 50 greatest in the history of broadcasting. And she is the author of 4 books, the most recent being Capital Dames, The Civil War and the Women of Washington. I now invite the panel to the stage and turn the panel over to Cokie Roberts.
much. Good morning. Thank you. Well, this is a great occasion as we convene here in what I consider a second home, the National Archives, where I have been on the foundation board since birth. And our chairwoman, Leah Bundles, is here and a wonderful leader of this organization. Anita McBride has done a fabulous job, and let us give her an enormous hand. She started convening these conferences in 2011, and they have been very instructive as well as often amusing in teaching America about what First Ladies are all about. Because there is this myth that First Ladies sat around tending to the tatting until Eleanor Roosevelt. And nothing could be further from the truth. So American University's wisdom in bringing her on and starting this initiative and having it grow and broaden is really spectacular. So President Kerwin, thank you for that. I do want to, we're going to do a sort of quick, actually not that quick, thankfully, a little romp through history, through the centuries here. And I will start with Martha Washington. David Ferriero, our wonderful leader here at the Archives, referenced Martha Washington's winter at Valley Forge, which is, by the way, all most people know about her if they know anything. But Martha Washington spent every winter of the 8 long years of the Revolutionary War at camp with the soldiers. And it was very hard for her. It was dangerous, first of all. She'd have to travel over horrible roads to get there. She was a prime target for hostage taking because Patriot wives were taken hostage. Some were killed. And she, of course, was the chief Patriot wife. She felt she was leaving behind duty at Mount Vernon always, and you know, would just be torn about it all the time. But she would go because the general summoned her. She was frightened at the beginning. She said, "I shudder every time I hear a bullet." But she went because that's where duty called, and she went mainly because the general thought that she was absolutely essential to troop morale and to keeping the Army together, which David McCulloch says was George Washington's great genius, but George Washington would say he couldn't do it without Martha. And she would arrive at camp with foodstuffs and cloth and all kinds of things that had been prepared at Mount Vernon over the summer, one of the many, many contributions of enslaved Americans to the Revolution. And she would be cheered into camp. Lady Washington is here. And they loved her. She would cook for the soldiers and sew for the soldiers and pray with the soldiers, and they'd put on and nurse them, put on entertainments for them, which was a good thing because it was a good thing she was on hand because George Washington could be indiscreet. And there was the time that he danced for 3 hours straight with the very pretty and flirty Katie Green. Good thing Martha was there. She also had a wonderful sense of humor, which you never know seeing her in that little mob cap. But she named her Tomcat Hamilton, and that was appropriate. And that was the winter at Morristown. It was the winter of 1779-80. There were a couple of winters at Morristown, but this one was that particular winter. And it was a terrible time in the war. Troops were threatening desertion by regiment. And her presence was incredibly important. The British were also very nearby, as was the Congress, which was moving around a lot because they, of course, were traitors to the king and all subject to being hanged at any moment. So Martha was sometimes in a precarious position, and when British raids would occur, various members of the troops would be assigned to guard her. And particularly one of these raids, George Washington was away, and a soldier was sent in, and Mount Vernon happily has found this letter, And the soldier wrote home and said, "I am happy with the importance of my charge, as well as the presence of the most amiable woman on earth." But then he was very upset about the members of Congress who kept coming around and trying to guard the First Lady. Well, she wasn't the First Lady yet, the commander's wife, Lady Washington. And he wrote, he said about the members of Congress, "The rations they have consumed considerably overbalance all their service done as volunteers. For they have dined with us every day almost, and drank as much wine as they would earn in 6 months." And so, but after she did become First Lady, Martha Washington lobbied for veterans' benefits because she had been with the soldiers all of those years. I mean, so the notion that this was something new in the 20th century is so amusing but unfortunate. That people don't know this history. She also would greet any soldiers who would come to visit, any vets who would come, and she'd give them some money and some food and reminisce with them. And her grandson wrote that every holiday she cordially welcomed veterans as old friends. So this is a long tradition that we have had among our First Ladies, and really, what we'll hear here is about various ones of them over time. But Bill, actually, I want to start with you because that little note of the greeting the veterans. Of course, it wasn't the White House. It was the President's house in New York and Philadelphia. Mm-hmm. But since then, at the White House, you've certainly seen that. And one of the things that struck me when I was thinking about you writing history of the White House and constant histories of the White House, mm-hmm. is how, when you're in the White House, you really are surrounded by military. You know, they're members of the military everywhere, guarding the place, greeting you. The Marine Band, of course, wonderfully entertaining you. It's really part of the White House.
Well, not so much from the start. There were never many guards. There was a doorman
right.
back in the days of the Adamses, and called the porter, and then later on, James Monroe was very afraid. He'd lived in France and his wife, and they were much afraid of being killed and assassinated. So sharpshooters paraded around the roof, hidden by the balustrade there, and were told to shoot anybody that came near the house without order and all. But the military always crowded in at the big public receptions. They had huge public receptions at the White House where everyone got to go. And in the 1850s, they tried to stop that and have it by invitation, but it didn't work.
Didn't work.
And it got so big in the 20th century that the Herbert Hoover went fishing. July the 4th, that it was originally also New Year's at the White House. But the military was there, but not so much until Tyler. Tyler was hanged in effigy on the park in front of the house, and they became frightened. And so you had the Metropolitan Police formed, and that's what the people that guarded the White House, not the military. But military camped in the front grounds during Madison, during the War of 1812, and left with everyone else when the British came.
There wasn't a lot of defense in Washington.
No. And of course, Monroe that I've talked about. Jackson had no guards beyond a military policeman or so. But it really began in the 1840s with Tyler during the Mexican War. And also there were lots of military people at the White House during that time.
Well, I want to stop you there because I don't want to get ahead of ourselves historically. Mm-hmm. So I'll come back to you for the period after that, but go to you, Katie, about Dolly Madison And because we've just talked about Madison and the troops, the city totally undefended, and later historians saying she was the best soldier there was. So let's talk about her for a minute.
I think many of you may know the story of the British attacking Washington, right, during the War of 1812. This was a scary moment, and Dolly Madison left. She left, and she took with her this portrait of Washington, right? And she left in her nightshirt. I mean, this was a very scary and exciting moment for her. She knew how important it was. The symbol of Washington, right? The great general, as you say, the great leader. She took this out of the White House. She made sure it was protected. And yes, Dolly Madison was also, so interestingly, very, very political. I mean, if it weren't for her, probably lots of deals would not have happened in Washington. So she was someone who was very attuned to politics. She brought people to, even during the Jefferson administration, to come and talk and meet with those they needed to know, right, to make deals. But on the other hand, she also knew the importance of symbolism, and she knew this picture of Washington really needed to be saved during this war. Yes.
Well, because it was the equivalent of toppling the statue of Lenin or the statue of Saddam Hussein, or and so what happened was, of course, the British got there, ate her dinner, and stole her portrait. But Susan, you have really done, you found, first of all, what was so interesting when you were doing the series on First Ladies, and this is new in our history writing, you found that there was someone for every First Lady who had written about her.
In terms of scholarship?
Yes.
Yeah. That's really the thing that I think those of us who recognize the important contribution of women to our nation's history, perhaps understudied over the decades, can take some heart in. I think it's really been a phenomenon of the last 20 years or so that First Lady scholarship has been taken so seriously. And of course, we have a wonderful First Ladies Library in Canton, Ohio, which has been at this for a while. But
Mary Regula, the hero.
Yes, absolutely. but in terms of scholars like Katie, who are studying this at universities and teaching it to next generations of students and writing biographies, it's a relatively new phenomenon. What I found, first of all, we did a year-long series, and each First Lady had their own biography, some a little less rich than others. There was a propensity for early First Ladies to burn their papers, which is very sad.
And I really would like to kill them again for it.
Yes, absolutely. Yes. But we managed easily to find 50 historians for our series and biographers. And what I also loved about it, those of you who know C-SPAN, we also make our programs interactive with calls and tweets. And there was a genuine group of women watching, and multi-generational. 8-year-olds would call in, watching with their moms, and women in their 30s with their moms and grandmoms in different cities, and tweeting with one another or posting on Facebook. And I think what I was realizing is that there's a hunger for this history to be told. And I'm sure you've experienced this with your books and the reception to them, that people want to know women's place in American history. So it's exciting that so much is happening.
You know, you talk about burning the letters. Thomas Jefferson burned all of his correspondence with his wife, Martha Jefferson, saying that he was brokenhearted and he couldn't stand to have him around. I don't think that's what you do when you're brokenhearted, but, you know, it's his story and he's sticking to it. But the one extant letter of Martha Jefferson that we have, the one, is a letter when she was First Lady of Virginia, calling on the women of Virginia to raise funds for the troops. Because what had happened was, in this year that I referenced earlier, the 1779-80 period, before the French showed up, basically, the situation for the troops was terrible. And a woman in Philadelphia, Esther Reed, started a drive, and the women of Philadelphia went all around. Esther Reed was the First Lady of Pennsylvania, and she got the other First Ladies of the states to do this petition drive. They raised, by the way, a fundraising drive. They raised, by the way, $300,000 in the period of 6 weeks. But Mrs. Jefferson's letter says, Mrs. Washington has written to me and asked me to make sure that that we raise money for the troops. So that's how involved they were that early.
That's right, and it's you told so much richness of the Martha Washington story, but two small points to add to it. First of all, the use, or the affectionate use, of Lady Washington. Many people think that's really what was the progenitor of the term First Lady in the United States, and it was a great mark of honor by the troops. But she was a woman of society. And yet there are many stories of being told that if you walked into camp, she would be sitting and knitting socks, sewing soldiers' uniforms and knitting socks, and encouraging other women of her station to do the same. And I also read that in that fund drive, she gave $20,000 of her own money as a contributor, which is quite a lot.
It was quite a lot. She was rich. You know, Washington would have never been Washington without Martha. But you know, in that, when she was doing that knitting, again, the Mount Vernon Ladies Association has done a wonderful job of finding these letters, because they are hard to find. But the women of Morristown were horrified that the troops were camped there, because just like any time, you know, the sailors are in port. And so when she was setting the example of sitting and knitting, it sort of put all to rest. Well, Bill, now we're at the Civil War. We've gotten to, you know, we've jumped over a few
You don't
decades
want to hear
here.
about what Dolly Madison really did.
Well, you go for it. What I read she did was have it taken out of the frame.
The Congress was absolutely nuts at the time of the War of 1812. I mean, congressmen and senators stayed in their own political taverns. They got in fights in the street. It was really bad. Madison needed them brought together. Dolly Madison began to have her receptions, little receptions, and she would ask nice ladies and young women from town to come there, not as B-girls or anything, but they were guests, and they would mix with the crowd. And in those days, the formal way is women sat on stools at the feet facing the fire, and the men moved behind them talking to them. Well, she had, everybody came, the whole Congress came every week, and she served hot coffee, she served wine, and then she served what really was grog. It was whiskey and heated whiskey in cups. Everybody just loved it. And then Madison used the green room to lure the ones in he needed to talk to. Two men, one from each party. And it was very, very useful. People never forgot her for that. Dolly was a bit of a street angel and a home devil, but she was, she very cleverly did that. And she did, as Katie was saying, she did, there are notes that survive where she brought issues to the attention of the president, mainly through wives that came to her for their husbands. But that's what she did, and that was extremely important at the time. And she clung to that story all her life. And finally probably wrote a letter, which she claimed was original, was written while the flight with the painting was going on, but it very likely wasn't either. Telling the whole thing, I stand here, the British are outside. And then some people, it was, at the time, someone had come through the press and had said that the story wasn't true about the painting and all, and she got in touch with everybody she could to write letters and say, oh, it was.
Well, the painting survived.
Yeah.
So we are. Right. So, but then at the time of the Civil War, there were actually troops in the East Room. Right. So talk to us a little bit about how that...
Kansas volunteers camped in the East Room at the very beginning. Lincoln made a call for volunteers. And then they were gotten out of there, and there were troops in the grounds the whole war, mainly on the south, but some inside. And then there were guards that patrolled. The White House has a long cross hall, a transverse hall across it, going east to west, and they patrolled that hall. Family quarters were on the west, and the offices were on the east end. And they, on both floors, there were guards patrolling constantly during the Civil War, and that was the sort of protection they had. But the interaction between the family and the troops was very personal. Tad Lincoln was made an officer and got his little uniform, and they were like family involved in the
and
house.
Particularly at the Lincoln Cottage.
At the cottage, but most at the White House, I think. Actually, there was a problem at Lincoln Cottage. Mrs. Lincoln was coming to town, and the carriage fell apart, and someone had sabotaged the carriage, and she could have been seriously hurt, but she didn't pay much attention to it. And Mrs. Lincoln herself went to the hospitals and camps around Washington and greeted the soldiers who were wounded and brought things from the kitchen at the White House, and was very friendly. She's a woman who had a terrible difficulty with the press because she's the first lady that ever became red meat for the press. And she didn't understand it, and she didn't understand why Washington considered her a hick from the sticks. She suffered a lot of that. She was very sensitive. And all these wonderful people were the stars of the age, Empress Eugenie in France, Victoria in England. They were all so glamorous. And she wanted to be, and it didn't happen. But of course, naturally, the interaction of the troops, Lincoln repeatedly tried to send her to New York to stay, and she wouldn't go. She insisted on remaining with him.
Katie, you want to pick that up?
Yes, it's very interesting about Mary Lincoln. What a sad story in so
Absolutely.
many ways. You know, losing several children, particularly Willie, their favorite, in the White House. And some suggest this made her even more empathic toward the soldiers, right? She had this great suffering herself. And of course, unfortunately later, after her husband died, she thought she suffered more than any other family that had lost someone in the Civil War. So she could take things sometimes to extremes. But yes, I mean, she had great empathy, I think, exactly as you're saying, for the soldiers, such suffering that she had experienced herself. And I also want to pick up on something that Susan was talking about, which, as you had talked about with your show, and how the development of First Lady scholarship. And it's so interesting. Here we are all today, very focused and excited about this topic, but this was not the way it was for a long time. And I'm sure many of us have spoken to friends and family about our work, and they say, First Ladies, you know, they don't understand why this is a compelling topic. And it is so compelling, but it's very interesting about when it came about. When did it become something that people cared about? You mentioned this is relatively recent. And as far as I can tell, it really began to kind of spark at the Betty Ford Library back in the mid-'80s, around the time Nancy Reagan was First Lady, and perhaps because she too, like Mary Lincoln, was vilified by the press. I mean, just horrifically vilified. You may remember for her clothes and the china and all these stories. And in fact, in the end, she kind of turned the tables and dressed up in secondhand clothes and did a really funny show for the press, which everyone was amazed about. She had such a sense of humor about, you know, herself and how she was portrayed. But I think this focus on her, this very negative focus, really drew a lot of interest in the position of the First Lady. Then, of course, you had Rosalind Carter had just written her biography as well. So a lot of interest in that. So did her husband, but hers outsold his. So there was this new interest, and more people came to the Gerald Ford Library than anyone had expected. More than 200 people came, including some presidential members of families, some of the daughters of Lady Bird Johnson, et cetera. But it really began to spark. You also had great books coming out at that time, like Sylvia Jukes Morris's book on Edith Roosevelt. So you began to see more scholarly work being done. Then a number of big kind of compendiums, people like Carl Anthony and Lewis Gould and Robert Watson. And so suddenly it's becoming a big field, and it's really, really interesting. And then First Ladies begin to be categorized in certain ways. You know, are they players? Are they activists? Are they silent types? So these are sort of things that we wrestle with today and how we categorize them. And as you'll see, I think in the course of our discussions today, somebody who would be considered sort of a subdued First Lady today, if there is such a thing, is so much more involved than ones earlier in the 20th century, say, when it was much more difficult. I mean, even someone like Florence Harding, who I love very dearly, and I'm sure I'll get a chance to talk about her more later.
When we get to the 20th century.
When we get to the 20th century. I mean, she didn't speak to the press directly. She didn't want it to be manipulated against her husband. We can't really imagine that today with the First Lady, right? So things have really changed in an interesting way.
But when you talk about that characterizing, you all will have the great treat a little while from now to meet Laura Bush. And she said when she came in, everybody kept saying to her, are you going to be Hillary Clinton or Barbara Bush? And she kept saying, I thought I'd be Laura Bush. I mean, but Susan, one of the reasons that people have gotten excited about this is because they're good stories. And why don't you tell us the story of Lucy Hayes?
Yeah, when you look across First Ladies with this particular lens of military, the one thing that you notice right away is how often our nation is at war. The real job of the First Lady is to support their spouse in the office and to preserve the family legacy. And when the Commander-in-Chief is acting at that role, that really is a natural for First Ladies to be involved with the military and with veterans issues. Lucy Hayes, when I look across the board, for me, the ones who really stand out in this issue, Martha Washington, Lucy Hayes, Florence Harding, also and Eleanor Roosevelt, are the real committed beyond belief personally because in many cases of family circumstances. And Lucy Hayes is one of those. So a civil war was declared when Rutherford Hayes in Ohio was 40 years old, and he and Lucy already had children. And they decided as a couple that he should fight, despite the fact that they had children at home, because they believed so much in the cause of the Union. So he went to war, and he was in pitched battle and was seriously wounded 5 times, in fact, almost lost his arm in one of those circumstances. And as the story with Martha Washington, it was common for the wives to go out to the battlefield to support the husbands and provide morale for important generals so that they would have that family connection. And Lucy spent a great deal of time, again, even in the Civil War, at great personal risk. And one of her children was born just before she went to encampment, and the infant died at the encampment, and they had to bundle up the child's body and send it back with the soldier to Ohio for burial, and she just had to keep going on. Now, the interesting thing is that Lucy Hayes' brother was a surgeon, and Lucy Hayes participated regularly in battlefield surgeries, assisting with amputations on the battlefield, except for perhaps Mary Lincoln. She saw more up front the horrors of war than any other First Lady, I believe. And so when she came to the White House in 1976 in that famous Hayes-Tilden contested election, she brought this concern for the soldiers to the White House and really became an advocate for them while she was there. She was one of the first First Ladies to recognize the mental aspects of war. And there was a term that was developing at that time called shell shock, which she was very aware of and began to lobby for
what we would call PTSD today.
Exactly, for concern and care for veterans, not just for their physical wounds, but also for their mental wounds. She regularly brought soldiers and their families to the White House, and one of the most touching stories, not told by her, and this is a mark of her humility, but told by the British ambassador. There was an event at the White House actually honoring good relations after the War of 1812, and the British ambassador was invited, logically, and there was a very old soldier from the War of 1812 who was invited to take part, and he had had his uniform sent separately and was just aghast to find at the White House that it arrived without his stripes on the arm. And she sat on the floor of the White House, got her needlepoint out, and stitched the soldier's stripes onto the uniform so that he could be properly attired before he met the president. And the British ambassador saw this and told the story about Lucy Hayes. So she gets that nickname of Lemonade Lucy. That's all we really know her for. It was really her husband who was the temperance person. She got stuck with the nickname, but she's really so much more really interesting and has so many layers of her own care and concern about issues, veterans being a very important one.
And in fact, the Rutherford P. Hayes Library has just reopened in Fremont, Ohio, and her story is coming much more to light. Bill, Susan talked about the people who saw war up close. Another one was, of course, Julia Grant. And when she came to the White House, she had a wonderful time.
She did. She loved every minute of it. She had married him for love. They were engaged when he went away to the Mexican War and was first noticed by superiors. And they came back and married, and they had a pretty hard life. She lived in Army quarters. She lived in good places and bad places, and he drank a lot. And then in the 50s, he became very despondent and quit the military, only to rejoin the Civil War and become a hero. And then when he was elected president, Mrs. Grant, it was her turn. And she moved in. She had a welcoming party later on for Lucy Hayes, but from that to the time she went in, it was, she loved every reception, every overcrowded event that served only ice water. they put a ladder up to the East Room so the guests could get out early if they wanted to, sort of steps. And she was very happy. She knew the military. Their friends were military people. And of course, one of the things, if I could go back to the White House past and do, there was a billiard room, which the Hayes had as a greenhouse, but
Lincoln's?
No, not the Lincolns, Johnson's, the Andrew
Johnsons.
Johnson. And they turned it into a billiard room, grand did. And the old generals would come, well, they weren't all that old, but the generals would come in and they'd play billiards, and then they'd go in and drink and use ornaments off of tables and things like that, and relive the battles of the Civil War. And they'd go on till 2 in the morning sometime, and they'd argue over this and argue over that, and what did you do, and what did Jones do, and what about... And of all the things that happened in the White House, I would love to witness that.
Right one, yeah.
But Julia presided over all.
She was really mad that he didn't run for a 3rd term.
Oh, they got in the train car, and she fell on the sofa and started screaming and crying and pounding with her fists because she didn't want to leave.
But an important point to note about Grant's interregnum from military service is actually attached to Julia. He was despondent over the fact that she didn't write him often enough. He needed her letters to keep him going in the battlefield. And one of the reasons why we believe that she didn't write as much is that Julia Grant was born with one eye that was off center, and she had very, very difficult time writing. And so she resisted writing letters to him because it was so difficult. And the sense is that he left because he missed her so much. And she was also part of the encouragement to get him back into the military service again. And one of the things, I'm actually doing an event next week at the Lincoln Cottage, and it's a book on Lincoln's generals' wives. And the point made in the book is that Julia Dent's of respect for and affection for Lincoln is one of the reasons why his career advanced when he was brought back into the military.
Well, she, of course, invited the Lincolns to City Point when the troops were trying to get to Richmond, and they had a nice time. And then after Richmond fell, Mary Lincoln comes back and won't have anything to do with Julia Grant. And they're on adjoining boats, and Mary has a party. Julia's not invited. So she hires a band and goes up and down the James playing "You'll Miss Me When I'm Gone."
Yeah.
All right, we've got to get to the 20th century because we're going to run out of time. Katie, Florence Harding.
Oh, Florence Harding. Oh, but if I could just make one little mention about letters, going back to the early 19th century, Thomas Jefferson, his daughter, Martha, kind of kept him going with letters because he was a very beleaguered, and this is a big theme in our chapter in the book on Thomas Jefferson. So really interesting about the letters and how important they are. So he had a lot of partisan issues. You mentioned Hamilton's cat before, or Hamilton the cat. So Florence Harding was a fascinating woman. Now, I know I'm very biased, but she actually really was, and she is certainly, I think, one of the most underrated of first ladies, so hopefully that will change as more and more of us learn, especially about her role with the military. She, as a senator's wife, she was in the Senate during World War I, so she was very concerned, as many first ladies would have been, including Edith Wilson, the first lady at the time, with the war and with the soldiers and what was happening. But Florence herself had a special connection, kind of like Mary Lincoln, because she herself had suffered great physical pain. She had nephritis, she had a terrible kidney ailment, so she'd been in and out of the hospital and had surgery and a lot of pain. So she felt a connection with the soldiers and the military and what they were dealing with, and she really felt called to help them. And sort of immediately, as soon as they got in the White House, there were some opportunities to honor these soldiers. For instance, the Tomb of the Unknowns, which was dedicated in the first year they were in the White House, and she laid a sash on that tomb, and that was actually a body that was chosen from France, from 4 unknown soldiers, and one was chosen and brought back and is still remembered today, and of course in Arlington National Cemetery. She also was apparently quite concerned about the opportunities, just as our First Lady today is, of jobs for former veterans, and so she apparently prevailed on her husband, who signed an executive order to make sure that the former military candidates and applicants for positions, for instance, as postmaster, got 5 points added to their score, and that they were able to use their military service as time allotted toward their positions in these government jobs. So it's really, really very forward-thinking. But I think even more perhaps poignant is that she was so concerned about the treatment of these veterans, especially the ones who were in pain and suffering, because many of them were in wheelchairs, many of them were blind. So she would have gatherings at the White House, and and they would come and she would entertain them and various bands would play, of course that Marine band you mentioned, and she would allow them to touch her face, some of the blind ones, right? So she signed autographs for them. She just really had a connection with them. And she was particularly concerned that they be well taken care of in their needs. And so the Veterans Bureau was set up just at this time, the first Veterans Bureau for these World War I vets. However, it was run by a very, what seemed to be a very qualified man, a good friend of the Hardings from when they were in the Senate. He'd been in Hawaii at the time. They'd connected with him. His name was Charles Forbes. Well, it turned out that he was extremely the wrong person for this position. Oh my gosh. He, in the end, took about $2 million in kickbacks for setting up hospitals. He took the supplies that were meant for the soldiers, the suffering soldiers, and sold them at a profit. And he had people who did this for him as well. And one of them later was exposed and shot himself. It was really a scandal. And how did this come about? Well, Florence knew about this. She heard about this because she had contacts in these hospitals. She had people who were reporting to her, including her close friend, Charles Sawyer, her doctor, who was made a military doctor during the Harding administration. So she knew about what was going on, but she didn't know how bad it was. She began to get these reports. And when she found out, there was a lot of pressure on the president. So I think a lot of people, and he was absolutely right there. He was furious. He apparently tried to throttle Forbes. This is Warren now, just furious. And he sent him away and then accepted his resignation when he came back from Europe. You're done, basically. But I think many of us remember the Hardings for scandals, and we think, oh, they just didn't care. Well, they cared, and especially in this case, Florence really had a role in trying to protect those soldiers, absolutely.
I think it's an important point about what function First Ladies play throughout history. When you mentioned that she was visiting hospitals, she was not just shaking hands, she was observing and would come back and report and try to get things changed. And throughout history, Koki, this is true that First Ladies can find themselves interacting with the American public in ways that presidents can't.
It's so true. When Anita called me about this conference, I said, and told me what the subject matter was, I said, that is so perfect because First Ladies listen. And both Mrs. Bush's Troops to Teachers initiative and Mrs. Obama's program to get states to waive licensing time periods for people, those are direct results of listening to people. And, presidents go in and make speeches. First ladies go in and listen. And that's a way that change can happen that is completely different from the presidential role.
Absolutely.
I must say, though, the cartoons of the time, Katie, we were talking about said the president and Mr. Harding. So,
but she had great hats.
Really. She did have great hats. And she had reason to keep him down. We then saw Eleanor Roosevelt actually in uniform, right? Bill, do you want to talk about that?
Only that she became very involved with the military during the war and was a WAC, or had a WAC uniform that she wore. And she made endless trips to everywhere, military installations. Horrible all-night trips where on the old airplanes, the military planes and all. And wherever she went, it was cheery. When they first went to the White House, the protesting soldiers were still out in the park together, camping in a park on the Parkway, and she went out to see them, and the whole thing broke up. She sang. She had lunch with them. The Army was feeding them, taking care of the vets, and she went out and talked to them and sang, and the whole thing broke up. So she got started early on that, and during the war, she was really heroic. She was a presence. And attracted news coverage, of course, wherever she was, and it seemed so strange at the time for her to do it, but she did.
Well, and I think people don't realize how charming she was. They think of her as being very stern.
Well, also, she was a very old-fashioned lady.
Oh.
I mean, the teacup was not unfamiliar to her, and she knew how to do everything of that kind. And in a way, it created a nice transition between her and everybody, because you could respect her for that. That's who she was, but then her interest in other things that were in Congress to that made her an interesting character, and everybody was fond of her. Roosevelt was cabin bound, pretty
Right.
much.
Right.
In our series, though, we talked about the fact that Eleanor Roosevelt's empathy for the military began in World War I. Remember, her husband was Undersecretary of the Navy,
Right.
and as such, she traveled with him. And it was discussed as how she saw, as was so tragic about World War I, the kind of weaponry used, that she saw soldiers' bodies stacked up like cordwood, and was so deeply affected by this, that this was a lifelong interest for Eleanor Roosevelt that she brought to the White House. And then when war was declared, it was really a natural for her. Two small sidebars to show the personal commitment. First of all, I don't know that the president didn't mind her being out of Washington sometimes when she took these trips, because she was quite controversial, as you know. But she took 3 major trips to combat zones during the war, and the second one of those to the South Pacific. And she traveled for many, many hours in uninsulated military aircraft, and it actually shattered her eardrum. And so she was left with no hearing in that ear for the rest of her life. And then when she got to the bases, she walked 50 miles to see and shake almost every hand that she could, so much so that her arches fell. And she had to wear special shoes for the rest of her life just as a result of that particular trip. 2 small things about the personal commitment that Eleanor Roosevelt and many first ladies make to this. It is estimated that by the time the war was over, she had shaken 400,000 hands of members of the military, about 10% of the entire fighting force. So this war was personal for her. And again, she brought back her knowledge of what she learned to the White House, to the president. And that was an important function.
I'd love to add also, absolutely, you've all described this so well, but there's even a little more about Eleanor, because she's pretty, as we know, she broke the mold, right? Now, Florence made some cracks. Let's give Florence some credit. She broke the mold, and one of the amazing things, I think, you're talking about how moved she was by these trips, and she wrote in her diary about how she really was trying to find a way, was there any way that things could be settled without force, and then later, when she leaves the White House, of course, she'll be instrumental in helping to draft the Universal Declaration on Human Rights based on some of the things that she had seen and experienced in the war. So she really did bring about such great changes. And she also tried to change life at home during the war, which is, I think many of you have heard the stories. As you said, she was a great listener. So she was contacted by a man who was on a base in New Mexico, a black man, who reported on the fact that there was a 1,000-seat theater there, but only 20 seats for blacks in the back. And not only that, they were not allowed to use the transportation on the base, and they were, all kinds of other petty discriminations. And she heard about this, and I'm sure you've heard some of these stories. She tried to change these policies. She wrote to General Marshall. She did not have much luck, sadly, but at least there. But the point was that she raised the issues, right, and she brought them up. She really cared about racial equality, and sometimes this, at the time, was not a very popular stance. So she was just a really, really interesting woman that took in all the soldiers and their difficulties and wanted to report on them and study them and empathize with them.
Her support for the Tuskegee Airmen and even flying in their planes as a way to demonstrate her interest in advancing equality in the military.
Now, Susan, I forgot to ask you this ahead of time. Do you have the tape of Bess Truman?
I do. So one of the things we should note is, beginning with Florence Harding, the media began to be part of First Ladies and White House stories. Florence Harding, of course, had the early movies, and they began to record some of the things that we can actually see. And as the 20th century progresses, video becomes, or film becomes more part of this. I brought along, every time I've done a panel, I've brought this, so it's your heart.
Just too much fun not
it's
to
fun,
bring.
and also your heart breaks at the same time. So this is Bess Truman. Now, you should say that Bess Truman was the wife of a military man. Her husband had been on the front lines in World War I, and they wrote letters constantly. So this was a very personal thing for her as well. And when in office, 2 wars, the end of World War II and also the Korean conflict. So ample opportunity for her to be involved in the military. And in fact, her very first big public act was involved with the military. It was at National Airport just across the river from us. And let's show you what happened.
At the National Airport, ambulances with wings, one each for Navy and Army, ready to be christened by Mrs. Harry S. Truman, who, with her daughter Margaret, will do the honors in her first public appearance. But Mrs. Truman is in for a surprise. By an oversight, the champagne bottle, unlike this one, hasn't been properly prepared, etched to break the glass on impact. And glass cutting is behind successful christenings like these. Now Mrs. Truman, unaware that her bottle is not prepared, refusing to be rattled, the new First Lady joins in the crowd's laughter. Let's see how her military aide meets the crisis.
Well, that could never happen today because staff work for First Ladies has greatly improved. But the sad thing is, I mean, remember, history thrust her into this role. She was so happy being a Senate wife, and she really was very reluctant to be in this big
even come to
spotlight.
town.
Right. She spent much of the time back in Missouri. This was her first public event. They were flying medical airships, a really important cause. She looked pretty game, there, but she was really thoroughly embarrassed and never did a large public event after that. So consequences. However, her devotion to the military continued in less public ways. They were living in Blair House because the White House was under construction, which Bill knows so much about. And she had almost weekly gatherings at Blair House, social functions, bringing in veterans and their families to enjoy the Blair House. And she also was a regular volunteer at the USO. And what I like about this is that she absolutely insisted on not being treated as First Lady. She was just a regular volunteer with the rest and working right alongside the other people who were volunteering. She just wanted to be helpful rather than be the First Lady coming in and upsetting things with her presence. And she volunteered regularly throughout the term.
She also burned a lot of her letters. Margaret Truman caught her at it, and Margaret said, "What about history?" And she said, "That's what I'm thinking about." She apparently burned huge numbers of them.
But Harry kept hers, so we have
Right.
those wonderful books
those.
of letters, of love letters.
Of course, Mrs. Eisenhower, again, was a military wife. And how did that affect her time as First Lady?
Well, she was obviously so aware of the needs of it. She continued, and Bill, these regular functions that were part is the garden party, the annual garden party at the White House for military. She continued that. She was also an advocate for members of the military, understanding what their special needs were. But I would say, in terms of depth of work, I wasn't really able to find as much with her, which is a little bit surprising given her long history as a military wife.
I think it's true. There isn't that much, I think.
But she was never happier. She and the president never happier when some old military buddies of whatever level they were came up to sit on the roof. There's a little terrace on the roof over the oval part, and cook steaks on a little cooker, barbecue pit, have a couple or more bourbons and a good salad, and have dinner and talk. That was their idea of the best time, and it was Eisenhower who started having those huge dinners at the White House, largely men, but there would be breakfast, for hundreds seated, and that was fine. But Mrs. Eisenhower and that's what they enjoyed, was that having their old pals from years and years. They lived in 37 different houses before the White House. But of course, so did George H.W. Bush and Mrs. Bush. So they were about even on different places they had lived. They just moved all the time, of course, with the military.
Katie talked about categories that we put First Ladies in, and Mamie Eisenhower would be, I think you might agree, in that category. She saw her major job as support for the president.
Right, she definitely did. But she left an impact. How many of you out there have a pink bathroom?
Don't raise your hands if you have a pink bathroom.
When they moved to the White House, the chef went to the president and the chief usher, and the president said, "Oh, that would be nice. I worked out a menu for one of these dinners." Well, She saw the menu later in the day and hit the ceiling. And she wrote a memo and said, I will plan meals at the White House. I will plan all entertainments. Ike is in the office and I am in the house.
Oh, there you go.
So she staged everything, including the first open bar at the White House, which was in the East Room after Eisenhower returned victoriously from Europe. So anyway, she was a trip. She was.
Yeah, I always got a chuckle. I'm sure many of you have made the trip to Gettysburg to the Eisenhower farm, but Mamie Pink is everywhere. She really decorated everything in pink, including the toilet seat and the bathroom. And I always had this just chuckle imagining the great general of World War II surrounded by pink.
Well, it was all, she was probably tired of all that khaki.
Probably.
She was a style maven. I mean, she really was. She was at Christian Dior. I mean, she really wanted to dress herself. She didn't want it, as she said, look like a grandmother, whatever that means. Couldn't look pretty good as a grandmother, can't you? But
we're veering off topic, but one little fun thing. Everybody thinks of Mamie Eisenhower with the Mamie bangs. They were so popular that at the time you could go to stores and buy clip-on bangs in case you didn't want to grow your very own.
The biggest event, I understand, at the White House at the time was the one that Pat Nixon had for the prisoners of war.
Yes, and Pat Nixon is a natural segue, of course, because she was second lady, right, during that time of the Eisenhower administration. So yes, it was very interesting. She was the first lady to actually be in a combat zone. She went to a place called Long Binh, Vietnam, just outside of Saigon. It was a real combat zone. She was in the middle of it. We talked about Eleanor Roosevelt, who traveled also to some very dangerous areas, but literally Pat was in an area where she could have been shot. I mean, things were happening all around her. She went to hospitals. She visited the men once again. She listened, and then she also went to orphanages. She was very moved by the experience. I mean, she certainly supported the war and wasn't necessarily sympathetic with the protesters, but one of the big things she did, as you allude to, is she had this big gathering for the POWs. This is in 1973, I believe. Gathering first that they came to this State Department where there was an auditorium and there was we have them in the White House, so they had them on the lawn. And it was really an amazing moment, you know, sort of this connection of the Nixons, who remember themselves. I mean, Pat had a lot of empathy because she herself had been raised, as had her husband, in not the most favorable circumstances. They certainly knew some suffering growing up. And there she reached out to all of these returning POWs in this amazing moment, absolutely.
Both sons-in-law fought in the war, so there was a family connection. And I believe, Bill, that White House event for the POWs is still the largest to date ever held at the White House.
Yeah.
Well, as with all history lessons, you never get to the end. But we will have the great treat of having Laura Bush and Michelle Obama bring us up to date. And the loop that you've been looking at has our most, and we'll see again, our most recent First Ladies, Barbara Bush, Hillary Clinton, Laura Bush, and Michelle Obama, and you see them in all kinds of situations with the troops, including Barbara Bush in full camouflage.
And pearl earrings.
Sitting at,
camouflage and pearl earrings.
And well, of course. sitting for Thanksgiving one year. But this has been wonderful, a wonderful panel, a great thing. And I think that having this come to life here in the archives is so important because the presidential libraries, of course, are part of the National Archives and Records Administration. And the presidential libraries are beginning to understand the importance of the women who were very instrumental in each of their husbands' presidencies. And for the ability to celebrate them here and tell their stories here is very important. So thank you all very, very much, and we'll reconvene. We have a film.
Well, let me add my thanks. Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah. Okay, go ahead.
Do you want to announce the loop?
No, okay.
Just let me add my thanks to each of the panelists and our fantastic moderator. This was such a great sweep through history lesson that really sets the stage for what we'll now hear from our two most current First Ladies and current former First Lady. But I did want to mention I'm so glad, Susan, you brought the clip of Bess Truman, because as a technical consultant to the HBO series Veep, my friend Tammy Haddad were just saying, we've got a great idea for a script. So that is really, really terrific. So thank you for bringing that. And I just wanted to say, too, we have a little break until we'd like everybody, so you can stretch your legs and be back in your seats by 10:55, please, at the latest. But we do also have the scrolling slideshow of First Ladies through history. Very grateful to the White House Historical Association and Evan Pfeiffer in particular for putting this together, images from many, many organizations. So please enjoy the loop and take a little break and be back in your seats at 10:55, please.
There is always something better out there if you're willing to work for it.
Here, on the pulse of this fine day, you may have the courage to look up and out and upon me, the rock, the river, the tree, your country.
The 19th Amendment, giving women the right to vote, became enshrined in our Constitution.
I, Mother, stand before you today as a candidate for the Democratic nomination for the presidency of the United States of America.
The Equal Rights Amendment, when ratified, will help knock down those restrictions that have locked women in to the old stereotypes of behavior and opportunity. It will help open up more options for women.
Yes, America has a way of making the impossible seem inevitable in retrospect, but we know it was never inevitable. It took leadership, and it took courage, and it took belief in our values.
To make people everywhere conscious of the importance of human rights and freedom.
The women that are here today is that they know that being called a power woman is more than it seems and comes with responsibility.
But if you give us a chance, we can perform. After all, Ginger Rogers did everything that Fred Astaire did. She just did it backwards and in high heels.
Let us not forget that the road ahead is still long and very steep, and we have many peaks to scale. Let us hope that we can do this with the same spirit in which we have faced this challenge.
To the decade of women in which we can reach out, re-energize the existing networks, expand them, make them stronger, mobilize women all over the world to create the kind of planet where there is peace and justice and where there is health for all people in it.
So we must rise up!
So now we have the great treat of hearing from Laura Bush and Michelle Obama, who are friends and have done several of these events together. And they very much wanted to do this one together to talk about First Ladies and the military and their own particular roles and programs that they have promoted very wonderfully over the years, and they wanted to do it together because they like doing that, which is so heartening in these troubled times. But before we hear from them, we are going to hear from a member of the military, Captain William B. Reynolds III. Captain Reynolds' family immigrated from Guyana and raised him in a tradition of dedication to service, to public service, and instilled that in him from the time of his birth. And he took it to heart, went to West Point, and then was served, of course, first in Korea and then twice in Iraq. And on the second deployment in Iraq, he was the chief of reconnaissance and sniper employment. And 6 months into that deployment, he was nearly fatally wounded by an improvised explosive device during combat operations in southwest Baghdad. He came back to be treated, was treated for a long time with 26 surgeries, but even during that time, he served in staff role at the Pentagon as the Deputy Operations Officer to the Joint IED Defeat Organization. Since leaving the military, he has been incredibly accomplished, publishing the book Making It Millennial, a study of how the government can relate better to the younger generation. And he has been the captain of the American team in the Invictus Games, where he met both of our First Ladies, who will soon be talking. He is a cyclist and a track star, despite having lost a leg as a result of his injuries in Iraq. And he is the father of 4 children while doing all of these other things, and is on the boards of Disabled Sports USA, U.S. Military Endurance Sports, and the Positivity Project. So please welcome Captain Reynolds.
Thank you. Thank you, and good morning. I don't have near the breadth of history that we've been showered with today to share with you, but I'll start by providing a little bit of personal history and my connection with the First Ladies. As you heard from Koki, at a very young age, I dedicated my life to service, and I made that dedication not only because I was a first-generation immigrant, as a way to repay the debt to the American dream my family was able to live, but also because of the need to uphold and preserve those principles for the underserved. Therefore, I started serving first through church and scouting, and ultimately in the military. However, just a few years into my professional military service, as you heard, I was wounded in combat on a second deployment. What I had come to know as my new identity with service was instantly ripped away from me. For a while, I thought although I would make a relatively successful recovery in my rehabilitation process, my ability to serve was over. However, that was naive thinking at the ripe age of 24. Through visits at then Walter Reed Army Medical Center to my hospital bed back in 2004 and 2005 by then Senator Obama, President Bush, and Senator Kerry, I was continually thanked for my service and for inspiring them and the rest of the American people. It was then I realized that my mission of serving had changed from the Army infantry mission of closing with and destroying the enemy to closing with and inspiring the friendlies. To that end, I'm thankful to the families of First Lady Michelle Obama and Mrs. Bush for motivating me and allowing me to make that pivot to the way in which I served. It is because of that motivation I now have created and served on the board for Veteran Matters, Poverty Outreach, and Character Development for Youth, and furthermore, consult for military health and veteran health. I never knew the breadth of service that could be done in the civilian, public, and corporate sectors, and to the community at large. But if there are 3 individuals who embody the full gamut of what is possible, these three individuals I'm introducing are it. From raising successful families to contributing to successful campaigns, and ultimately utilizing the office of the First Lady to bring to light the important matters of social change, the First Ladies have done so much to the preservation and advancement of American culture. Most parents in the room would say that parenting is our most important job, and I know that also rings true with the First Ladies. We have seen firsthand the great job that they have done in raising their daughters in the public eye and also to serve. And in the midst of all this, they have been very giving of their time. In fact, the First Lady gave up her Mother's Day to inspire the 500 internationally wounded, ill, and injured service members of the Invictus Games this year down in Orlando, which we were all grateful for. At that very same event, not only were former President Bush and former First Lady Bush in attendance, but also Jenna Bush in her new career as a correspondent and journalist. We're all waiting with bated breath to see how Sasha and Malia serve. Bob Woodruff has also done the same thing through delivering firsthand accounts of combat during Operation Iraqi Freedom, which educated the American people on my former identification with service. And as you know, Bob's service of combat journalism ended the same way mine did, further intertwining how Bob and I pivoted and continue to serve. Not only have I been a benefactor of the Bob Woodruff Foundation at events like the Disabled American Veterans Winter Sports Clinic and also the Invictus Games, which Bob has been a part of, but I have seen the strides in research in the realms of mental health and traumatic brain injury that organizations like the Bob Woodruff Foundation have been able to inspire. For all of these individuals, public service is not only a personal cause that they work tirelessly in both their personal and professional lives and in philanthropic areas, but it's also a family affair. They have all motivated how I raise my young family today, as I'm sure they've done for the entire American and world population. Without further ado, I introduce First Lady Michelle Obama, Mrs. Laura Bush, and Bob Woodruff.
Thank you very much, Will.
Thank you, Will.
Well, what an honor it is to be here today. I have a chance. First of all, I want to tell both of you my wife, who is also my commander.
As it should be.
She wanted to say hi to both of you and what you're doing for so many, for the veterans out there. I also want to mention I just had the chance to, and I had a chance to see President Bush out the Invictus Games, where it was such a clear indication that how absolutely committed that he is to this. Certainly, Will Reynolds, who is an amazing person who is out there, I think, winning everything. And he had a chance to talk to. I had a chance to talk to President Bush about what he's doing. President Obama, too, of course, he is deeply committed to this. It's interesting. I just talked to Mrs. Obama backstage here that I had a chance to see him in Laos, and one of the topics there, of course, was what he thought about Vietnam and the war there, and Laos, of course, too. We've got a lot of undetonated bombs that are still in the ground there, and I asked him, all of those veterans. We looked at the time. He and I were born in August 1961, so he's two weeks older than me. We asked about that, what was going on, and we looked at wars so differently back in the 1960s and the 1970s because there were drafts, and certainly we were not attacked on our turf leading into that war. And I said, those veterans that did serve there in Laos and Vietnam, do you call them heroes? And he said, absolutely, we call them heroes. This is not something reserved just for the more recent wars with voluntary wars. But, in my experience here, which, as Will said, one we never really expected, having been wounded in the wars, we've experienced a lot of not diminishing attention, but now that the wars really came to an end-ish, as I say, there's not as much attention that's being given to those that served in the country. And I'd love to hear from you what it's like to be in the White House, to have that kind of power and influence on an issue that is extremely important?
Well, I would say for sure one thing is worry. You know, you worry in the White House is when you know that there are troops in harm's way, and you think about them every single night when you get in bed. And there, where you're in the lap of luxury, really beautiful house where your sheets are changed every single day. I mean, it's really couldn't be more luxurious. And you think when you get in bed about our troops are laying out on the ground somewhere. And so I would say that the main thing about having troops in harm's way when you live there is that you worry about them all the time, every single day.
Well, and just, you know, we've had the honor and the experience to visit our wounded at Walter Reed and many military hospitals, and that is a sobering experience. I mean, one of the things that Barack and I have talked about is that when we first came into office the first term, our visits would last for hours because there would be 25, 50, 75 folks that we'd be seeing going room to room, many with devastating injuries. And now today, just last week, he went to visit and he was there for 30 minutes because there are fewer of our men and women who are being injured in war. And that feels good. I mean, that's something that a commander-in-chief thinks about before they pop off about going to war. Because when you've spent time on a base and you know these men and women and you know their families, you don't just talk about war like there are no implications. It's serious business, and lives are changed forever. So I would hope that any commander-in-chief that would have the privilege of serving would understand that these are real lives and real families that are impacted.
When there is a story that does come out of somebody or maybe a large group, there's significant injuries in the war. Is it long conversations that you have with the president, with your husband when, that night?
After visiting at Walter Reed or whatever, yeah, sure. I mean, we would talk about them and think about those families. In many cases, the families were there with them, around them. There's one injured warrior that I know of who now we still see who had such a severe head injury. He was
at the Invictus Games.
We didn't think we would ever see him again, that would be it. And he's one of the warriors that George has painted. And he painted him with this scar in his head that he has still, but with his little child on his lap. Because what a lot of warriors will say is that their families are what saw them through. One couple that George painted, he painted him, a portrait of him, but he painted his wife with him. Because this man said his wife was always there, always with him. And he had also suffered a head injury where he needed the help that she could give him. He's doing great now. But George didn't just do his portrait by himself, but painted her in it because he credited her with his recovery.
Bob, I just want meeting our service members, spending time on military bases fundamentally changes who you are as a civilian. And I know that was true for me because when I was like most Americans. I had limited connection to the military community. And it wasn't until Barack's campaign in 2008 that I started meeting military spouses and hearing their voices that you don't hear in regular conversation. We talked about all the challenges that working mothers had, financial worries, worrying about raising your kids. But with these women, mostly, there were the worries of multiple deployments, understanding that these families are moving their kids every 2 years in service of their country, worrying about whether there are adequate special ed programs in the schools they're moving to. And doing all of this with a grace and a pride that blew me away. And that's one of the reasons why I am such an advocate for this community. I wish every American had an opportunity to sit down, to go to a base, to meet with families, to meet with service members, to sit down with our veterans, because we would think differently about our challenges as individuals. Let me tell you, it makes me inspired to work harder, because I think, as Laura said, here we are sitting in the White House. We have no reason to complain when we have 1% of our country serving and sacrificing for the rights and freedoms for the rest of us. So that has just been a profound opportunity for me, and one of the reasons why I will always champion these men and women and their families as long as I can breathe.
You know, it's interesting that I'd like to talk about children too, because both of you had the chance to have your kids live with you there in the White House, and both of you during times of war. You know, I should mention also real quickly that I didn't hear the full introduction, but Will Reynolds also has 4 kids. And he's gone through what he's gone, and it gives you a certain amount of different perspective on things if you do have a child who's in the midst of something significant. And I would say most times moving, emotional, maybe even difficult. But during these times, for both of you, what was it like when you had kids there when this was happening, and knowing very well that the commander-in-chief was the one ultimately responsible for this, and probably you're the first ones that they turned to?
Well, I think back, Barbara and Jenna were freshmen in college when we moved to the White House, so they didn't live there. They'd been there, of course, so much.
They were
when their
invited to come.
grandparents, yeah, they were invited to come. But they'd been there as 7-year-olds when their grandparents moved there, so they knew the White House just like we did because they visited them so often. But when I wrote my book and looked back through my schedule, I saw that right after September 11th, the weekend after September 11th, that Barbara and Jenna came home to the White House. And I knew that they came home because they wanted to be with their dad. And they wanted to be with us. And they felt great insecurity, really, off at the University of Texas and off at Yale, freshmen, after the attacks, and they wanted to be there with him. And then I noticed that a month or a month and a half after that, our childhood friends from Midland, Texas came. And I knew that those boys, men that we knew as boys, wanted to be with George, that they just wanted to be there with him. And I think that is really, no one talked about war. That wasn't the conversation. The conversation was, we just want to be with you. And I think that's really important, and I think that's the way the children are too. They don't want to, you don't want them to be worried about decisions their father makes. You want them to just feel the security and love that every parent wants their children to feel.
You just want home to be home.
Yeah.
And you want that for the president because they need that refuge with all that they handle over the course of a day. You want them to come up on that elevator, come onto the second floor. When they open those doors to the residence, they can breathe. They don't need kids hammering them with, Dad, why don't you do this? And sometimes Malia and Sasha will do that. It's like, every now and then at dinner, it's like, what were you thinking? But for the most part, home is home. And that helps keep kids normal. I've said this time and again, my greatest concern coming into the White House was making sure my girls came out whole and normal and decent and kind, just like I would expect them to if we were living on the south side of Chicago. And it takes work to keep White House life normal for the kids.
It isn't normal.
It's not normal. We
Not
pretend.
when you can have a slumber party with 30 friends.
Oh, my goodness. And you try to pretend like it's normal. It's like, yeah, just ignore the guys with the guns, I remember one parent-teacher conference at the lower school, and Barack went, and there were SWAT guys on top of the roof of the school, and Malia was like, Dad, really? Really? Do they really have to be up there? And it's like, yeah, honey, they do. Let's just keep walking. Just keep going. Just keep going.
But they've got to put up with that for even after they leave. There's going to be security.
Well, the security it's different for it's a different level. So we don't want to talk about it too much, but it's not the same as what it will be for the president and the former president and the former first lady. So, and they're all singing, you know, hey, we're out of here, and we get to ditch our agents pretty soon. But it's a different level of security.
I'm really hoping that my 4 kids actually get back to normal too when I leave ABC News. Is that going to happen too? But you know, after I was hit, though, I had to tell my little kids, I said, all right, there's a new rule. I'm not going to go cover wars anymore. So now I'm over in Asia reporting. So I said, well, I can at least maybe do stories about conflict. Conflict's not war. You know, we spoke about both of you have accomplished so much. Military service initiative, of course, which was yours, Mrs. Bush, and of course, joining forces that you worked on as well. And and both of you have worked together, I think, better than most. I mean, I think somebody said that you should tell the husbands to behave themselves compared to the others. But what have you accomplished? More or less than you expected in terms of what you're doing for those veterans? And when I talk about veterans, I'm not just talking about that were wounded in the wars. About 25% are considered to have been wounded. The rest have gone out with transitions when they come back, some to a new civilian world. But what have you done for them that's the most important, and is it more than you expected, or less?
Well, I think in general that there's just a feeling that people support the military, and that it starts at the top. And it's very different, as you said, from Vietnam. When Vietnam, my generation, when they came home from war and were spit upon. And that's not the way it is now. And I think that's really great. I hope that our returning veterans really feel the gratefulness and the support of the American public. And I know that, Ben, you know this too, Bob, you're talking about it, the thousands of veteran support groups that have, little mom and pop groups that have sprung up all over the United States because people do want to support our returning vets. And the other thing we should look at is what an asset they are. There have been 2.5 million post 9/11 vets, and I think about another million will be transitioning out in the next year or so. And think of the asset that is for our country. These people who chose to serve, who volunteered to serve, and now they want to come home. And it's up to us, the rest of us, to figure out how we can help them keep serving in our communities and make a life for themselves that they're happy with, and deal with the trauma that a lot of them have, the trauma of war.
The thing I've been most pleased about with joining forces is that it's really been a call to partnership with all sectors, corporate sector, with our faith communities, with our schools, our educators, our medical community. And what we have seen is that when you ask, people step up without hesitation. You know, and that's the power of our platforms, is that a lot of times if Laura or I ask for help, people are very receptive. The business community has created millions of jobs for our veterans and our military spouses because of an ask that we made. Millions of jobs, helping them get the training and to be able to retain those jobs and to advance within those jobs. And the same is true for military spouses as well. We've been pleased with our local leaders who have answered the call to end veterans' homelessness, which was part of our call with joining forces. The notion that we have even one single veteran living on the streets should be, just considered a travesty to all of us. Well, there are many mayors, some governors, some states who have essentially eliminated veterans' homelessness because they've answered that call. The Hollywood community has stepped up. We've worked closely with writers and producers who've helped to develop plot lines that involve our military families, our military community, because part of integrating those stories into everyday life helps to normalize these men and women and their families and familiarize the rest of the civilian community with those issues in sort of a sort of preachy way. So I've just been pleased.
And you've done your entertaining as well.
I
think it was what 2 days ago you were in Ellen DeGeneres.
We weren't talking
at
about veterans.
CVS?
I don't know what she was doing, but
What is the purpose of that, to do that? I mean, you've been on television shows, you've been on,
Well, usually when we do an appearance, Ellen, you sort of try to make things fun because my motto is you get people to laugh and then you can get them to listen. And what
that
we
is
did-
mandatory with her, yes.
Yeah, and with most Americans, I think people respond differently when there's a little humor. And people feel like you're making yourself vulnerable. Then you seem less like the First Lady and more like a neighbor, a friend. But what we were able to do on her show was really to highlight a number of initiatives, including the work we've been doing with healthy eating and the work that Steph Curry has been doing. We had Bradley Cooper on to highlight 22 Kill. Bradley Cooper, for example, has been a tremendous support around the issue of military health for our veterans and our service members. And Bradley's kind of cute, and he's a little distracting, but if you stop and listen to what he said on Ellen,
I have to say,
he was promoting the importance of ensuring that the suicide rates among our military members is reduced. And in order to do something about it, you have to know that it's a problem. So, people are watching Ellen. They're not always watching the nightly news. I'm sorry.
Except ABC, of course.
Except
Right.
ABC, of course.
Just want to make sure you knew that.
But our view is we got to reach people where they are.
And
to
humor
tell these
works.
stories.
I know that we've seen this before. Those nobody wants to talk seriously all the time. For those that have been hit, humor's a great one. My wife always tells me I got rocks in my head, which kind of technically is the case.
You had those before, right?
Yeah. No.
When did? Well, I'm just speaking for her.
Oh, you spoke to her, did you? That is correct. And that's, of course, I use my aphasia to, when she asked me to go clean the garage, I said, what is a garage? I don't even know what that is, but that works extremely well. So much has been done, too. I know that in our experience that early when the wars began, well more than a decade ago, is we concentrate on those that come back on recovering to get out of the hospital and to get the best treatment that they can. But also, the next step was to figure out a way to let them get back into their civilian world when they return to their community. And then, of course, the next one was jobs. And I think that the number, this may be right, is that I think that the rate of unemployment with the veterans now is lower than the civilian numbers, the rate for unemployment. And that's good news. The other one, Mrs. Bush, was that I know this is one of your concentrations too, which is exactly what we've been learning over time, which is I think most of the attention was largely to those that were visibly wounded. And now we have to realize there's a lot that are invisible. And why is it that you pursuing that now as one of your major concentrations?
Well, because that is really one of the most long-lasting effects of being in trauma like that. And so one of the things that George has done with both the bike rides and the golf is a lot of people recover from those invisible wounds if they're playing a sport. They can do it with a sport. And so those are the two things he's done. And, of course, that's the whole idea behind Invictus, and that is to have a sport to go to get over those invisible wounds. But another thing, when I moved back to Texas with a group of people that I grew up with, we founded a conservation group called Texan by Nature. And we just hosted a conference on Monday at Houston Methodist Hospital in Houston about the benefits of being outside for mental health. And one of the people that spoke was a colonel who'd suffered from PTS, about how being outside, just even being able to see green, there's research, not a lot on research that proves it, but they say that if you just go outside some. And one of the researchers that talked about this problem that a lot of people have where they ruminate over a problem. He called it rumination. And you spend a lot of time where something's going through your mind and going through your mind, and it's really even bad for your brain because you start to produce a lot of cortisol. And of course, that's what PTS can be, where you go through your mind the trauma, and you see your best friend being shot by you over and over and over. And to be able to get out of that, to be able to go outside and get out of it or use a sport or some other way to get out of it is very helpful with post-traumatic stress. The other thing that George has tried to do is take the disorder, the D, out of the PTS. It's an injury. It's not a disorder. And if people are said, if they're diagnosed with a disorder, then they think it hurts them, that they won't be able to get a job if they have a disorder. But you can improve from an injury.
Well, and that's the work that we need to do around mental health and how the military can be so helpful, because mental health affects all Americans. 1 in 5 Americans is dealing with some kind of mental health diagnosis. And the challenge that we face is there is still a stigma. So people they don't feel good about identifying and getting the help that they need. Sometimes it's viewed as a weakness. And when you think about that it's ludicrous. I mean, like Laura said, it's an illness. And could you ever imagine claiming that a cancer patient seeking chemotherapy was somehow being weak? Or you would tell somebody, with a heart disease to just toughen up. But that's sort of where mental health is. And our military can play a big role in changing the conversation around mental health for the entire country. Because we know these men and women are heroes. We know that they're brave. We understand what's happened. And if they can be brave enough to step up and get the help they need, perhaps that'll help some kid in some community who's depressed and maybe thinking about suicide. Maybe the research that is happening for our veterans and wounded warriors can be translated, exactly, can help everybody. And that's one of the reasons with Joining Forces, we've been working with something called the Campaign to Change Direction. And the goal there is to help the rest of the nation understand the 5 signs that they need to look out for when somebody has mental health, sort of like CPR training or a training for use of a defibrillator. Yeah. That thing. But everyone should be aware, employers,
really
teachers, educators, so that when you see the signs, you know how to identify them and you can find the resources to get that person the help they need. And this is true for many military spouses as well. It's not just the service members. I mean, the stresses of being a caregiver, the stresses of being that spouse that is dealing with 4 kids while their spouse is deployed. I mean, we have to make sure that these individuals feel like they can reach out when they need help and that they're not drowning all alone. So this is one of the many ways that the work that we do with the military community can be translated into positive impacts for the rest of the society.
I was going to ask you right before you said it about PTS versus, post-traumatic stress disorder. There was a movement that developed over time, exactly that, because, there was this stigma. When you talk about employment and just getting back to your world, is that was one that people didn't understand, and they were not going to hire somebody with one they cannot identify. And that has changed over time. I think the number of stigma has really dropped down.
But it really is important for people who are suffering in any way to reach out for the veteran as well as for the family. And veterans are slow to say, I need help. They are tough. They pride themselves on it. And they don't want to jeopardize their chances of getting a job by saying, I need help. So I think there are a lot of ways. I've seen some ads actually on television about talking. One man told George about seeing his best friend shot next to him, and he said he couldn't get it out of his mind. And then he wrote him a letter afterwards, and he said, I've never told anyone that. And George said, you waited till you told your former commander-in-chief, and you haven't told anyone else? Because those are things people need to be able to talk about. They need to have somebody that listens to them and that they can talk about and tell it, because that's how you slowly get over it.
You know, you mentioned identification, would you call it? Anyway, I want to talk about spouses. You mentioned spouses again and children, because that's another one that so many times we have heard this, especially early on in our world of the wounded, and just all veterans actually, whether wounded or not, is that the ones that don't get any attention or credit is the spouses, whether it's a man or a woman, a husband or a wife. Those that served are the ones that get all the attention. And that's changing over time. And a lot of it is what you two are doing.
Yeah, I've had so much fun working with military spouses. You know, you talk about highly skilled service members. I mean, military spouses, they are smart, they're resilient, they are multitaskers, amazing to the T. They are great spokespeople. They are great managers. They're great leaders. But many of them have had their careers disrupted because they're supporting a spouse. You know, when you're moving every 2 years, how do you keep up with your job? One of the issues that we worked on with joining forces was military spousal licensing. So you imagine that you have a job that requires any kind of license, you know, even an esthetician or a social worker, you name it. If you move to a base in another state, there was no reciprocity. So a lot of military spouses had to go through hours of retraining, spend hundreds and thousands of dollars to get recertified just to work in their profession.
Is that nurses too, doctors?
It involved any job with a license. There was no reciprocity. Well, at the start of joining forces, that was one of our key issues. And we put a call out to all the governors. We had one of the first meetings at one of the governors' conferences, and we were like, hey, come on, people. You know, you can do this. And it was one of those things where a lot of the governors didn't realize their states didn't have reciprocity. They just hadn't thought about it. So slowly we started to see state legislators, because this is one of these, this is like a no-brainer, nonpartisan issue. This is a win-win, just get it done. Well, from the start to now, we now finally have all 50 states who have military spousal licensing reciprocity going on. But we would have never known that had we not had the conversations with these men and women, to hear their challenges, to see what they were going through, to find out what kind of things we could do on the ground. I mean, what would change their lives? And this is just one of them. And to talk about the military kids, I mean, you know, the challenges of moving a kid, you know, finding the right programs. If you've got a great special ed program that your kid's in and you're moving to another base, you don't know if that school's going to have that same program. So the level of advocacy and research, the skill that it takes to be a military spouse, to be able to get your kid, to keep your kid on track. You know, if any parent out here, you just think about your kid and what it takes to get them from kindergarten to 12th grade sanely in one school. The average military kid attends 7, 8, 9, 10 schools in their entire primary and secondary school education. And these kids are still graduating on time. They are still at the top of their class. They are still amazing. But there's a parent at home that's doing a lot of heavy lifting to make that happen, a lot of advocating. And one of Jill's initiatives has been working, Jill Biden, my partner in joining forces, a Blue Star mom in her own right, has been working with the education community on a range of these issues as well. So there's so much that we need to know about the challenges that military families face. They are holding up this country just as much as the men and women who are serving on those front lines. And they're just as proud and just as reticent to complain or ask for help. So it's up to us to step up for them.
So that's why your president won the second term, so he didn't have to move the kids?
Yeah, right. Yeah, no, the reason he won was that he wanted to make sure that his teenage girls had agents through high school. Men with guns. That was a great motivator.
You know, my kids, our 4 kids, my wife and I moved to 10 different cities, and then my son, by the time he was 11, was in his 8th city, and I wasn't even in the military. So at least I had some way to relate to it.
Was that the rocks in your head thing happening? No, just kidding.
How many times are you going to say that? Okay, it's true. You know, the other thing, it's interesting to talk about first ladies in the history, to see, you know, Koki talk about it, and these, you know, the great historians to talk about this. Is it, if you compare it to what you're doing now as first ladies, compared to what the first ladies did before, I mean, interesting to see in history, some of them went to the war zones and worked or dealt with those that came back wounded almost physically with the blood. But the number of hours that you put into it, if you compared them, what do you think? Is it just much more unending in terms of the participation by first ladies in all of this?
I think first ladies have been pretty active forever.
Just
Always.
like Eleanor Roosevelt. I mean, drop the mic on that one.
Yeah. I think, you know, I mean, they used to think, well, they thought this about Lady Bird Johnson. Isn't that sweet that she likes flowers? The First Lady likes flowers. And she was really one of the very first, you know, conservationists that talked about using native plants.
So that takes us then to the next step, which is, you know, now, I know you're, Mrs. Bush, you're always doing this well after you left. What are you going to do when you go? What's going to be your priority in terms of all the work? You've done everything, many initiatives, even other than the veterans one, and I'm not going to ask you which one's going to be what you're going to concentrate on the most. But how much do you really think you will be involved in this as time goes by? You think this is going to be for the rest of your life?
Yeah.
For both of you?
Yes, absolutely. What else are we going to do?
I mean, the fact is you really have a podium, really, always. And I mean, people still listen to Barbara Bush, don't you think? I certainly do. So...
Do you obey her?
It's a really wonderful, I mean, it's just great for us to be able to have the opportunity to contribute to things and do things and keep working on what we're interested in. These are all issues that you never get to just rub your hands together and say, well, we took care of that.
Right.
You know, they're all things that you have to work on, literacy or whatever, for forever.
I know you mentioned, go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, you know, to do this, you have to have a strong public service bone sort of built in you. And I know that's true for me. It's true for my husband. I mean, long before he ran for office, we left corporate law and we were working with kids and mentoring. He was a community organizer. I worked for the city government. That's sort of what you do, and you don't stop because there's always something to do. So I can't imagine that that I'll leave here and really kick my feet up and say, oh, well, good luck with that.
Well, you will a little bit.
I will do that a little bit. You're right. Yeah.
What's going to be your hobby? I mean, Mrs. Bush, you told me that President Bush is now taking painting on as one of his main things, and I think we're going to get a book in March. Sorry, I would like you to have it on Wednesday, but we'll have it then. Did he did a great painting of you?
No. He was not successful in a painting of me.
Oh, no.
But he has painted portraits of wounded warriors that he's gotten to know, and has a book coming out in March with their portraits, and then he wrote their stories.
And he's donating all the profit.
Yeah, the profits go to the Military
my
Service
foundation.
Initiative.
I'm just kidding. Just joking about that.
So, I mean, there is life after the White House. Not quite as luxurious. Believe me, no new sheets every day.
That's okay.
So then we're going to have a brand new administration coming very soon. You can't win any more terms. It's not Roosevelt anymore.
That's fine.
Yeah. So your kids are going to have to move and do something. But what do you have some advice to the next first lady or first gentleman that come into the White House about how to deal with initiatives generally, but largely for operating out of the White House? I know there's a lot of remarkable organizations that are doing so much for the veterans. Had a chance to go and they visit the White House, and it changes their attitude a lot. But is there anything specifically that you would tell to the next?
I would hope that, as with previous administrations, that this next administration will prioritize our service members, our veterans, and our families. It should be high on the list. I mean, there's something that everyone can do to support this community, but the commander-in-chief, the first family, the second family, the vice president, they have an obligation to set that tone. I think Laura said that earlier. With this platform, you can raise the bar high on this issue. So I would hope that this responsibility comes with the House. And that every administration will try to top the next one in what they do for these men and women, whatever you call it, whether it's joining forces or you name it something else. But the work of making sure that this country never forgets the service and sacrifice, particularly when it comes to our Gold Star families, that we hold them in our hearts, that we don't just honor them with words, but we do things that impact their lives. As much as Laura and I have done, there's still so much work to be done. Everything is not fixed. So there's plenty for the next administration to do. And I think that, I would urge all of our veterans organizations, our Blue Star moms, our Gold Star families, everyone to keep the pressure on the next administration, hold them accountable, ask the same important questions that you've asked of these presidencies to make sure that we never go back to the time of Vietnam War, where a veteran comes home and they're afraid to even identify as a service member. And I'll never forget, when I realized we were having an impact, was the time we went to a VA center, and there was a gentleman, Mr. Black, who came up after a conversation about what was going on at the VA center. We had highlighted it, and he said, I have never been more proud to be a veteran than now. He said, I used to never tell anybody that I was a veteran because I never knew what their reaction would be. And he said, now every day I don't leave the house without something that identifies me as a veteran, because I don't care where I am, people are going to stop me. They thank me. They say, thank you for your service. We're so proud of you. He said, now I don't leave the house without something that identifies me as a veteran. And that just, that warmed my heart. And that's something we have to think about for all these men and women who are going to be transitioning. Our women veterans, there'll be more and more women veterans out there. We have to hold them up and let them know that we're grateful. So,
and a lot of the Vietnam vets now will also be coming back to going to the VA because they're the age to do that. And some of them may have injuries, brain injuries that were never really identified before. So we'll start to see a big number of Vietnam vets now coming into the VA, the hospitals.
Right, and I think people just assume there's really no battles going on, but we're going all over the world with more conflicts and more special ops and CIA and underground kind of operations. That's going to continue for a long time, and hopefully we're not going to have another major war again. But sometimes I say this is a little bit. Maybe too emotional about it, but I ever looked back about the good thing about getting blown up, if there is such a thing, is that's been so satisfying, so fulfilling to have this relationship with a group of Americans who have served and have done so much, partly because they've volunteered. My own 25-year-old son and my 22-year-old daughter don't have to join the military unless they really want to. But how has that been for you? I know if you can. I know that it's as well. Maybe it's to some degree it's an obvious answer to it. But have you ever cried much?
Oh God, yeah. I cry all the time. But it's more tears of pride. I am moved by this community, moved deeply, because when we talk about pride of country, when we talk about citizenship, when we talk about all the things we want a strong defense, we want to beat back terrorism. All of this is resting on the shoulders of this one community. As I said, 1% of the country who's stepping up to serve, to protect the freedoms of us all. And we can't just talk strong defense if we're not taking care of these men and women, not just during their service, but after. So yeah, I do get emotional. I get emotional when I see a young man with all his limbs blown off at Walter Reed, and I see a young family sitting there. And I wonder, what are they going to do? And then a few months later, I see that young man with his prosthetics, and the next month I see him walking, and then next year you see him competing in the Invictus Games. That, it clutches your heart in a way that you can't imagine. We've been able to follow those journeys, to watch people go from traumatic injury to victory. And there is a strength and a power to that you just can't, and
just a resilience also of people and of America, our whole country. I think it's we're so lucky to live where we live.
Which is another reason why it's so important for you to concentrate on the invisible wounds too, because our medicine advancement, I'm actually working on an hour for PBS about this, about how medicine, it's another thing about the war is that one of the positive aspects of it is medical advancement. So now the civilian world of medicine is now saving lives than ever before. People say if I was hit 5 years before I was hit, I would not be living right now. But it does create other invisible wounds that last, forever. So it's going to need even more. And that's one thing you're going to concentrate on when you go, which is remarkable. I want to thank both of you for what you're doing. I haven't, sadly, done the research of how much previous First Ladies have done for the veterans. I know that we have brand new wars that we're sort of after the Cold War before, but you have really, again, you've done more than anybody expected, and your influence has been remarkable. So I just want to thank you personally, and I think from everybody here for doing what you're doing. So I think that means we can stand up.
Thank you very much.
Thank
you, Michelle.
Thanks, Laura.
Thank you. If everyone would remain here while the First Ladies leave. Thank you, Bob, Mrs. Obama, Mrs. Bush, for leading by example and spending your time with us here today. Thank you very much. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Bob. Thank you, Bob. Awesome. Everyone, thank you for spending the morning with us. I think this is terrific. The call to partnership is one of the things that I'm taking away from this, and I hope you do too. On your way out, you'll see a wonderful gift of a set of books from the White House Historical Association, White House History, that was referred to today, and also In the Living White House. So we're grateful to the White House Historical Association for sharing a gift book with everyone here today. Thank you for spending your morning with us.
Hi, I'm U.S. Senator Kirsten Gillibrand. In 2020, we are going to celebrate the 100th anniversary of the passage and ratification of the 19th Amendment, which gave women the right to vote in our country. And all of you who are following in the footsteps of the incredible New York suffragists who made this happen. Women like Susan B. Anthony, Elizabeth Cady Stanton, Sojourner Truth, Harriet Tubman, who showed the nation that women and girls' voices truly matter. Please accept my best wishes for a wonderful event.
The 19th Amendment, giving women the right to vote, became enshrined in our Constitution.
I, Mother, stand before you today as a candidate for the Democratic nomination for the presidency of the United States of America.
The Equal Rights Amendment, when ratified, will help knock down those restrictions that have locked women in to the old stereotypes of behavior and opportunity. It will help open up more options for women.
What about the youth vote? We heard so much after Parkland and the March for Our Lives movement. They were really motivated. Are they really?
So there's two ways to look at that. The glass half full version says that yes, they are turning out in larger numbers than they have in previous elections. The glass half empty side, though, says that they're still underperforming. Let me give you an idea. 18 to 24-year-olds represent 8.9% of all registered voters, yet only 4.2% of them have voted so far. 18 to 34-year-olds represent about 26% of all registered voters, but only 12% have turned out.
A July analysis from the polling firm TargetSmart looked at the change in millennial voter registration before and after the shooting at Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High School in Parkland, Florida. They found that since then, youth voter registration has increased nationwide by 2.1%.
We saw the response to the tragedy in Parkland was this sort of unprecedented surge in activism where you saw these Parkland students who really began the movement and brought in students from around the country where they had the March for Our Lives. And a lot of that movement was talking about turning that into political power.
Some of the biggest jumps in youth voter registration happened in key battleground states, like Pennsylvania with a 16-point increase, Virginia with a 10-point jump, and Florida with 8%.
A feeling of humility and a feeling of honor and a feeling of being blessed.
Are all emotions Michelle Jones Galvin feels when she thinks about her family's history. Jones Galvin is a fifth-generation descendant of Harriet Tubman, and along with her mother, they co-authored the book Beyond the Underground, which chronicles Tubman's life and her most precious beliefs.
Freedom for every single human being. Other person should own another person, and I think we can all agree to that, and that's what her work was all about.
Women are coming together to really celebrate our empowerment, the right to vote, and map out a plan for the future.
This conference, more than any other conference I've been involved in, brings together an incredibly diverse group of people that are eager to talk to each other and eager to listen to each other.
Begins, and I was in the first graduating class.
All right.
Yeah.
So this is a photo of my great-great-grandmother. This is Elizabeth Cady Stanton. Young women feel empowered today because if they look backwards, they'll find out that they're standing on the shoulders of the women's movement and that men and women have worked very hard to create opportunities for them.
History isn't what happened, it's who tells the story. We're moving away from the great white men, great wars, great dates history. And that requires that we repopulate history with all of the voices. Then we begin to know what we're celebrating, what we're commemorating.
It was really about thinking about your own calling, your own conscience. Women's freedom of conscience was connected to women's liberty, and women's liberty was also connected to the anti-slavery movement.
He said, when I ran away from slavery, I did it for myself. When I fought for abolition, I did it for my people. But when I was at Seneca Falls and fought for women's rights, there was some nobility in that act. Frederick Douglass was definitely for universal suffrage, and so he understood the importance of the vote to elevate his people, but also to protect his people from being brutalized, dehumanized, and lynched.
He has never permitted her to exercise her inalienable right to elective franchise. He has compelled her to submit to laws in the formation of which she had no voice. He has denied her the facilities for obtaining a thorough education. We insist that they have immediate admission to all the rights and privileges which belong to them as citizens of the United States. We do this day affix our signatures to this declaration. Elizabeth Cady Stanton.
Hello, I'm Lynn Scher, and I'm here today to tell the story of an American revolution, a revolution of courageous women, a story you are not likely to find in the history books. 150 years ago, women began to fight for full legal citizenship. They were fighting for the right to vote. These women, Elizabeth Cady Stanton, Lucretia Mott, and Susan B. Anthony, are my heroes. More than 150 years ago, they had the foresight to understand that without certain rights, and specifically without the right to participate fully in our democracy as voting citizens, women would never take their rightful place in the country or in the world. And in case you believe this is very old news, that their cause belongs to another century, consider this. My mother was born without the right to vote. Thanks to these women, she and I and you and all of us now enjoy that privilege, and so will our children and their children. And we are here today so that nobody forgets how we got that right. That's what this statue is all about. This is Lucretia Mott. In 1848, a 55-year-old Quaker from Philadelphia who was an outspoken leader in the fight against slavery. It was Mott who was a bridge between the anti-slavery movement and the women's rights movement. She served as a mentor to both Stanton and Anthony. Meet Elizabeth Cady Stanton, a young mother who lived in upstate New York in the mid-1800s. She organized the first women's rights convention and worked for more than 30 years writing speeches urging women to recognize their inferior status and work to change it. It is Stanton who rewrote the Declaration of Independence along feminist lines and demanded the right to vote. And this is Susan B. Anthony, co-founder of the National Woman Suffrage Association, who devoted her entire adult life to winning the vote for women. Anthony died before women got the vote, but in recognition of her life's work, the 19th Amendment, which granted women voting rights, was aptly named the Susan B. Anthony Amendment. The statue that celebrates this battle, the suffrage statue, has its own story to tell about equality for women. As fate would have it, the statue that immortalizes them also had to fight long and hard to take its place in American history. With its creator standing by, the feisty sculptor Adelaide Johnson, the statue was presented to Congress in 1921, the first statue of women by a woman dedicated to women's rights.
Adelaide Johnson, who was the sculptor of the statue, had a vision about having these three women in the United States Capitol. She felt that moving that statue and these three central women in the movement into the Capitol would symbolize the entry of women politically into the heart of the political life of our nation.
I am the grandniece of Adelaide Johnson, who was the sculptor. I was at the original dedication of the monument in 1921. I slept in a dresser drawer because I was less than a year old, but my mother felt that it was important that I attend.
as historians, we know that the statue only stayed in the rotunda a matter of days. And shortly, it was spirited away under cover of darkness to the crypt of the Capitol down in the basement. And there had been a very praiseworthy inscription that the women had put on the statue. It had been stenciled in gold. And very deliberately, that was removed. And the names of the women were even turned to the back so that people who stumbled upon the statue by accident would not be able to read the names of the women.
They didn't want the women's names on the statue. They didn't even call it the woman's statue. It's a portrait statue. And they called the inscription blasphemous. And they had it removed. I'd like to quote to you what they found so blasphemous. Women first denied a soul, then called mindless, now arisen, declare herself an entity to be reckoned. End quote.
The difficult and circuitous journey these ladies have had from the crypt to the rotunda is in many ways emblematic of women's struggle for justice and equality throughout our history. For too long, women in this country had to endure the myth of what or where a woman's place should be. According to the out-of-date stereotype, a woman's place should only be in the parlor, the kitchen, and I suppose the crypt. Since then, a lot has changed. Today, a woman's place is in the House, the Senate, and yes, in the rotunda.
It took us 72 years to get the vote and 76 years to move the women from the basement of the Capitol to the living room of the Capitol. All the great revolutionary leaders of our country are here in the rotunda. Lincoln, King, Washington. But for too long, the great revolutionary leaders of the women's movement, the women that worked so hard to empower and enfranchise half of the citizens of this country with the vote, were kept in the basement.
For years, a silent revolution stirred in Capitol Hill as women tried to have the statue of the women moved up to join the men in marble. There were several attempts over the years, but none were successful. Finally, as the 75th anniversary of women's suffrage approached, there seemed to be a chance.
During the fall of 1992, while organizing the 75th anniversary task force, of which I was president, we added to our list, return the suffrage statue to the Capitol Rotunda. Little did we know what a huge undertaking that item would become. Just prior to the three-day celebration of the 75th anniversary, Senator Ted Stevens sponsored a unanimous resolution to return the statue. It was successful, and he opened the doors for us in Congress.
So we had high hopes for this. The bill passed, was introduced one day, was passed the next day, and then when it went over to the House side, we had no indication that there was any opposition until a member over on the House side raised an objection about the $75,000 that was required to relocate the monument in September 1995. The bill died on the floor. And following that, literally 5 minutes after it happened, someone stood up and passed a bill that required money out of the architect's budget for a statue of a man. It was literally 5 minutes apart.
There were many, many excuses as to why they couldn't move the statue. We even started our contest, our State of the Statue, a newsletter, and we listed them. First, they said it would cost too much money. So the women's suffrage movement went out and raised $75,000 to move the statue.
On February 15th, which was a historic date because it was originally the monument dedicated on February 15th, 1921, which is Susan B. Anthony's birthday, we launched our grassroots campaign with Senator John Warner, who at this point had taken over the Rules Committee. We didn't have a professional PR firm. We just got the word out through organizations.
My name is Arlis Indris, and I became interested in the statue when my mother read an article to me about the statue and where it was. I raised $2,000 by myself. I wrote letters just saying what I was doing and that I needed help bringing the statue out of the basement.
The mail just came flooding in with the money. It was very inspirational to me, and gave me the courage to keep going when things got rough, because as soon as we would get one obstacle out of the way, then another one would pop up.
We had some opposition from some minority groups who believe that Sojourner Truth should be represented in the statue. And we've worked through all these things, but it really was a struggle every step of the way.
Then they said it was too heavy. But the engineer's excuse did not hold up after an engineering report showed that, in fact, the rotunda could hold the statue it had before, and they can today. One of my favorites was, "It's too ugly." Seriously. Well, have you taken a look at Lincoln recently? Believe me, Lincoln is not in the rotunda because of his looks, and neither are these women. They are here because of their accomplishments.
To appreciate fully this piece of American history, let's consider what life was like for an American woman born in the early 1800s. She could not own property, could not earn a living wage, and could not attend college. There were none for women. Any rights she did have were taken away by law once she entered marriage.
It was based on an Anglo-American principle called coverture, which was that when a woman married, she ceased to exist before the law. And this meant that women couldn't contract. They couldn't contract for property, but they couldn't contract for their wages. Once a woman was married, she had no legal right to claim the wages that she earned. She had no legal right over the children that were her children in cases of divorce.
What these women, along with the others who joined them, proposed were ideas that challenged the social and legal structure of the day.
Elizabeth Cady Stanton was married at that point and lived in Seneca Falls, which is upstate New York. And nearby were some of Lucretia Mott's relations, so she used to come up there and visit. And they were all sitting around the tea table over in Waterloo, talking about how they were cooped up and were dissatisfied with this and that, and they decided right on the spot they were going to have a convention. And in 10 days they had a convention, and they didn't have the key to the place. They had to boost one of the boys in to open up the chapel there so that they could have the convention.
It was Stanton who seized on the idea of rewriting the Declaration of Independence, adding a declaration of sentiments.
All men and women are created equal.
The Seneca Falls Declaration also addresses other things. It addresses women being kept out of higher institutions and out of the professions. And this speaks to people like Elizabeth Cady Stanton, middle-class people who were eager to be, in the language of the Seneca Falls Declaration, teachers of theology and medicine and law, unable to be ministers in churches.
The response to the convention at Seneca Falls, New York, that summer day in 1848, was so great, not everyone could fit into the Wesleyan chapel. Some 300 people attended, 47 of them men. At the meeting, Lucretia Mott led the debate. Stanton read the Declaration of Sentiments. All the resolutions passed unanimously except for number 9, the one demanding women's suffrage, the right to vote. Only after Frederick Douglass, an escaped slave and fiery orator, and Stanton argued that it was the right by which all others can be secured, was this most revolutionary resolution passed. Douglass was the only man who signed the demand for the vote. The final declaration was signed by 68 women and 32 men. 3 years later, Susan B. Anthony joined forces with Stanton and Mott, taking to the lecture circuit to promote the cause. Stanton, who had 7 children to raise, stayed home and at first wrote the speeches that Anthony would deliver. As Stanton put it, I loaded the gun and Susan fired it.
She'd come to Elizabeth Cady Stanton and say, you've got to write a speech for me for next week at such and such a convention. And I'll take care of the kids and I'll stir up the cake, but you've got to sit down and write.
At the same time that Stanton, Anthony, and Mott were fighting for women's right to vote, Sojourner Truth, a very powerful black woman orator, was very active in that period and traveled throughout the country speaking on behalf of women's rights. Later in the 19th century and then early in the 20th century, there were a number of black women who were active in supporting women's right to vote, such as Mary Church Terrell, Ida B. Wells, Nannie Helen Burroughs. They often wrote in black magazines and spoke to black women's groups about empowering black women through the vote.
The writing and the speaking would take several generations, years of conventions, petitions, meetings, lectures. In the process, the Civil War tore the country apart. After fighting for the end of slavery, these women expected equality for not just black men, but for all black and white women too.
What we might call the universal human rights approach of the early women's rights movement, that it derived from its connection to abolitionism, reaches a high point after the Civil War with the impending passage of constitutional amendments. They're going to first clarify who are citizens of the United States, and secondly, the right to vote of those citizens. And those are what we now know as the 14th and 15th Amendments.
The 14th Amendment and the 15th Amendment were passed. That enfranchised black men at the constitutional level, but it left women out. And since the states were the ones who defined who could be a voter, that meant that the women had to concentrate on state referenda to get woman suffrage passed.
So these women aren't dumb. They say, well, we're persons born in the United States. Therefore, we're citizens of the United States. And therefore, we have the rights of citizens of the United States. And who could think there's such a category as national citizenship if it didn't have at its very peak the notion of voting? What does citizenship mean otherwise? So they take the 14th Amendment and they prepare to go to the United States Supreme Court with this constitutional interpretation, which basically argues that women are citizens and therefore they deserve the rights of citizenship, which include the right to vote. By 1874, this argument has come before the Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court finally rules. It doesn't rule that women aren't citizens. It concedes that women are citizens. It just rules that the right to vote is not a right of citizenship. It's only at that point that the Votes for Women movement starts focusing on specific enfranchisement of women, which we know to be the 19th Amendment.
The struggle waged on. Lucretia Mott continued as an activist for women. Susan B. Anthony and Elizabeth Cady Stanton traveled the country, inspiring and inciting local suffragists. The trips were long and arduous. Anthony recalled one journey.
A most horrible road. A great deal of corduroy turnpike, which smashed our wagon. The tire flew off, down went the wheel. The driver had to take one span of horses and go back 2 miles for a lumber wagon.
The first successes began to appear in the West.
Why is that? One answer is that, and a common answer given, is that sex roles are less confining in pioneer environments, and there's a truth to that. I think there are other things going on as well. This is an era of literally of state formation, territories being formed into states. Whenever that happens, questions of citizenship, of government, of democratic participation are raised. And whenever they're raised, there are women waiting to push the debate in terms of women.
Women in Wyoming, Colorado, Utah, and Idaho all gained the right to vote. When the territory of Wyoming became a state, their legislature declared they would stay out of the Union for 100 years rather than join without votes for women.
The next time and place where the issue of citizenship is raised is in a very different environment. It's in the great cities of the East and the Midwest, places like Chicago and New York. And it's there where the suffrage movement has its final and most powerful rebirth.
By the time the 20th century rolled around, women are participating in public life at every level. They are participating as full citizens. They're in the workforce, they pay taxes, they have professions. The only thing that makes them second-class citizens is they do not have the right to vote.
None of these women lived to see the passage of the vote, but each was recognized and honored for more than half a century of extraordinary commitment. Lucretia Mott was described by the Vice President of the United States, Henry Wilson, this way.
one of the most venerable and noble of women whose voice has been heard.
Elizabeth Cady Stanton was honored in New York City at the Metropolitan Opera House on her 80th birthday, an event that drew 6,000 people. She remarked at the time,
I thought of the Seneca Fall days. Who would have believed then that in less than half a century, I, at the moment, the laughingstock of the press and public, would today receive such a tribute.
And in 1906, at Susan B. Anthony's 86th birthday celebration, she inspired the final drive to victory with her last public statement. She told the women she had led so valiantly,
failure is impossible.
Impatient energy marked the next 20 years. This generation in American women's history were more aggressive and more revolutionary in their tactics. They were the first to introduce marches, pickets, and, daringly, a protest outside the White House, all by women. Never before in America had anyone picketed the White House or marched down New York's Fifth Avenue. But Alice Paul and her National Woman's Party introduced this technique, and it's been used ever since. Carrie Chapman Catt, an Iowan who'd learned her lessons well from Anthony and Stanton, led the National American Women's Suffrage Association, and Elizabeth Cady Stanton's daughter, Harriet Stanton Blatch, followed in her mother's footsteps, but instead of writing speeches, began using the tactic of public protest marches. It all came together on August 26, 1920. 72 years after the first Women's Rights Convention at Seneca Falls, New York, the women of America had the vote. Roxy Hand, a 100-year-old Connecticut woman, was one of the first women to vote in this country back in the election of 1920, several months after the passage of the 19th Amendment. She was 23 years old.
My name is Roxy Hand, and I voted in 1920 when the voting went through for women, and it was a great, exciting time. My grandmother and my mother and I all went together to vote, and all the ladies there that came were as excited as we were. And I remember the different ladies talking about how to vote, who to vote for, and so on. We had a good time and went and had some coffee and cake afterwards. But the event was a great time for everybody.
When the statue was dedicated in February of 1921, Speaker of the House Frederick H. Gillette, accepting the statue on behalf of the Congress, said it was, quote, symbolic of a change of tremendous significance which has just occurred, the admission of women into our electorate as equal partners in the great business of government, unquote.
I don't know how you feel, but I feel very deeply moved when I stop to think it took 76 years. The vote for women coming in 1920. And the next year, in 1921, the vision of the National Woman's Party to commission this statue, carved in Italy, shipped across by an ocean liner, arriving here in the United States Congress, only to be resting in the rotunda for a single day and then relegated to the basement.
The statue was finally moved back into the rotunda on Mother's Day, 1997. On June 26th, it was officially rededicated.
Susan B. Anthony, Lucretia Mott, Elizabeth Cady Stanton, welcome home.
We are still 71 cents on the dollar for equal pay for equal work. There is much more that needs to be done, and many people in this country and members of Congress will be inspired as we look at the mound of hope from this statue of what we need to accomplish for women in this country.
What questions will I face in my lifetime that are worthy of the courage and the persistence and the dedication that these three women committed their lives to?
Women need to see themselves as actors and participants in American history. I think there's a very crucial connection between having your history visible in the past and empowering yourself in the future.
It means a great deal, and I'm sure that, well, to all women, I think, that to come into that beautiful big room and see these three women along with all the famous men around the edges of the room, it should mean a lot to them, even if it doesn't.
It means a lot to me in that now that it's in the rotunda, more children and even grown-ups can learn more about women and the right to vote.
All I can think about is how happy she would be today, because when it was taken down to the basement, it broke her heart, and I think how happy she would be today to know that it's back up, and I think back up to stay.
Thank you for honoring the achievements of women like Lucretia Mott, Elizabeth Cady Stanton, and Susan B. Anthony, and also the thousands and thousands of men and women who supported their movement. Now it is up to all of us, not only to move a statue into its rightful place, but to encourage every American, and especially American women, to assume their rightful place in the halls of power and influence and in the life of our country today and into the 21st century.
Nothing makes me so mad as a woman that says, I'm not a feminist. I did it all myself, you know. Well, how the devil do they think they got into law school in the first place, or whatever it may be, except for all these women that had gone before?
It's not often that you have the chance to be part of something truly historic. I'm Pam Elam, president of Monumental Women, and we're proud that our all-volunteer not-for-profit group has broken the bronze ceiling. It has taken 7 years, and we've raised $1.5 million in private funding. We've fought through many obstacles, but on August 26, 2020, our Women's Rights Pioneers Monument honoring Sojourner Truth, Susan B. Anthony, and Elizabeth Cady Stanton will be unveiled on Literary Walk in New York City's Central Park. It will be the first statue of real women in the park's 167-year history. The park has statues of Alice in Wonderland, Mother Goose, and Juliet, with Romeo, of course. It has statues of witches, nymphs, and angels, but no statues of real women existed until now. As you know, August 26, 2020 is the centennial anniversary of the ratification of the 19th Votes for Women Amendment to the United States Constitution. In 2020, we also celebrate the 200th birthday of Susan B. Anthony. Truth, Anthony, and Stanton were all New Yorkers and contemporaries fighting for equality and justice. They often spoke on the same stages and attended the same meetings. It is only fitting that they share the same pedestal. But creating the Women's Rights Pioneers Monument is only one of the goals of Monumental Women. In addition, we seek to increase awareness and appreciation of women's history through our education campaign, as well as our challenge to municipalities across the nation. We urge those municipalities to reimagine their public spaces, to include tributes to the diverse women who helped create and inspire those cities. Little did we know that over the past 7 years, we would have to constantly challenge our own municipality. But we persisted. We are grateful for every contribution, large or small, from our many friends. Heartfelt thanks go to the New York Life Insurance Company for its extremely generous $500,000 challenge grant, the Ford Foundation, the American Express Foundation, and other businesses and foundations. We sincerely appreciate the money donated from cookie sales by Girl Scout Troops 3484, 3482, and 3746, as well as bake sale contributions from children at the Brooklyn Mary McDowell Friends School. We received donations from over 1,000 supporters. Thanks to everyone.
It's about a movement. It's about the largest nonviolent revolution in this country's history when over half the population was enfranchised. It's an instant history lesson. It's an examination of how social change comes about. It's learning from the past to do a better job of fighting for equality and justice in the future. It's challenging municipalities all across this country and all across this world to honor all the people who made their cities great by including tributes to women and people of color in their public spaces. But most of all, it's about completing the journeys toward justice of the valiant women who came before us and achieving the full equality for women that they were denied. It's about the incredible power of moving history forward. And as Heather mentioned, when I was 13, I made my first public speech about a woman's place in the United States. It won't surprise you to know that I have been talking about that subject ever since. And I well remember when I was the age of the young Girl Scouts here, I repeatedly searched for information about women's history in my school library. I found one book, and it included chapters on a few famous women. One of those chapters was about Susan B. Anthony, and it opened a door of inspiration for me that I gratefully walked through. There was no internet, no photocopier, so I wrote every word of that chapter out so I could keep it with me forever. That's been over 50 years ago, and I still have it. That was my introduction to the power of women's history. And Susan B. Anthony has always been my North Star, my beacon in the darkness. And I want other little girls and women to find theirs. One chapter in one book, one statue in one park can change the way you see the world and your place in it. Monumental change is coming. Thank you for being a part of it.
Some of you may also be surprised to learn that the Statue Fund was required by the Parks Department to find evidence of Stanton and Anthony actually being in Central Park. I found the evidence. And you know I would. As we know, it took 72 years of fierce struggle for women to win the right to vote. Women were not granted
the right to vote. They fought like hell for it. We want to tell the complex, compelling, and complete women's suffrage story. And to tell that story, we recognize the importance of launching a Votes for Women educational campaign to accompany the unveiling of the monument on Women's Equality Day, August 26, 2020. And you're all invited, by the way. We're committed to fighting for the creation of a full and fair historical record that finally includes the vast and varied roles women and people of color have played in it. With the creation of this monument, New York City can again lead the way, but no one can expect that one statue will meet all the needs and desires of so many people who have been waiting so long for it. But our statue project represents a long overdue beginning, and the timing is right. We hope that our effort will encourage others around the country and around the world to honor the women who inspire them in whatever ways they feel appropriate. But today in New York, we celebrate not only 100 years of women voting, but also a new awareness in this city of the importance of women's history and the continuing fight for women's equality.
Something's missing from parks and landmarks all across America. Can you guess what it is? Maybe Faith Saley can help.
If you're among the millions of visitors to New York City's Central Park each year, you've seen the statues that dot the landscape. Shakespeare, Alexander Hamilton, Christopher Columbus. So who's missing?
How can you have statues of men everywhere, and the only statues of women are Mother Goose, Alice in Wonderland? We needed real women.
That's right. There are 22 statues of men and one dog who is, you guessed it, male.
The women who have played such a vital part of history are invisible until now.
Pam Elam and Colleen Jenkins run the Monumental Women campaign, and their effort hasn't exactly been a walk in the park.
They said immediately no. There will be no new statues in Central Park. It's a historical collection. No, we persisted. Then they said, well, can you pick another park? And do you really want a statue? How about a nice garden? We persisted.
And if you think the lack of statues honoring women is a rarity, think again. Nationwide, there are more than 5,000 outdoor statues of people of all sorts, but estimates show fewer than 400 of them are of women.
3 women who made history as pioneers for women's rights are about to do it again. They're becoming the first statues to depict real women in Central Park. Today, CBS 2 got an exclusive tour of the artist's studio in Connecticut. CBS 2's Andrea Klein-Thomas reports.
They say they're breaking the bronze ceiling by creating the first ever statue of real women for one of New York City's most iconic parks. Susan B. Anthony, Elizabeth Cady Stanton, and Sojourner Truth will sit along Literary Walk in the mall come August 2020.
We have to reimagine our public spaces. So many people have walked through Central Park so long and not even noticed real women were missing.
The nonprofit Monumental Women fought for the city's approval almost 7 years ago. Now, with the help of Ridgefield, Connecticut-based sculptor Meredith Bergman and her assistants, its efforts are nearing completion. The towering monument stands 14 feet tall and should be finished any day now.
It's important that they be much larger than life because they were, and they need to pop forward from history and inspire us now.
Anthony, Stanton, and Truth were chosen because of their victories in the fight for women's suffrage, women's civil rights, and the abolition of slavery. Bergman hopes her latest artwork not only celebrates these women, but inspires future leaders and educates the public.
We are making history. Monumental Women and me as a sculptor, and hopefully more sculptors for future projects are bringing women into the forefront again.
The statue will be unveiled next August, marking the 100th anniversary of women's suffrage in the United States. As of right now, there are only a handful of female statues in the 166-year-old park, all depicting fictional women. Andrea Klein-Thomas, CBS 2 News.
To donate a work of art to the City of New York, you must first send a letter of intent to the Parks Department, which we did in early 2014. Then we were off on a bureaucratic roller coaster which traveled through not only the Parks Department, but also the Central Park Conservancy, the Public Design Commission, the Landmarks Preservation Commission, and every single community board surrounding Central Park. Through this often bumpy ride, we had the strong support of Manhattan's great borough president, Gail Brewer. We can't thank Gail enough. Step by step, meeting by meeting, argument by argument, we crossed the minefield, which is New York City government bureaucracy. With the help of our project management team from the highly respected firm of Beyer Blinder Bell, we made progress. You might think that New York City government, having 150 statues of men and only 5 statues of women in its public spaces, might welcome our effort, especially since it was privately funded. Not so much. But again, we persisted. With the hard work of our board, additional support from the public, and more attention from the media, Monumental Women succeeded in gaining all the necessary approvals. Finally, sculptor Meredith Bergman could finish her work.
To be a little more of a channel. This I'm also wondering if it could blend in a little more.
Meredith Bergman is putting the final touches on a monumental project.
These are very small subtleties, but they all help give the illusion that the thing is real or better than reality.
No detail is being overlooked on this statue because the women depicted, and all of the pioneering women who came before and after them, have been overlooked for far too long, says Bergman.
My hope is that people will take away the fact of the neglect of women's achievements, the fact that there were women's achievements, and I hope that people of all ages will become far more curious about what has happened.
When it's unveiled this spring, the Women's Rights Pioneers Monument featuring Sojourner Truth, Susan B. Anthony, and Elizabeth Cady Stanton discussing women's suffrage in the 1860s, it will break the so-called bronze ceiling as the first and only statue of historical women in Central Park. There are 23 monuments honoring men.
The sad thing that so many people for so many years didn't even notice real women were missing. What does that say about the discrimination that women face, or the lack of role models for young girls and young boys, and just a fair representation of history?
Pam Elam is the president of Monumental Women, an all-volunteer group that formed 7 years ago to fight for a women's rights statue and promote an educational campaign. The group raised $1.5 million to pay for the sculpture.
We're moving history forward.
Bergman, who also created the Boston Women's Memorial, was chosen as the project sculptor in July 2018. Since then, she and her team of assistants have been working to mold it into a 14-foot-tall reality.
This is the fastest I've done a monument at this scale.
While the design originally included just Anthony and Stanton, Truth was later added to give it a layer of diversity.
This scene is supposed to convey working women, children, minorities, people who are ignored can achieve change by working together.
A 3D printer helped bring the sculpture from a model to full scale, and in the coming weeks, molds will be cast from the clay, which will then be used to create the final bronze version.
It's majestic, and when people look at it, how can they not feel a connection, a respect, and the ability to go forward and do these women honor by continuing the fight for equality.
The monument will officially be unveiled on August 26, which will be the 100th anniversary of the ratification of the 19th Amendment, giving women the right to vote. In Ridgefield, Connecticut, I'm Stacey Delacat, Fox 5 News.
I think about what it would have meant to me as a child to see this monument, to know these histories. I think about the size of it, the scale of it, where it will be, and who it will affect. And I am incredibly moved to have been chosen to add this to New York City.
Sculptor Meredith Bergman recognizes the honor of creating the first statue of women in New York's Central Park. Bergman's monument to three leaders in the fight for women's rights, Susan B. Anthony, Elizabeth Cady Stanton, and Sojourner Truth, will take its place among the 23 statues of men and two fictional women, Mother Goose and Alice in Wonderland, currently in the park.
This monument is a contemporary evocation of the 19th century monument that should have been built for these women and wasn't. And that's part of why it's being allowed to be erected in Central Park, which is full of 19th century monuments to great men, but none to great women.
It's taken 6 years for the statue to become a reality. The effort was spearheaded by the nonprofit Monumental Women, which has raised $1.5 million to fund the statue. The idea initially met opposition from park officials, who balked at putting any more statues in the 166-year-old park.
So we said, could you show me where that's written? Is it a law or a regulation or some sort of codification of there shall be no other statues? And of course they couldn't, because they made it up as they went along.
Final approval was granted in October after several redesigns and the addition of Sojourner Truth, an escaped slave and women's rights activist. The monumental task of creating the 9-foot-tall statue has put Bergman on a tight timeline.
Working backward from August 2020, when they are to be unveiled, we need a number of weeks for installation, 4 to 6 months for broadcasting, which means 6 months for bronze casting, and then a month for mold making. I have to finish these by the end of this month.
The monument will be dedicated on August 26, 2020, marking the 100th anniversary of American women winning the right to vote. Joseph Frederick, Associated Press, New York.
Susan B. Anthony will be 9 feet tall, so this head will be 14 feet up in the air. Sojourner Truth needs a little more aging in her face. I am the sculptor of the Women's Rights Pioneers Monument for Central Park. Today I'm working on hands, and I'm building out the fingers to show the pressure of the pen. These kinds of details really make the sculpture vivid. This began over 6 years ago with a group called Monumental Women that formed to change the lack of representation of women in public statuary and monuments. And they petitioned the city to give them a site in Central Park for statues of women's rights pioneers. The women depicted in the monument are Sojourner Truth, Susan B. Anthony, and Elizabeth Cady Stanton. These 3 women were very important to the stature, the rights, the citizenship that we as women enjoy today. Susan B. Anthony's traveling bag. She would arrive at Stanton's house with her bag crammed with injustices. A lot of statuary just shows a figure standing, and that has never interested me. I want to tell a story, I want to show a moment. So they're sitting at a table, maybe hammering out a speech, maybe working on a piece of legislation, maybe having an argument. I want it to be up to the viewer to decide. So you're never going to see her like this. You're going to see her from below, tilted down, more like that. I want the piece to be in depth, so that as you pass it day after day or as you visit it once a year, there's more to see, there's more to discover. So there is detail hidden everywhere in the sculpture, and a lot of it has meaning. Sojourner Truth often had herself photographed with her knitting in her lap, because knitting was a patriotic occupation during the Civil War. It was actually necessary to provide clothing, but it was also a skill, I have read, that was not taught to slaves, and she wanted to work among the newly freed slaves and the escaped slaves and show them herself as an example of what they could become, skilled, involved, with rights, and hopefully eventually citizenship. The statues will be unveiled on Wednesday, August 26th, 2020, which is the 100th anniversary of the ratification of the 19th Amendment, when it actually became law that women could vote. And it'll be right in the park on the site, on the Central Park Mall, where the statue will go. I can't even begin to say what it means to me, but I've lived in New York City for over 40 years. I love the city. I spent a great deal of time in Central Park with my son as a baby, as a child. It's been a refuge and an inspiration to see the statuary there. And I've been a professional sculptor for 40 years, so it's quite a wonderful thing to be doing this project.
As we all know, through the gift of women's history, we discover an historical treasure chest overflowing with the stories of women who serve to inspire and energize us. We learn of their strategies and tactics in the battle for equality. We learn of their courage and their imperfections. We look at the totality of their lives. We build on their work. We honor their memories. We vow to complete their journeys. A knowledge of women's history helps us understand the context of the struggle for equality, as well as the continuum of the fight for justice. Learning from a history which fully and fairly includes the vast and varied contributions of women and people of color offers a departure point in our search for social change. We rethink the past to reshape the future. History is all around us, and we are all historians searching for the truth. In whatever ways we can honor the valiant women who came before us and bring their stories to light, let's do it. It doesn't have to be a statue or a historic house, although that would be great. How about a street sign, a garden, a women's history trail, a plaque at the site where she made history, or any number of other tributes to her courage and spirit? Monumental Women also hosts a variety of programs and workshops for those interested in learning more about women's history. "42 million people visit Central Park each year, and soon they will finally see some real monumental women. It is fitting that the first statue of real women depicts 3 New York women who dedicated their lives to fighting for women's rights. This monument conveys the power of women working together to bring about revolutionary change in our society. It invites people to reflect not just on these great women and their work for equality and justice, but on all the monumental women who came before us. It's an instant history lesson. It challenges us to continue the fight for full equality for women in our lifetimes. Our Women's Rights Pioneers Monument will make a lasting statement to all future visitors in Central Park. A message written in stone and shaped in bronze that we all can and must move history forward.
hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men and women are created equal. Declaration of Sentiments, Seneca Falls, 1848.
Hi, this is Senator Kirsten Gillibrand, and I am so pleased to join you to celebrate the 100th anniversary of the 19th Amendment and the unveiling of these bronze ceiling breaking women. On August 26, 1920, decades of strategy and sacrifice, led by New Yorkers Elizabeth Cady Stanton, Susan B. Anthony, and Sojourner Truth, resulted in women across the country winning the right to vote. Every woman who votes, protests, or serves in office today does so standing on the shoulders of these three giants. I can't think of a better monument to the history and spirit of New York than these fiercely determined women who fought for a better, more inclusive, more just future. I know the courage and commitment of these monumental women will continue to inspire New Yorkers for generations to come.
Oh, we wear a yellow ribbon upon our woman's breast. We're prouder for its sunny hue than of a royal crest. 'Twas God's own primal color, born of purity and light. We wear it now for liberty, for justice and for right. 'Tis just 100 years ago, our mothers and our sires lit up for all the world to see the flame of freedom's fires. Through bloodshed and through hardship, they labored in the fight. Today we women labor still for liberty and right.
Hi, I'm Sky.
And I'm Ariel.
And we're bringing you a special report today live from Central Park. Did you know that there are no statues of real women in Central Park?
We want to change that.
It's kind of sad. I feel like they're definitely underrepresented. It would be nice to have a few real women statues.
Yeah, and there's plenty of room for more statues in Central Park too.
In the United States and the history of women and what they have overcome, I think that they rightfully deserve a statue, or two, or three.
I think it's just a good representation of the place women have in the society whatsoever. In science or politics, it's the same thing. Yeah, which is not acceptable, but not surprising, yeah, sadly.
Well, I think that maybe it's a little behind the times and, moving forward.
Get better and that's for sure. I know this could be the day. And I know I'm gonna get it done and that's for sure. And I know it's gonna happen anyway. The simple sunny skies can make me smile. And curve the
Monumental Women! Wow, Ariel, it is so good to see you.
Hey, Sky.
Can you imagine it was 4 years ago when we were combating the bronze discrepancy in Central Park?
Yeah, I can't believe it.
Well, what a unique time in history as monuments and statues come down across the country. How powerful is it to see the arrival of suffragists Elizabeth Cady Stanton, Sojourner Truth, and Susan B. Anthony to the pedestal? Wow, would my curiosity have soared if I had seen suffragists as a young girl playing in Central Park. But now it will be a reality for other young girls in New York City and across the country to see the arrival of suffragists to the pedestal.
Absolutely, Sky. Even though we never had statues to be inspired by, our activism with monumental women empowered us to shape New York City history. This is just the start of a greater movement for our public spaces to celebrate women and people of color. Our energy can't stop with this statue. A century after the 19th Amendment, the struggle for voting rights must carry on this November. So let's vote.
When I was in 5th grade, my Girl Scout troop and I would march through Centennial statues of real women. When not only does this statue represent who fought so hard for women's rights, but it also paves the way for hopefully more recognition of women and people in history.
For too long, women's history has been swept aside or simply ignored. No more. As we commemorate the centennial of the 19th Amendment, I'm proud that the Women's Rights Pioneers Monument honoring Elizabeth Cady Stanton, Susan B. Anthony, and Sojourner Truth will stand in Central Park as an inspiration for generations to come. Together, we will take this victory to Washington, D.C. by finally building a Smithsonian Women's History Museum on the National Mall and with the ratification of the Equal Rights Amendment.
We'll have our rights. See if we won't. And you can't stop us from them. See if you can. Sojourner Truth, 1853.
Hi, I'm Ken Burns. Among the films I'm proudest of is our 1999 Not for Ourselves Alone, the story of the women's suffrage movement. As we celebrate the 100th anniversary of the ratification of the 19th Amendment, I'm reminded that history comes alive through the act of remembering. And today we remember the work and lives of three extraordinary women who I believe are among the most important people in our country's history. The fiery orator, Sojourner Truth, the brilliant writer, Elizabeth Cady Stanton, and the shrewd political activist, Susan B. Anthony. They will, for generations now, stand in Central Park to remind us of their day, our collective history, and the work ahead, creating a beautifully seamless connection between the past, the present, and our hope-filled future. These women are as responsible as anyone, not just for the passage of the 19th Amendment and the national franchise for women, but also through their work and words building on the greater dream of America, that we can together push our country forward to live up to the values we hold dear. I'm so honored to join all of you today for this historic occasion. Congratulations. And like you, I look forward to my next walk through a Central Park that now embraces the history of women in our country.
It means to me to have a woman's statue in the park is if somebody was learning history, you would learn a lot because you see a woman's statue and you know and you see what they were for and what they did to make your life better.
Monumental Women worked for 7 years to make this Women's Rights Pioneers Monument for Central Park possible. The site is part of Literary Walk, and Sojourner Truth, Elizabeth Cady Stanton, and Susan B. Anthony belong here because they changed the world with their words. So I've shown them working with words. They're gathered at a small table, doing what they loved best, thinking, arguing, forging resolutions, using their very different natures in a complementary way to fuel their struggle. They might be meeting in Stanton's home, where both Truth and Anthony had been overnight guests. The design is a contemporary evocation of the 19th century monument that should have been erected to these women in a park full of 19th century statues honoring men. Sojourner Truth has knitting in her lap. In photographs, Truth offers. Knitting was not a skill taught to enslaved people. Knitting for soldiers was a patriotic duty, and it emphasized her status as a free woman and a lady. Anthony was famous for research for speeches she collaborated on with Stanton. Here it overflows with pamphlets for women's rights conventions, petitions to legislatures, and flyers for lectures by Sojourner Truth. Stanton has books and papers stashed under her chair, a feature common to statues of writers like the nearby male poets. In front is the 1848 Declaration of Sentiments, which begins, "All men and women are created equal." The three large books are by influential foremothers: Mary Wollstonecraft's 1792 A Vindication of the Rights of Women, Sarah Grimke's 1838 Letters on the Equality of the Sexes, and Margaret Fuller's 1845 Woman in the 19th Century. Stanton wears a brooch shaped like a sunflower, with shining flowers in the pattern of her dress, because she took the pseudonym Sunflower for her first published articles, and the sunflower later became an emblem of the women's suffrage movement. Anthony's brooch is a cameo of Minerva, the helmeted goddess of wisdom and strategy. Truth wears the kind of elegant jacket that she would wear at a women's rights conference, with victory wreaths woven into the brocade. Their hands tell a story, too. Truth emphasizes her eloquent voice with both hands. Her right index finger was partly amputated in an agricultural accident while she was enslaved. Anthony holds out a pamphlet that proclaims her one vast idea: votes for women. She's lightly touching Stanton's shoulder to draw her attention. Stanton has just dipped her pen in the inkwell and is about to write something on the blank paper she steadies with her left hand. The statues are portraits and at the same time represent aspects of activism: Truth speaking, Anthony organizing, and Stanton writing. Our rights were not gained by one dramatic action, but from long shared struggle. I hope that all people, especially girls and boys, will be inspired by the scene of monumental women of different races, different educational backgrounds, different religious backgrounds, and different economic status, working together to make the world better.
Good morning. Welcome to our guests here in Central Park, and to all of you from all over the world who've tuned in to the live stream of this event online. I hope you're sharing this moment with all of your friends. My name is Brenda Berkman. I'm a retired FDNY fire captain and a proud member of the board of Monumental Women, the all-volunteer nonprofit organization to Central Park. What a great day. At long last, we are celebrating the unveiling of Sojourner Truth, Elizabeth Anthony. You're going to hear much more about the significance of this monument later, but first let me give you a quick preview. There will be music, speeches, videos, words to educate and inspire. Later in the program, we're thrilled to be joined by the Today Show, so I'm going to ask your patience as we make that happen. After the program in the park concludes, those of you watching online will see even more. We hope all of you will be motivated to support the continuing work of Monumental Women. I'm going to ask you to take this moment to acknowledge that this event is being held on the traditional lands of the Lenape people. And we pay our respect to elders both past and present. In saying this, we challenge ourselves and all people to learn more about the history of First Peoples and to breathe life into our obligations to their communities. Thank you. And now, I'm very proud to introduce my dear friend, FDNY firefighter Regina Wilson, an inspiring leader and the first woman president of the FDNY Vulcan Society. Regina will sing America the Beautiful with lyrics by Catherine Lee Bates.
Oh, beautiful for spacious skies, for amber waves of grain, for purple mountains' majesty above. America, God,
Regina, thank you. I'm Namita Luthra, and I'm on the board of Monumental Women. Pam Elam, our board president, has persisted through every obstacle to get us to this moment, whether you're here with us in the park or watching on live stream anywhere in the world. From her first speech on women's rights, for every monument and our ongoing mission. Please welcome Pam Elam.
Thank you so much. I am touched and grateful. And crown for those very generous and kind words. And we are here to move history forward, and not even a pandemic can stop us. It's not often that you have a chance to be part of something truly historic. So let's make the most of it by redefining history to include all of us, by less than a full and fair historical record that reflects and respects the contributions of all women and people of color. And we won't stop until we win that. But today, we celebrate. Monumental Women is proud that our all-volunteer, not-for-profit group broke the bronze ceiling in New York City's Central Park. It has taken 7 years. We have raised over $1.5 million in private funding. We have fought through many obstacles. But today, our Women's Rights Pioneers Monument honoring Sojourner Truth, Susan B. Anthony, and Elizabeth Cady Stanton will be unveiled as the first statue of real women in Central Park's 167-year history. The 42 million people who visit Central Park each year already see statues of Alice in Wonderland, Mother Goose, and Juliet, with Romeo, of course, as well as statues of witches, nymphs, and angels. But no statues of real women existed until now. Real women are no longer invisible here. The long wait is over. It is not, however, the first, nor will it be the last time women have waited for basic equality and justice, despite our never-ending activism to achieve that. As you know, August 26, 2020 is the centennial anniversary of the ratification and certification of the 19th Votes for Women Amendment to the United States Constitution. The banners held at the White House by the silent sentinels of the National Women's Party in 1917 said, "How long must women wait for liberty?" It is a question that women around the world still ask. It's a question that Truth, Anthony, and Stanton asked as well. They were New Yorkers and contemporaries fighting for equality and justice. They often spoke on the same stages and attended the same meetings. It is only fitting that they share the same pedestal. But creating the Women's Rights Pioneers Monument is only one of the goals of Monumental Women. In addition, we seek to increase awareness and appreciation of women's history through our education campaign, as well as our challenge to municipalities across the nation and the world. We issue that challenge today. We urge all cities to reimagine their public spaces to include tributes to the diverse women. Little did we know that over the past 7 years, we would have to constantly challenge our own municipality as well, but we persisted. We thank our wonderful sculptor, Meredith Bergman. We're grateful for every contribution, large or small, from our many friends. Heartfelt thanks go to the New York Life Insurance Company for its extremely generous challenge grant, to the Ford Foundation, the Jane Walker Campaign, and other businesses and foundations you will hear about later in this program. We sincerely appreciate the money donated from cookie sales by Girl Scout troops 3484, 3482, and 3746, as well as bake sale contributions from children at the Brooklyn Mary McDowell Friends School. We received donations from over 1,000 supporters, and we thank every one of them. But as important as financial contributions were the expressions of support and encouragement we received from all over the country and around the world. We sincerely thank you for your kind words and meaningful messages. It's not easy to donate a work of art to the city of New York. It was not easy to take the long and bumpy bureaucratic roller coaster ride which traveled through the Parks Department, the Central Park Conservancy, the Public Design Commission, the Landmarks Preservation Commission, and every single community board surrounding Central Park. Through this ride, we had the strong support of Manhattan's great borough president, Gail Brewer. We can't thank you enough, Gail. And we also thank Parks Commissioner Mitchell Silver. Step by step, Meeting by meeting, argument by argument, we cross the minefield, which is New York City government. With the help of our project management team from the highly respected firm of Beyer, Blander, Bell and our wonderful pro bono attorneys, we made progress. With hard work from our board of directors, additional support from the public, and more attention from the media, Monumental Women succeeded in gaining all the approvals and winning the fight. As we are often reminded, it does take a village to achieve a cherished goal, or in this case, it takes a metropolis. In New York City's public spaces, there are 150 statues, and only 5 of them are women. Now, thanks to Monumental Women, there are 6. For those of you who might think that the work of Monumental Women is done, I can assure you that we are here to stay. We have many other projects and statues in mind, so stay tuned. There are 2 themes that I hope you'll take away with you after you view this beautiful work of art today: the power of women's history and the power of voting. Through the gift of women's history, we discover an historical treasure chest, overflowing with the stories of women who served to inspire and energize us. We learn of their strategies and tactics in the battle for equality. We learn of their courage and their imperfections. We look at the totality of their lives. We build on their work, we honor their memories, we vow to complete their journeys. A knowledge of women's history helps us understand the context of the struggle for equality, as well as the continuum of the fight for social change. We rethink the past to reshape the future. And we must not wait any longer. We demand and will continue to fight for full equality for women in our lifetimes. On Women's Equality Day, we think about the 100th anniversary of the 19th Amendment and how hard generations of women had to fight for it. Yet we know that was only the first step in getting and keeping the right to vote. Let us honor all those women whose names we know and those whose names we may never know. And let them know that we will forever fight to protect that right to vote for all of us. Let us assure them that in every election, especially this November, we will vote like democracy depended on it, because it does. We owe it to those who came before us to keep moving history forward. They would expect that of us. One statue in one park can light a fuse that sparks the imagination and ambition of a child who sees herself in that statue. That one statue can start a chain reaction leading to an explosion of knowledge and possibilities. Monumental Women is proud to light that fuse today. Thank you all. And it is my pleasure now to introduce Manhattan's great borough president and our wonderful friend, Gail Brewer.
Thank you, Pam Elam. That was extraordinary. I can't think of 3 more deserving women to put on a pedestal in Central Park than Sojourner Truth, Elizabeth Cady Stanton, and Susan B. Anthony. Without them, we would not have the right to vote. But we would not be here today without the hard work, and I mean hard work, of monumental women, sculptor Meredith Bergman, council member Helen Rosenthal, Parks Commissioner Mitchell Silver, Central Park Conservancy President Betsy Smith, and their whole Conservancy team. And we all, of course, owe a special debt of thanks to Pam Elam, the president of Monumental Women, and my friend since 1978. I also want to thank Colleen Jenkins, Vice President of Monumental Women, as well as we know the great-great-granddaughter of Miss Stanton. I want to thank, yes, give her a round of applause. I also want to thank Penelope Cox, who's Director of Special Projects in the Office of Manhattan Borough President. And in the Mayor's Office, I want to express appreciation to Stacy Lynch and Allie Davis. I am so proud to have worked toward this accomplishment together. We're very honored in the audience today to have Lieutenant Governor Kathy Hochul, Congress member Carolyn Maloney, whom you heard before, but she's in person, and Commissioner Pauline Toole, who's head of the Municipal Archives, whom we love. I have been an elected official for an awfully long time, but getting this statue approved was a major challenge like none other. 7 years ago, hardly anyone was talking about statues, and now folks mostly talk about tearing them down. Whether we agree or not about the content of our monuments, they mark the historical disposition of the city's people, of its spirit, and the temper of the times. Much as in the era of suffragists we honor today, it was just about 7 years ago that a few good women stepped forward to create history, and in the form of this powerful sculpture, affirm the leading role of women in our history and in the historical importance of New York to the character of our nation. When the struggle to create this sculpture began, the city of New York, as you heard earlier, had only 5 works of civic sculpture portraying real-life women: Joan of Arc, Eleanor Roosevelt, Gertrude Stein, Golda Meir, and Harriet Tubman, and none were in Central Park. So we banded together, and in the spirit of Elizabeth Cady Stanton, Susan B. Anthony, and Sojourner Truth, and the thousands of women who risked their lives for suffrage, we set out to break the bronze ceiling. It wasn't easy. Stanton, Anthony, and Truth must be smiling somewhere at the hoops the monumental women were made to jump through to create a statue honoring 3 of the most important figures in American history. The answer, no, came in many forms. The park is closed to new statues. Women don't want a statue, they want a garden. If we say yes to this statue, we'll have to say yes to any statue. And my personal favorite, you have to prove that each of these women had actually set foot in Central Park. Funding was a challenge, as it was for the suffragists. Only my office and that of City Council member Helen Rosenthal put in public money. But there were generous, as you heard earlier from Pam, individual donations and foundation support that have provided the rest. A huge highlight of the money chase was hearing that local Girl Scout troops were donating the proceeds of their cookie fundraising toward completion of the statue, and they did even more. Well, it took 70 years to get the vote, but only 7 to get the statue. And if you listen carefully, you can just hear Stanton's voice. Don't worry, ladies, we're getting there. In our own way, we too believed we were on the right side of history and sought to build a force to make change in the status quo. It's never easy. In the 100 years since suffrage passed, our franchise has in fact brought about what many in opposition feared. Our voices and their conviction have grown ever stronger through one struggle after another, and our grip on the levers of power ever more sure. It is sobering to recall that the women figured here not only never saw themselves honored by works of civic art, none lived to see the 19th Amendment ratified in 1920. But they knew that voting was only a right worth fighting if we exercise it. We're coming up on a monumental election. Not only our rights, but our lives are at stake. We must motivate everyone to be touched by our voices, by our love, and a belief in a constitutional republic that every vote must count. As we have seen, change begins in the streets. But to be effective, it must lead to the voting booth. This year, that franchise, won for us by these smart, courageous women, is once again our most important civil right. Now it is my distinguished pleasure to introduce Heather Nessel, the president of New York Life Foundation, a dedicated, and I mean dedicated, phenomenal, monumental woman board member, and my love, a true Upper West Sider.
Thank you, Gail. In the summer of 2016, I was home on maternity leave after having my second child, my daughter Paige, and I read about the Monumental Women effort. I couldn't believe it, and I vowed then and there to be a part of it. And my company, New York Life, agreed and issued a $500,000 challenge grant to make the statue a reality. That was in no small part due to our relationship with Susan B. Anthony, who was one of our first female policy owners. Her father, brother, and brother-in-law were agents of the company, and she used the cash value of her policy to actually get the first women admitted to the University of Rochester. A few months after that, I put Paige in my baby carrier, I grabbed my son Ben's hand, and I went to vote for the first female presidential candidate to be nominated by a major political party. After we voted, I asked somebody to take a picture, this picture, that hangs in my daughter's room. And it reminds her and my son Ben that they can strive to be anything they want to be, as long as they try hard and participate actively in our democracy. I mention this now because it is my great honor to introduce the woman that I voted for that day, the former senator from the great state of New York, Madam Secretary Hillary Rodham Clinton.
Oh, thank you. Wow, a very, very special thanks to all of you, particularly to Pam Elam, thank you, Pam, and to the Board of Monumental Women for not only developing the idea of this statue, but persevering, fundraising, advocating, and then finally seeing that dream come true. And thank you for commissioning Meredith Bergman to sculpt it. Meredith, congratulations on your work and on breaking the bronze ceiling in Central Park with the Women's Rights Pioneers statue. And thank you, Heather. Thank you so much, Heather Nestle, and to New York Life Insurance Company for your strong support of this endeavor. And I love the idea that Susan B. Anthony's father and brother and her entire family was involved with New York Life Insurance Company way back when. And thanks to the thousands of donors, including the Girl Scouts. I was a Girl Scout and I loved hearing about your commitment to this, who chipped in with matching funds. And I want to thank all of the officials, appointed and elected, who are here, both in person and virtually, and in particular, Lieutenant Governor Kathy Hochul, Congresswoman Carolyn Maloney, who carries on the battle for the Equal Rights Amendment, and also is now leading the charge to save our post office, so thank you very, very much. To my longtime friend, Borough President Gail Brewer, if you want something done that's hard, ask Gail to do it, because she will totally persevere. And to City Council member Helen Rosenthal, All of you took to heart Susan B. Anthony's famous decree that failure is impossible. I'm also really pleased that we could gather today for this event because with all that's going on, that wasn't guaranteed, but it seems especially appropriate that today, on Women's Equality Day, we are unveiling a new statue in Central Park for the first time in over 6 decades. The first statue of real, non-fictional women. The first statue of an African American. And significantly, a statue that depicts 3 great Americans working together. As you know, 100 years ago last week, Tennessee became the last state needed to ratify the 19th Amendment to the Constitution. That was the culmination of a decades-long struggle, and most of the women who took up that fight never lived to see the promised land. And many of those women were New Yorkers, like Sojourner Truth, who told the Ohio Women's Rights Convention in 1851, if the first woman God ever made was strong enough to turn the world upside down all alone, these women ought to together be able to turn it back and get it right side up again. Like Susan B. Anthony, whose arrest, which she was very proud of, for the crime of voting while female in 1872 was covered in the New York Times the next day under the heading, Minor Topics. And like Elizabeth Cady Stanton, who never forgot that she and her fellow suffragists were fighting not for themselves alone, but for the generations that would follow. These 3 women worked side by side, not only on suffrage, but also on abolition. All 3 wanted universal suffrage for all Americans and were not happy when men of color got the vote without women. They had passionate disagreements, and Sojourner Truth spoke out against the racism she experienced as a black woman, including too often at the hands of white suffragists. Because while the passage of the 19th Amendment was a critical, important, historic victory, it was also an incomplete one. It would take decades longer to guarantee the franchise for women of color, especially Black and Native American women, and a century later, the struggle to enforce the right to vote continues. We're still fighting so that every eligible American can cast their ballot and know their vote will be counted regardless of race, age, or geography. As Sojourner, Susan, Elizabeth understood, we are all freer when every one of us is free. Our democracy belongs to all of us. Now, heading into 2020, there were plans to celebrate the Centennial with public events, exhibitions, marches to the polls. And well, the pandemic changed all that. Events were canceled, exhibitions pulled down. Millions of Americans worried that these unprecedented circumstances might hurt the hopes we all have for the future of our country, including even the hope that they will be able to vote safely. But our current circumstances aren't as unprecedented as some might think. Remember, in the fall of 1918, during the suffragists' final push for the vote, there was another pandemic sweeping the nation. Hundreds of thousands died here in the United States, and hope of passing the amendment started to fade. But the suffragists persisted. Yes, they postponed events. They wore masks. They held socially distanced gatherings, but they also marched and protested. And many women, including women of color, risked their lives to serve as nurses on the front lines against the epidemic and during the World War that was also going on. And between the tireless organizing and the brave contributions of women to their country, the tide of public opinion began to turn. And less than a year later, women won the right to vote. So our charge now, as we stand in the great river of history, is to take the stories of the women in this statue and carry them forward into our schools, the media, onto social media, into our lives. I hope everyone will promote not only the statue, but the efforts that Monumental Women is undertaking to ensure that this is the first of many statues of pioneering. There is nothing more important, however, to honor the women portrayed in this statue than to vote. That is the best way to lead America forward, as a suffragist used to say, forward through the darkness, forward into light. Thank you for making sure we are reminded of that here in Central Park.
It's now time to unveil the Women's Rights Pioneers Monument. The back of the pedestal contains these words: donated by Monumental Women to the City of New York to honor women's history. Dedicated on August 26, 2020, the 100th anniversary of the ratification of the 19th Votes for Women Amendment to the United States Constitution. To assist me with the unveiling countdown are representatives of the Girl Scout troops that helped build this monument with their advocacy and donations of cookie money. They will stand at their seats when I call their names, and then together we will count down the unveiling. Pippa, Story, Jaya, Sophia, Catalin, are you ready? The Today Show is not ready, so we may be. So just as soon as they give me the word, we will count down 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. You're welcome to join us. Until that time, we waited 7 years, we can wait a few more minutes, right? And now, that was a sign. No, it was the no sign. 30 seconds. Well, you know, it gives me another opportunity to say that monumentalwomen.org is available to assist you in anything you want to do in terms of honoring women. It doesn't have to be a statue. It could be a street sign. It could be a plaque. It could be a garden, you know. The Parks Department seems to really love those, but it can be anything in order to show our respect to the women who've come before us. So I think that was 20 seconds, wasn't it? Stand by. The Girl Scouts are ready. We're all ready. We'll count 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 when we get the signal. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Would you please stand up? Thank you, Meredith. It's gorgeous. Everyone will have an opportunity to take as many photos as you want in just a moment. And now we will find out if the Today Show is finished. and then move along with the program.
I was born a slave in Ulster County, New York. They called me Isabella Baumfree, but after I left that house of bondage, I gave myself a new name, Sojourner Truth.
I was born Elizabeth Cady in Johnstown, New York. When I married Henry Stanton, we first lived in Boston, but then moved to the outskirts of Seneca Falls in upstate New York.
I am Susan B. Anthony. I was born into a Quaker, anti-slavery family, and as a young woman became a teacher.
We little dreamed when we began this contest, optimistic with the hope and buoyancy of youth,
that half a century later we would be compelled to leave the finish of the battle to another generation of women.
But, my friends, there is an army of them now where we were but a handful.
With such women consecrating their lives, failure is impossible.
Me llamaban Isabella Baumfree, pero después de que dejé la casa de servidumbre, me di un nuevo nombre, Sojourner Truth.
Yo nací Elizabeth Cady en Johnstown, Nueva York. Cuando yo me casé con Henry Stanton, vivimos de primero en Boston, pero después nos mudamos a las afueras de Seneca Falls, al norte del estado de Nueva York.
Yo soy Susan B. Anthony. Yo nací en una familia cuáquera en contra de la esclavitud. Y como una mujer joven, me convertí en maestra.
No nos imaginamos tanto cuando empezamos esta pelea, aún siendo optimistas y llenas de esperanza y energía por ser jóvenes.
Que medio siglo después, nosotras tendríamos que ceder el final de la batalla a otra generación de mujeres.
Pero, mis amigas, hay un ejército de ellas ahora, donde antes nosotras éramos unas cuantas.
Con tales mujeres consagrando sus vidas, el fracaso es imposible.
Good morning. I'm Ariel Deutsch, a proud board member of Monumental Women. It is my great honor to introduce the artist, Meredith Bergman, whose incredible monument we celebrate today. Meredith's talents are only matched by her commitment to social justice and historical redress. Through her public art across the nation, she brings history to life and inspiration to us all. It is such a privilege to have her statue live here in our very own Central Park. From the bottom of our hearts, we thank you, Meredith.
Thank you, Ariel. It's lovely. Today, we present a labor of love to you, to New York, and to the world. A labor of love is done for the love of the work itself, done without any assurance that the work will be rewarded, and done with all the intensity that drives us, intensity that is never easily welcomed by those around us. I've labored to make these bronze figures embody what each of these three women most loved. Sojourner Truth loved speaking the truth. Her voice was her weapon and her art. It was said of her that she carried the people by storm, possessing a heart of love and a tongue of fire, combining power and sweetness in that great warm soul and that vigorous frame. Here, among this collection of statues, she will be, as Nell Irvin Painter called her, the electrifying black presence in the white crowd.
Susan B. Anthony loved to organize, strategize, and win. Stanton compared her to a Doric column. So simply, so grandly she stands, supporting her one vast idea, the enfranchisement of women. Anthony once complained to her diary, "I love to make history, but hate to write it." Elizabeth Cady Stanton loved to write. Vivian Gornick wrote that for Stanton, only the love of thinking could harness the resentment over inequality. It gave her the energy to care for 5, 6, 7 children during the day and sit down at midnight at the kitchen table to write a 2-hour speech that demanded to know what it means to be a human being. These 3 women loved freedom and wanted it for themselves. They led a revolution against the definition of woman that denied them the liberty to fulfill themselves. They made common cause to fight for the abolition of slavery and the right to vote. Look at them and realize that at this moment somewhere, women are sitting together at a kitchen table working to change the world. This was a deeply gratifying project for me to pour my love into, and I got to work with many wonderful people. Pam Elam and the board members of Monumental Women, who were unfailingly supportive and encouraging. Professors Nell Irvin Painter, Margaret Washington, Darcy Grimaldo Grigsby, and Darcy's graduate students, who gave me thoughtful and useful comments. My skilled and talented assistants, Patrick Piggott, Emily Bedard, and Kate Herslin. The artisans at Digital Atelier, Sculpture House Casting, John Stevens Shop, Granite Importers, Ottavino Stoneworks, and the UAP Talix Foundry. Susan Baggs, Richard Southwick, and Kat Monahan at Beyer Blinder Bell Architects. And my husband and project manager, Michael Bergman, and our son, Dan, who told me, "I look at the monument and realize that we should all do what we love for the good of others." And now, Parks Commissioner Mitchell Silver, who lifted a 70-year moratorium on new statues to welcome this monument.
I am honored to welcome these women's rights pioneers to Central Park. Welcome home, Susan B. Anthony, Elizabeth Cady Stanton, and Sojourner Truth. With this work, we pay tribute to the monumental accomplishments of these brave and dynamic women who fought for equal rights. Their work still impacts us 100 years later. This sculpture is the first in Central Park in decades, and there's no better way to break our moratorium than this tribute. As the first monument in Central Park depicting real women, it highlights the importance of equity in our parks and beyond. Equity is at the forefront when we envision public spaces so they serve all New Yorkers. This work embodies our present values and affirms what can be accomplished with collaboration and resolve. 1 century after the 19th Amendment was ratified, it is clear we still have a lot of work to do to ensure that all voices are heard. These women fought for what they believed in and held on to hope despite challenges. Like them, in a time of crisis, we hold on to hope and unveil this statue in an election year when we can see the nation's first woman vice president. Parks and public spaces and those we honor in them are fundamental to the practice of democracy. In the most democratic of parks, this statue of Susan B. Anthony, Elizabeth Cady Stanton, and Sojourner Truth reinforces the principles of democracy for generations to come. We're happy to have been part of this journey from the beginning, and thanks to Monumental Women, Borough President Gail Brewer, and the Central Park Conservancy, together this day is possible.
I'd like now just to take 1 minute to thank some of the many supporters that have helped us get to where we are today. And while I couldn't possibly list them all right now, please know that we appreciate every single contribution. To start, the Board of Monumental Women, led by our fearless leader, Pam Elam, Brenda Berkman, Judalyn Cassidy, Ellen Chesler, Ariel Deutsch, Gary Ferdman, Colleen Jenkins, Namita Luthra, Meredith Mascara, Miriam Midzine, and David Spalding. Our marvelous sculptor, Meredith Bergman, her husband, Michael, and son, Dan. Our project managers from Bayer Blinder Bell, Richard Southwick, Susan Baggs, and Kat Monahan. Our phenomenal pro bono lawyers, Rebecca Rodell and Hannah Merrick, and the Lawyers Alliance for New York. They had to do a lot of work. Parks Commissioner Mitchell Silver, Community Boards 5, 7, 8, 10, and 11. The Girl Scouts, where would we be without the Girl Scouts? Jen Jones and Cynthia Hornig from Women You Should Know. Our wonderful videographer, Emily Dombroff. The actors voicing Truth, Anthony, and Stanton for our Talking Statues narration. Jane Alexander, Viola Davis, America Ferrara, Rita Moreno, Zoe Saldana, and Meryl Streep. Not too shabby. Talking Statues scriptwriter Joanne Parent, the late great Diana Balmari, other key donors including American Express Foundation, the Ford Foundation, the Johnny Walker Company through Jane Walker, Acton Family Giving, Catherine Cosenza Butler, Brenda Berkman, J.P. Morgan Chase, Ann Delaney, Old Navy, the Puffin Foundation, Morgan Stanley, and the Weggy Foundation. And last but certainly not least, two women with whom we would not be here today. Penelope Cox, Director of Events in the Manhattan Borough President's Office, and the Manhattan Borough President herself, Gail Brewer. And it's now my pleasure to introduce my fellow board member, Judalyn Cassidy.
I warned you we were going to have to flex a little bit. So before Judalyn comes up, I just want to offer you a quick look back at the 7-year journey to put the monument in Central Park. So please direct your attention to the screen.
"42 million people visit Central Park each year, and soon they will finally see some real monumental women. It is fitting that the first statue of real women depicts 3 New York women who dedicated their lives to fighting for women's rights. This monument conveys the power of women working together to bring about revolutionary change in our society. It invites people to reflect not just on these great women and their work for equality and justice, but on all the monumental women who came before us. It's an instant history lesson. It challenges us to continue the fight for full equality for women in our lifetimes. Our Women's Rights Pioneers Monument will make a lasting statement to all future visitors in Central Park, a message written in stone and shaped in bronze that we all can and must move history forward.
Woohoo! Good morning, everyone. My name is Judalyn Cassidy, and I'm a proud board member of Monumental Women. The next segment you will hear in our program includes statements from descendants of monumental women, Elizabeth Cady Stanton, Susan B. Anthony, and Sojourner Truth.
Hello, Elizabeth Cady Stanton is my great-great-grandmother. My name is Colleen Jenkins, and we're here to celebrate the 19th Amendment of the U.S. Constitution. What is the key sentence? Let me read you the key sentence. The right of citizens of the United States to vote shall not be denied or abridged by the United States or any state on account of sex. That's what we're celebrating the Centennial today. It's a great honor to be part of a national celebration.
Hello, my name is Marcy Magnetta, and I am a relative of Susan B. Anthony. This statue represents generations of women who have fought for equal rights and are still fighting today. Most importantly, we hope that younger women carry on our mission. Thank you so much for making this such a special day, and remember, get out there and vote. It's a human right.
What does this monument mean to me? It means hope. As a seventh generation granddaughter of Sojourner Truth, this monument isn't just here to remind us of our past. It's not just here to remind us of the works that these three amazing women accomplished, but it's here to remind our future, to continue to stand up for what's right. Continue to stand up for what you believe in. Continue to stand up for equality, for equal justice. Continue to stand up for what you know is true, what you know is good, and what you know is right. It's here to remind us to continue to stand. As this statue stands, so shall we.
Our sincere thank you to everyone and the participants of today's program. We are honored by your support and inspired by your words. For those of you watching online, don't leave. Even though the event in the park is ending, you at home can continue to watch all the great pre-recorded voices that includes history, well wishes, messages of hope from youth, and inspiration from supporters of all ages. The program can also be accessed later in the day on Monumental's website, YouTube channel, and Facebook page. Everyone is encouraged to support the continuing work of Monumental Women by visiting our website, monumentalwomen.org, and requires cash, donating. Tell your friends, families, colleagues about Monumental Women and come visit the Women's Right Pioneer Monument. So I want you to be safe, be well, be kind, and take care of each other. Let's all continue doing the hard work until full equality is achieved for everyone. Now, I want you to enjoy Women's Equality Day and exercise the rights that these women fought for and take it to the ballot. That's where it's going to matter. And vote. Thank you.
And I'm the CEO of Girl Scouts of Greater New York, and I'm also a board member for Monumental Women.
Very nice. So tell me a bit about the involvement of Girl Scouts in today's event.
Sure. So Girl Scouts always have advocacy and civic engagement and activism right at the center of all of our work that we do. We teach girls to use their voice, to find things in their community that they want to change and to go out and change them. And many years ago, so 5-6 years ago, these little girls, who are now no longer little girls, did the research and were very disappointed to know that in their own backyard in New York City, there was no representation in Central Park of real women. And they decided to do something about it. And at the same time, Monumental Women was forming, and the two met, and girls decided they were going to raise their voices and raise money to help erect this statue. And to also make sure that girls all across New York City, and then in every city and every town across this country, needs to know, and girls need to see themselves represented in statues, in paintings, in municipal artwork, to know that our place in history is valid, and those girls' place in history is just as valid and more important now than ever, and for them to make sure that they use their voices and continue to do the work that they need to do and be leaders.
Yes, and I love the fact that the Girl Scouts were so hands-on in helping to make this happen. Like, it was very personal.
It was very personal. We really blazed trails, and Girl Scouting. So, for instance, 72% of female senators were Girl Scouts. 50% of women who own businesses and are in the top business positions were Girl Scouts. So Girl Scouts is really teaching girls to become leaders, to use their voices, and to make a difference. And so to see them involved in this and leading the way they do is no surprise for me, because it's what I get to see and do happening every day. But it really is it's the core of what Girl Scouting is about. And it happens all over the place. This is so historical because it is such a first. But again, when you look at projects that have changed and moved the needle for women's movement and for girls throughout history, Girl Scouts has been involved all the time.
Yes, indeed. I was a former Girl Scout, actually. It seems like everybody was.
It's the power of what a cookie can do. And people think sometimes, oh, Girl Scouts, it's really cute, and they sell cookies or they do something. Like, well, you have a young woman who's starting a business, and then who decides where she wants to budget that money to go and how she can make a difference in the world. And of course, it's business and entrepreneurship, and it's STEM, and it's advocacy, and it's really putting girls in the position to use their voice and feel empowered.
Yes, absolutely. And when I spoke to the girls earlier, they were, first of all, just blown away by how well-spoken and just so smart and sharp and really, really knew their history. That I don't think that I knew my history that well when I was their age.
Yeah, and I think that generationally, I think we all have learned history and have it retold to us in different ways. And I think this generation, born into technology, Gen Z has a very different lens of how the world is brought to them. They can go and they can find it and they can fact check and they have access, and the world is so much smaller because it's in their fingertips. And that's empowering. And that's really empowering, I think, for the generation of young women, because there's a connection. There is that sisterhood and that sense of belonging community where they do speak up. But I got to tell you, our future is in the best hands. When you talk to those girls, you know, it's the future is not only female, it's a really good female.
Yes, they got this.
They got it.
Perfect. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thanks
I appreciate it. Do you think that you girls will be back here at Central Park with your signs protesting for more?
Definitely. It really has showed us, this whole process has showed us that we can do anything basically when we put our minds to it, and we have such an impact. Honestly, we've been here from day one, and just to see that it's really here in Central Park shows that we really can do anything.
And if you were to describe how important this is to, let's say, classmate, how would you describe it?
I would say that this is one of the most important moments, I think, in suffrage and feminist history, or herstory, because it is the first moment when a real statue of a woman, historical woman, is in Central Park. And Central Park is, I think, one of the most tourist-visited places in New York City. So I think it's really important that tourists and people that come can see a woman being represented. And it also displays how, like, our democracy and how our society has women and how we aren't equal yet. And we are still fighting for it, but I think it is an amazing step in the right direction.
Perfect. Thank you, girls. You guys are awesome. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
"100 years.
since women earn the right to vote.
Absolutely.
And we're going to be celebrating it in a big way. What was your concept? What's your idea?
Well, you know, nationally, this is a very, very big deal because it's the centennial celebration of the 19th Amendment, which is what the amendment in the Constitution that gave all the women the right to vote. And women have struggled for 72 years to get this right. And it really was remarkable because it's never easy. And I want to highlight and we want to just celebrate the nameless and the faceless because there are millions, gazillions of women who are in the movement that never get any of the credit. You know, of course, we know our iconic women, but it's really, really important that this is a celebration for all of us and that all of us can see ourselves somewhere in here.
To celebrate that right that people sometimes often take for granted is the reason that I wanted to help you and I wanted to be there. And you've got a great day planned. What's going to be happening for us in July?
So we have a couple of things. First of all, let me give a shout out to our legacy co-chairs. We're going to be welcoming the 3-time great-grandson of Frederick Douglass, the 3-time great-grandniece of Harriet Tubman, the great-granddaughter 3 times over of John Brown, as in John Brown at Harper's Ferry. And we have Manuela Roosevelt, who is the wife of David Roosevelt, who is the grandson of FDR and Eleanor Roosevelt. So
it's
really,
amazing, really. I mean,
it just gives you chills when you think about it.
Hey guys, it's great to see you, to reconnect in the cybersphere. I want to introduce you first of all because everybody needs to know who we're talking to. And I don't know if the world is seeing you in the same order that I am, but I've got Vivian Lee to begin, left to right, then me, I'm Roma Torrey, Kristen Shaughnessy, and then on the bottom 2, Amanda Farinacci, followed by Janine Ramirez. You guys are just wonderful women. We're talking about a sisterhood, and you are definitely tops in my sisterhood, and it's always great to join you. When we talk about the theme of sisterhood, let's get to first, we are women, we are sisters deep down, but we're also working individuals. And I want to get a sense from any of you to share what a great day is at the office. As a woman, what has been a wonderful moment for you? What makes a good working situation? By the way, I can start for a second. For me, working in the newsroom has been such a joy whenever we're in a live event and we've got all of our systems running at the same time, and there's this sense of teamwork and everybody's doing what they're trained to do, and they're all achieving their strengths. You know, for me as an anchor, it's the opportunity to coordinate so many disparate elements. And when it all comes together, well, there's really no writing at that point if there's a live event, but taking the visuals and taking all of the graphics and whatever is on social media and being able to put it all together into a coherent report that informs our audience the best way we can, to me, it's like a symphony. And that's what makes a great workday. Whether we're talking about women or men, that to me is the ideal work situation.
Well, for me, I anchor, but I also am a reporter, so I'm out in the street a lot. And as a journalist, you're a storyteller. And a great day for me is really giving a voice to those people who don't have one, right? So television is a powerful medium, and those who see themselves on television or get their story or their message across on television, it empowers them. And so a great day for me is to tell that story that really brings out whatever issue it is that sort of, it elevates their story. And a lot of these people just don't have anywhere to go. They don't know how to get their story across. And so to be able to interview them, get their words, put it into a storyline, a 2-minute story, a powerful news piece, and get it out to the world. And now really, we work in New York City, but this story, because of social media, could be seen all over the world. So really the impact could be great when you tell a good story.
Just to piggyback on those, I'm sorry, Roma.
Yeah, go ahead.
You guys sort of nailed it, Roma. You describing the live situation. As a reporter, you want to be the person who is taking the toss from you, who's watching and explaining the situation from the scene as it's unfolding. That's like a lot of work and a lot of stress, but also like a lot of adrenaline and a lot of fun. And I know that sounds silly a little bit, but that's sort of the high that gets you through so many hours and so much stress and so much being so on. And then at the same time, I think that there's a nice balance being the person who gets to tell the story, like Janine mentioned, that has not been told before, right? Where you're going to have, your story is going to be out there and it's going to have like a kind of a gut punch impact where you are giving voice to people who don't have it, where you're raising an issue that hasn't been appropriately or adequately addressed before. And you're the person who found it, who researched it, who sort of like hit it, brought it all the way home. And so it is a different kind of fun, but also like you put the piece out there and then you sort of watch the ripple effect, right? And that's like, for me, where I get my highs, I guess. Yeah. Those are the good days.
Yeah, well, it is the whole notion of having a voice and being able to use our voice in a unique or powerful way really does make my day. But the other side of the coin, though, is that we talk about the suffragists and all that they managed to accomplish, that they gained a voice when they won the right to vote. But even today, 100 years later, a lot of women don't have a voice, or if they do have a voice, they don't use it to speak up. And so the other side of the coin is, have you guys ever experienced situations where you've been in a work situation and you were scooped, or because you were a woman, you were taken advantage of, or you had to defer to a male presence in the newsroom? Has that ever been your experience? And Vivian, let me start with you. Has that been something that you can share?
You saw me nodding, like
yeah.
It's happened on a couple of occasions in different jobs when I was much younger, and I had found a story. And there was one in particular that I remember. It was a story that another senior reporter had actually touched on, but I was updating it with a new development. So what that ended up happening, to my surprise, was a meeting was called with me, the senior reporter, and the managing editor. And the three of us kind of hammered it out. And I guess I felt the bull rising in me in terms of like a serious anger and some consternation that I was facing this in that day and age. And I pushed back and I actually turned to the managing editor and said, so when stories are a few years old and somebody who's more senior says, no, that was mine because I touched it several years ago, is that reason enough to have that person continue to cover that story? And I remember the managing editor and I had a great relationship, and he agreed with me. He agreed that I should be able to take it. And I don't think my relationship with that more senior reporter was ever the same again, but that was an example of being big-footed. I think there was a gender-based impulse behind that treatment, and probably my age might have had something to do with it. Maybe that senior reporter thought I was too much of a whippersnapper to try and take on a subject that reporter had already touched. So yeah, it's a very disheartening feeling, but it feels great when you stand up for yourself and fight back and prevail.
Yeah. Here, Vivian. Way to go. And have you had a similar experience?
You know, I can't think of like any specific example like Viv has had, but I think we've all just kind of run into roadblocks in our career where you can kind of feel the weight, where you have to find your voice and stand up. So,
Amanda, I think you once told me you had experienced something similar to that.
A couple of actually it's happened to me a lot of times where I delivered the sort of the original tip that led to the big story. I did the first big story, and then more resources or more help or more support went to a male who was either a political reporter or somebody that they deemed sort of quote unquote more appropriate. There were obviously some gender issues there that should pick up on the continuing coverage of the thing that I first brought to the table. It's infuriatingly frustrating to feel like you have innovated something and you've brought and delivered something unique and amazing. And even if it's not really amazing, you just get that sort of high at knowing that you've done something, that you've brought something exclusive, or you've got a scoop, and then realize that like it doesn't matter. Even though you were the original, it's just going to go to somebody with, someone else that's probably not a woman or me.
All right, I'm going to describe a behavioral trait, and tell me if this resonates at all with any of you. That women tend to be self-defeating, that they second guess themselves. They don't think maybe they measure up to some of their other colleagues, particularly male colleagues. And they often apologize for not being better. Is that something that any of you can relate to? Kristen, I see you smiling.
yeah, I mean, I think I had a really bad habit of saying sorry to the point where I recognized it, and I try not to do that anymore because I wasn't apologizing really. It was just sort of, that's a female thing to do. I think for a lot of women, maybe not for you guys, but so I had to break that habit. I think as you get older, you find your voice. And I always felt like I knew my voice, but you're also supposed to be polite, and you're supposed to have a certain temperament, and you're not supposed to push back, so that you have to find a way to do that, but still hold your ground, and still you can still be polite, but you got to hold your ground.
Yeah.
And it seems like men don't care about that, right? Men don't care about being polite. They say what they need to say because they feel like they have the authority to say it. And women, when they second guess themselves, do I have the authority to say this? Should I be saying this? Should I weigh in? Should I just step back? Because you don't want to be deemed as, oh, she's such a bitch. She comes in there and she just, is trying to take over. And, it's just the whole other thing. It's being assertive versus being, you're right, like a bitch. Like you just don't want to be in that category.
Yeah. So it's different labels, don't you think, Janine? In terms of, a woman is described one way and a man would be described as powerful. It's just, you're going to get if you do the same thing, you're going to get a different label if you're a female.
Right. Yeah. On this particular, but a woman's a diva, right? Like,
right.
Same idea.
Well, one time I did a story, and it was written up. The press wrote up the story, Hurricane Sandy coverage, and I was described as chatty. Chatty. Would a man ever be described as chatty because I talked a lot during my live shots? Never.
They would be described as informative.
Right.
Yeah.
Authoritative. Yeah.
Well, and also
authoritative.
Men, when men are forceful, they're aggressive, and that has a positive connotation. When women are forceful, you said it, they're overly assertive, they're bitchy, and I wish we could change that perception in our own work situations, but also from the public. because I sometimes, you know, and unfortunately through social media, people are just chime in anonymously and say, you know, the most insulting things to me. But oftentimes they resent if I say anything that has, well, I hate to use a strong opinion. I don't render opinions, but if I call somebody out in an interview, for example, if they're lying or whatever, they jump down my throat. When a guy does it, they go, here, he's being tough. He's a great interviewer, you know?
Right.
So
I think a lot of it starts with recognizing first how we all were raised and what generation we were raised by, and from what generation we belong to. Because I catch myself telling my daughters, keep your voices down. And it's funny because I've only in the last couple of years realized how much I heard that as a young girl. And I don't want to pass on to my daughters that they should not voice an opinion, not stand up for themselves, but volume has a lot to do with how you're conditioned, like the level of volume that is considered appropriate for both boys and girls at this age. And I catch myself doing that. So now what I try to do is counter that by saying, okay, we are not in a place where we can use our outdoor voices. If you have something to say, ask for my attention first. Just say, please, Mom, can I say something? And I try to couch it in a different way because that is definitely not something that I grew up with. And when I entered news, I kind of felt like this is a business where everybody's opinion helps to make the final product, and everybody's opinion will be valued and cherished, whether you say it privately, like in a story meeting, or publicly as an anchor or reporter. That is not the case. Even our own business is deeply affected by these generalizations that I think we all become socialized with.
You know,
100 years later, we're still dealing with it, right?
No, we are. And, you know, I can extend that socialization to, I think we end up giving the perception that we're undeserving of perhaps the money that we get or the accolades or whatever. And it goes back to that whole, we apologize too much. But I think oftentimes we feel that maybe we don't deserve the salaries that our male colleagues get. And I'm just wondering, have any of you experienced that where you didn't fight for a comparable salary that you really did deserve, but you just felt like, well, who am I? I don't think I'm worth that much money, for example. Have you ever had that experience?
I actually did fight, and I asked for a lot more than I was making, just to let them know I knew what my worth was. I had also found out what the guys were making who had less experience and hadn't been there as often. And I think, Janine, you and I were the first ones to share our salaries. This was years ago, probably 20 years ago, maybe 19 years ago. And it was helpful because, you know, we started knowing what people were making, what we were making, and it really helps you negotiate. And I will tell you what my brother-in-law, who owns a company, said, I've never had a woman come to me and ask me for a raise. Never.
Really?
25 years, 30 years.
The men do, right?
Men always do, yeah.
Yeah.
And the women don't want to be seen as demanding, right? Oh, she's so demanding. But when men go in there being demanding, the same thing. It's like, that's okay. But for a woman, it's like, you know, who does she think she is coming in here demanding A, B, and C? So yeah, it's the perception of when a woman asks for something versus what a man asks for something.
Yeah, I actually went into a contract negotiation a long time ago saying, I don't want to be greedy, you know, and
then they have you right there.
Total undermining of your worth, right?
Because it's not about greed.
Right.
It's about pitting your worth based on your experience, where you've worked, what you've done, what you've achieved. That's not greed. I don't think a man would be accused of being greedy if he listed all of his accomplishments and where he managed to get them done.
Yeah.
It is the one area that can be an equalizer with an employer. If female colleagues or all colleagues share their salary, that makes you more powerful as a group.
Yeah.
And I think that you need that. Go ahead, Amanda.
When I was in high school, I worked at the Gap, and I worked with like 7 other friends. We all worked at the Gap. We all made like $12.50 an hour. We were all like very open about the fact that we made $12.50 an hour and, you know, whatever. And then once you sort of get to the real world, people just stop, as women, just stop discussing it. And so you can enter into this sort of very lonely realm of, you feel happy that you have a job, especially we work in news in New York City, the #1 market. You feel grateful that you've made it. Like me, I started out here, so I wasn't coming in from someplace else. So I was just like, oh, wow, I'm here. I'm going to take whatever they offer. But I had literally years of ignorance and not wanting to rock the boat and not wanting to be demanding or oversell myself or price myself out. Meanwhile, I know there are males who have either less experience or as much experience, who are making significantly more money than I am. And I have accolades. I have worked for 20 years but it's all because we are preconditioned almost since we're from college, the age to just sort of like, I've had the same best friends my entire life. We don't even talk about money. And that's just, we did before we were younger, but once you get older and things start to get more real, it just becomes an uncomfortable conversation. And that's really something that needs to change, because like the information is power. Like I say to younger women now, like, guys, talk to each other and tell each other, because like, if you don't know what everyone else is doing, that's by design. That's meant to keep you at 80 cents or whatever on the dollar, right? I think it's the figure. That's
If
purposeful.
it's that, yeah, it might be 77.
It's already happening. There are people in their 20s who have told me, the new thing now is to tell each other what we're making, especially if we're all going for the same kind of job. And it's kind of smart, because then it completely neutralizes competitiveness and almost puts the issue squarely in the lap of employers.
Who are counting on you not sharing. Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah. I credit Janine for that, because I think you came to me, Janine, and I was like, you have to make a decision. Do you trust each other enough to do it? We were friends, but we didn't know each other that well. We had both sort of started there. We weren't, and it was a really good, smart move on your part.
Well, I think a lot of times women have to bond together, and right, information is power, and you empower each other so that when you go in there for your negotiation, you kind of know what your next move is. Like what am I'm going to go in there and ask for this level, because I know, A, B, and C are making that, and I am in that category, and I should be at that level. And so to have that information, especially as a woman, because most of the time, the people that you're asking for a raise or a contract negotiation, they're men. And so the men are not, you're already like at a disadvantage as a woman. With men looking at, she's going to be demanding, and she's going to try to sell herself, and I'm more powerful than she is. So you're already going in there in a vulnerable position. And so to have information, that empowers you.
And I will say, you should never be upset about if someone is making more than you, you shouldn't be upset about that, because that means you can make that too. That gives you a goal to reach for, and it only helps all women. And that should be the goal, to help all women, everybody really, not just women and men, but for women particularly, when it comes to pay, the more somebody makes, you should be happy for them.
Yeah, I think part of the problem is the competitive culture of the workplace. And, maybe that's a generational thing, because I think young people are getting it now. They realize that there is power in sharing information. But for us, I have to be honest, I didn't want to reveal my salary, because I was afraid if that came out, then other people would want that salary. And then instead of raising others, I'd be lowered, as if there is a finite amount of money to be given out, and that we all have to share it, equally. Right. Guys never think of it that way, and that's part of the problem. And I think, we really do have to open up to one another and, make it, and share that kind of information. That's really strong. The whole notion, though, of women in a workplace being supportive has always bothered me too, because a lot of times people will ask me, we have this lawsuit, and they say, well, is your management male or female or whatever? And, granted, there are issues with male bosses, but women bosses can be equally unsupportive. And that has always struck me as so strange, that women work against one another oftentimes when they're in leadership positions. And, we've had our share of some female bosses who've been actually worse than some of the male bosses. And they have judged us on our appearance. And, that's another area that, I think would be worthwhile to get into. The fact that we're in a business where we are judged based on cosmetics, hair, the wardrobe, the makeup, and all of that. And yet we're in a business that is all about imparting information, informing people. Men are not judged in the same way we women are. And so suddenly, and maybe this is the foxification of the news business, but suddenly well, I guess it's been building for a long time. Women are expected to be young and very pretty. The whole, the beauty queen syndrome. It's so frustrating to me as a woman that I have to look a certain way. I have to dye my hair. I can't go gray. There is pressure to Botox. By the way, I've not done it. Maybe I should say yet, but I really resist that whole cosmetic treatment there, surgical treatment. But what do you guys think about that? I mean, how frustrating is it to you that you have to go through all these machinations to look a certain way in order to be accepted on the job? Anybody?
I agree with you. I think the problem starts with the number of international, transnational media companies that are governed and led by men. I think there was a study put out some time ago that showed around the world there was like an appalling lack of female representation at almost every senior level of management in all the major media companies in America, and a few that were identified in Europe. There's that, as well as this seemingly age-old obsession with the idea that youth equals beauty, number one. And so what you need to do as a woman especially is preserve your youth as much as possible in order to at least start to fill in the equation that makes up and results in beauty. I think we are in a very optics heavy business. I think looking professional, looking like we take care of ourselves is a dominant kind of predisposition that I think every man and woman is subjected to when they enter any kind of business that puts them in the spotlight. However, there is much more leeway given to men to age, and that idea that they become more valuable as they age, the graying at the temples and maybe some more wrinkles on the face connote wisdom, experience,
gravitas,
but not the same to women.
Right.
And I think changing that, I know we had all had this discussion before, all of us with, I think I had asked you all, when did you realize that you had to start taking extra measures to preserve this idea of youth? And you all came up with your own examples of it. And it was really kind of just like really upsetting to know that this was a shared experience among women. And our business is in a lot of ways perpetuating it. There was that anchor in Australia. I think Australia, it was like the Today Show in Australia, where he wore the same outfit, the same jacket. And just
been a couple of them, yeah.
Yeah, and that went viral, and it touched off so many conversations in media newsrooms and media pens when people were working out in the field, where it was so apparent that it was true. The man was not bothered for having worn the same blazer every day. And he himself even called out his industry for having a different standard set for women.
Mm. And if a woman wore the same color 2 days in a row, it would be like an epiphany.
Right. A woman has to have season-specific colors and textures.
Green yesterday. What are you doing?
And yes, you know what? I have subscribed to the pressure. I have a rotating wardrobe account. I have not canceled it in this age of COVID. I've kept it. I'm only human, but I am aware that I'm under this pressure. I'm happy to discuss it out in the open because I think at least having that discussion about that double standard needs to start.
I agree. We started talking about having our voice, and I want to end this with a discussion on what happens when you use your voice to speak up and defend your rights, and suddenly you're retaliated against, or you fear you're going to be retaliated against. I obviously, we did speak up, and we have experienced retaliation, but what advice do you guys have, or what can you impart to other women who maybe don't want to go the route, obviously, of that extreme of filing a lawsuit, but how would you advise women who feel that they have been victimized in some way in the workplace and don't want their bosses to get away with it? What would you say to them?
Well, my new thing is document everything, because you know what? You go to your human resources department, and this is what really has, like, what I really learned throughout this whole process is that the human resources department really just works for the company. They work for the company. So they're really not looking out for an employee's best interest. They're really just, an internal investigation is for the company. So it's not, so I would just say just document everything for now, and kind of see if there's a pattern, see if there's other people within, with colleagues that you could talk to. But to turn everything over to human resources or to somebody within the company who's really just protecting the interests of the company is not a good idea.
Mm. And I would say just do it anyway. I would say if you feel strongly enough about the wrong that's been, done to you, then, and you are a woman who has XYZ set of beliefs, or, and you feel like, we all have daughters, and we think about what comes in the future. I would say that, I speak for myself, but I think we all agree on this. This has not been easy. This is not an easy road to go down. It hasn't been, we've had some moments of fun, lightness and laughter because we're friends, but mostly this has been really hard, but also really worth it. And I think that that's sort of the message that should be conveyed, is that anything worth changing is worth fighting for, and you do the work, because nothing easy ever, no big change ever comes easy, and so it's scary. Yes, retaliation stinks. Yes, being looked at a certain way by people is not comfortable, but oh well, it's not comfortable not being treated nicely. When we were being mistreated, that wasn't comfortable either. So at least here we can stand up and say, our back straight and hold our chins up high and feel like, what, I'm not going to be treated badly, and here's how I'm going to prove it to you. So, there is a lot, I get a lot of strength from all of you, but also just in knowing that if I was doing a story about this, I would commend the woman who spoke her mind and say, I'm so happy that I could give you the voice. Here's me giving myself that same courtesy. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I completely agree. And if you don't stand up, who is going to stand up? I think that's the question we all asked ourselves. And it's just going to continue and perpetuate if you don't stand up. And nobody has really stood up on this issue in our business. And, there's been a few, but not as a group. And it just became time. And at the end of the day, this is a huge issue. It is bigger than any of us. It affects, we have heard from women all over the world. So we know there's a problem, and it's time to just call it out and let the chips fall where they may.
And you know what, ladies, this is where sisterhood comes in, because, we were talking earlier about the importance of sharing with one another. I don't think we would have gotten this far if we hadn't started to talk to one another and share our experiences and our feelings of being marginalized and sidelined in the office. And suddenly we kind of realized we were joined by a similar treatment, similar experiences, and that's what allowed us to come together. I don't think individually we would have gotten very far at all, but together, as the five of us, there is strength, and that's the value of sisterhood. So we can come full circle in this wonderful discussion with you, you four brilliant, beautiful ladies that I'm so proud to call my sisters. And you know what, I always end my little speeches or whenever I make any kind of presentation with that wonderful quote from Margaret Mead, because I think this this gives strength to all women who feel that they need to speak up and they don't want to take it anymore. And the quote is always, never doubt that a small group of thoughtful, committed citizens, women, can change the world. Indeed, it is the only thing that ever has. So thank you all. And it's always an honor to share the same space with you, even if it is on a computer screen.
Right back at you, Roma.
Yeah, thanks.
Thanks, Roma. Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
Battling Bella Abzug was a New York political icon in the 70s, who in her political career as a member of Congress, as well as in her personal life, was a pioneer who fought for the rights of women, inspiring a new generation to take up leadership roles. 20 years after Bella Abzug's passing, her daughter, Liz, has continued her vision through her nonprofit organization, the Bella Abzug Leadership Institute, where young women and girls go through free courses, workshops, and training in preparation for becoming future leaders. Joining me now to talk about her organization, her mission, and her mother's legacy is founder and executive director of the Bella Abzug Leadership Institute, Liz Abzug.
Hi, my name is Liz Abzug. I'm the founder and executive director of the Bella Abzug Leadership Institute that trains young women, mostly, and girls, mostly of color, who are disadvantaged in leadership and debate. We've been around for about 14 years now, and before that, I've had a long career being a professor, a lawyer, and a consultant. And also, I am Bella Abzug's daughter, for those of you who remember her, as a vibrant and dynamic and hard, driving congresswoman from the 1970s. So I'm supposed to talk to you today about sisterhood with a purpose, and about a little bit about Bella Abzug, former congresswoman, in the context of 21st century feminism. When I thought about this, I have thought plenty in the last several days, obviously, about the Equal Rights Amendment, because we are very close, after 100 or 80 years from when it was first introduced and then reintroduced in the Congress in 1971 and 72, and now is still languishing in the House and the Senate because there's one more state that is yet to ratify. But we are very close. We are very close to having and passing this constitutional amendment to the United States Constitution that will make a 24-word sentence that will make men and women equal in all, implied in all spheres of life. And it'll make us as women have a stronger say in every sector, because we will feel the protection of the Constitution, not only through the 14th Amendment, but if there is ever a question, we are recognized as full citizens in the Constitution and legally. I grew up at the sort of broadside of the 70s feminist movement, which everybody knows, most people know, is the second wave, considered the second wave of the feminist movement. When my mother was in Congress, she was one of 9 out of 235 members in the House, and there were 0, and I mean 0, women in the United States Senate. In fact, she was the first woman, just by way of background, in this state and in this city to run for United States Senator. This is well before Hillary and such. And the first woman to run for mayor of New York City at a time when women were treated in politics even worse than they are now, although we have, I shouldn't say that because actually we've made some real progress by electing 105 women in the last cycle who are now House of Representatives, in the House of Representatives, which makes 3% or so of the House. And we have about 20% in the United States Senate. But the ridicule that the second wave feminists took in terms of breaking down the doors legally and politically and socially, in terms of trying to fight for equal rights, trying to establish basically some basic laws that we are operating on today, they really were the pioneers. Now we can go back to 1920th, and I'm thrilled that Sharon is holding this conference on the Centennial of the 19th Amendment. Here we are, 100 years later. So I ask you, should it have taken 100 years from when suffrage began and we won the right to vote to where we are today, still struggling to get an Equal Rights Amendment, mind you, which recognizes us as full citizens, even though there are other laws like Title VII, the Civil Rights Act of 1964, and the 14th Amendment that sort of protect us, and local, state and local human rights laws. It was really exciting to see how these women in the 70s and 80s broke the barriers, but it was also very hard and difficult. And my mother, who was an early fighter and leader of 20th century feminism, and really created the National Women's Political Caucus with Shirley Chisholm and Gloria Steinem and a few others, but whereby it was a bipartisan national political organization, they really took a lot of heat. These were the days when my mother actually, as Congresswoman, got $5 million appropriation for the National Conference in Houston in 1977, which was the first modern day national conference of women that we have ever had. And at that time, 20,000 women who are elected delegates from every state and territory in this country came and voted on a platform of everything that affected, issues that affected every part of women's lives. And Phyllis Schlafly, today you may know, Mrs. America is documenting that in a feature on television. You know, Phyllis Schlafly, who is the anti-choice and a very conservative woman, very shrewd, led the fight against that conference, creating a platform for women which covered everything, including everything from abortion rights to LGBT rights to in terms of care, really health care and child care, and a whole other bunch of issues, equality on the job and in all sectors of jobs. And she fought very ardently against my mother and the other feminists who created this amazing conference. But they were not to be deterred because Bella and Gloria and Shirley Chisholm, were a mighty crew. And I gotta say that they prevailed, because today we are still acting on a lot of those platform issues that they put together in 1977. Now, many of you may remember or not that it used to be that women couldn't get a credit card in their own names, or if they were single or divorced. That's ridiculous, right? This was in the 70s. I couldn't get a credit card, yet many women were, had the money, were breadwinners, often more, higher breadwinners than their husbands. And my mother, thank God, passed what is called the Federal Fair Credit Opportunity Act, which enabled, for the first time, women to get credit cards in their own name without being married. And so that, along with Title VII, which protected women against sex and sexual harassment discrimination, which was alive and well and really was pushed in the 70s, those were the frameworks in which we were operating to struggle to where we are today. The ERA is 48-word sentence. you know that as women now, we make up 3/4 of the workforce, particularly since COVID, because women are dominant in the healthcare jobs, in being nurses and doctors and other healthcare aides today. So really, we have the power, both in the statistics and the numbers, and with the laws that that led up to now, and the movements that rose out of the election of Trump, Me Too movement, the women's marches. They were amazing because they galvanized women and men of all ages, all over the world, all over this country, to highlight that women were the leaders and activists, and we were going to move forward and change discriminatory practices in this world and in this society. And we are not going to take any more being subjugated to a second-class position. And it was wonderful. I'm sure you'll agree to see all the women from all over, and girls, young men, men and boys, families, really stepping out in response, I feel, to the election of Trump. The most conservative, backwards president than we've ever elected in modern history. So what does that mean? It means that all of this, that we have a higher number than ever before in history of women in the United States House of Representatives of all backgrounds, faith, color, religion, ethnicities, who are taking the charge and moving our agenda forward, so that women are at the table, at the heads of the table, at the sides of the table, in the security negotiating, at the security levels internationally, although we're not still enough in that sphere, so that we are represented, and so that we can create a world and a country where it'll be the social norm, where women and men and boys and girls are equal. And I work with a lot of young women as a professor at Barnard College at Columbia University, young women and men, and now in the institute that I formed in my mother's name, the Bella Abzug Leadership Institute, to honor her legacy, is why I formed it, and to ignite this generation and the next generation of really achieving equality and being out there as the leaders that they aspire to be, and not have any shame in that regard. So I have a lot of hope, even though we're in a terrible time of COVID and political time led by, as we say, a sociopath Neanderthal of a president and some of his cronies. I have hope because we as a country, and we in New York State and City, as the women that are here, that are leading the charge of caring for the very ill and being at the front lines of COVID, and beyond that, being now in the workforce in greater numbers than we've ever been before, having 108 women in the United States House of Representatives and 25 in the United States Senate. And a speaker, Nancy Pelosi, who, as we know, has really taken the gavel and moved us the needle way forward and is tough as brass. So we've moved forward from this dynamic of that women are aggressive, they're boisterous, they're overbearing. We know that happens on Fox News and on some TV cable stations, and in the society. But I think that women are now ready and are not going to take this anymore, any of that kind of discrimination. And in fact, if the ERA passes, and I believe, I hope very shortly, in the short amount of time that it will, I think that we will achieve the milestone. I am impatient because I've seen the civil rights movement develop. I saw the feminist movement develop, the anti-war movement, the gay rights movement. I've been fortunate that I had a ringside seat in terms of my own activism, but that I watched my mother, who stood for all those issues and was way ahead of her time, and the first congressperson to introduce a gay rights bill in 1974, a national gay rights bill that today is still being fought to be included in the Civil Rights Act, the Civil Rights Act of 1964. But anyway, here we are at this conference, Democrat, Republicans, Independent, really dynamic women from all over. Sharon Nelson, who pulled us all together to celebrate the Centennial. It's 100 years that we've fought for the rights we have today. My mother, who died in 1998, would have been 100 actually this year. And so there's a lot of emotions in this for me, and a lot of thought about where we've come and where we have to go. And I just want to say that I believe that we, as women and men who are our allies, understand that we've been doing things in pairs ever since Noah's Ark, all right? So why can't we share the power, the compensation in our salaries, in our work, share our the norms, share the fact and that we are, out there. We are strong. We are aggressive. We speak in a way that should be commanding. And I feel that this kind of conference is symbolic to bring women together to do that, no matter what your political affiliation, even though I myself am a progressive Democrat. But I think now we all have to really focus on getting this man out of the White House. And I think that many of us know that the destruction that he's caused in terms of dealing with COVID, but not only that, and many of our policies and laws, turning back the clock, is very damaging to the citizenry, all the citizenry of this country. So I would say at this conference, we should celebrate our sisterhood. We are here together for a couple of days to talk about all aspects of women's involvement in the world and in our country and our city. And I also hope that one day soon we might elect a mayor who is female of this city, because we've yet to have one, and that we elect, we had a wonderful slew of women candidates for president like we've never had before. I mean, it was, I'm sure you'll all agree, an incredible lineup, and all of those women have contributed much in their professional lives and to the debate of where this country has to go. I think almost any of them would be a great VP candidate. I think that a woman of color will be a VP candidate this round with Joe Biden, the nominee. Why do I think that? It's a gut sense and all about the fact that Black women and Latino women, but Black women in this country, and the Black and male and female Black folk have always carried the vote nationally. They are the most reliable voters, and women in particular. In fact, they were the ones who really brought Hillary over the top. So we have a lot to be joyful about in a way. We still have a lot left to do. That's why I put my time into training the next generation, current generation of young women from middle school, high school, and in college to really grab this mantle of leadership. We still have, I've noticed, self-esteem problems with our young women. It's hard to believe, but we do. And we have to overcome that. And we do have the reminiscences of competition amongst women. We have to overcome that. But all in all, I think that we have the basis in which to move this country forward. And if we look internationally and we see all the women who are prime ministers and heads of state, I think there are about 10 of them now. And they are young, many of them are young women. That shows you that in the world, United States of America is behind the times, that it is time for us to really, in the 21st century, change those dynamics. And I believe that we can. And I want to encourage all of us here today to do that, to take a role, to not just talk about it, but take an activist role in whatever context you can, to really fight for our rights, to get the Equal Rights Amendment passed, to make it so that women are paid as much as men, and there is not this continual pay gap. It has to be ended. I think now in this COVID situation, it couldn't be more obvious of that point when you see all the number of female nurses and female doctors who are taking the lead in caring for the ill all over this country. So I want to say we join together, no matter what our race, ethnicity, our religious, socioeconomic background. I think this is the time that in the first 20 years of the 21st century, that we are set up and we are able to, if we're able to use our power strategically and together, I think that we will accomplish great things. I want to thank you for listening to me, and I'm thanking the organizers for inviting me today. And I want to say, let's ignite the fire of this generation so that this generation and the next will feel that they are truly equal citizens and vibrant leaders in this country. Thank you.
I wonder how you all, if you could talk a little bit about how you all came to have your individual passions, your passions for individual freedom, and the concerns that we're really here to talk about today.
I'm lucky to have been here for a very long time. I won't say how long, because then you're going to look at me and go, really? But I've been here a long time and came up, started as a very enthusiastic volunteer, actually, and ended up working on individual cases of human rights violations. And then I got to work with President and Mrs. Carter. And I had lived overseas. I'd lived in Zaire, now the Congo, and understood how important it was what President Carter achieved with putting human rights at the front of foreign policy. So I think for today's conversation, I think what I'm feeling the urge to think about, to talk about, is to build on what the conversation was that they had, which was, where are we on our journey for human rights? Because civil rights, as we understand it, is very specific to participation, access to participation in civic life. And we have in recent years been looking at the rights of women, because not only that we have strong women and President Carter and Mrs. Carter feel strongly about it, but this is an area where human beings, half of the planet, are actually not full human beings in the way we live. Even in this country, we never were able to pass the Equal Rights Amendment. Women in this country do not enjoy the equal protection of law. And so when we have victims of violence, they are not protected by the law in the same way that men are.
I was able to see how the definition of human sometimes is actually the real root of the problem when you're talking about human rights. Whose rights are we protecting? And in cases, for example, like Thailand, oftentimes the people most often trafficked are young girls from hill tribes. They're not citizens, they don't have any paperwork, so they're not protected by the state, and they're not considered human. And I think you could apply that to pretty much every situation, whether it's refugees without paperwork or people living in poverty here in the United States or in Atlanta.
The necessity for any movement to advance, it had to resolve the internal contradictions And to the extent that those internal contradictions were not resolved, then you will have a continuation of problems such that a particular kind of movement would not succeed in this effort. So let's expand on that and apply it to this national project that we see here in these United States of America. So there has been this discussion, a conversation in a sense, about freedom and human rights. But there needs to be, I think, a conversation about the conversation. Right, that gets to one of our internal contradictions, which is this capacity, and I think it came out in President Carter's comments early on in his interview, where we almost have this juxtaposition of being able to proclaim with pride the values, the exceptionalism that define, again, this American experience, right? And at the same time, refuse to grapple with the contradictions that defy those proclamations that we make about ourselves.
Getting people, one, to step out of their comfort zones, and whether it's taking a tour of different part of town or a different neighboring state, let alone if you go overseas, do you really want to take time off the beach to go and visit an orphanage and see what the struggles are and how you can help? Because sometimes it's something as simple as $20 that a girl needs a birth certificate, just the paperwork processed, so that she can enroll in school. And that $20 that you would have spent in 2 or 3 days at Starbucks could go a long way towards allowing someone's whole entire life outlook to be different.
We started because of an injustice for a little girl who was 10 years old. We shared that rhetoric, much like they did in the civil rights era of the 60s, with everyone we could come into contact with in community, on our jobs. And then they rallied with us. And then there were hundreds of us speaking on behalf of that child who was once voiceless. And then we took that voice and we went to legislatures and we said laws must be changed. And it wasn't just 1, 2, 3, 4. There were thousands of us across this state of Georgia. And that moved us to work in concert with people we would normally not work in concert with. We worked in concert with men and Republicans and Democrats and independents and people who didn't think like us but knew that there was an injustice, and together we could do something that would change this state and the dignity of those children who were being bought and sold in our communities. And that materialized on May 5th, 2015, with the governor here signing the historic Safe Harbor Rachel's Law into act. That's a direct correlation back to the 60s and the civil rights movement. We just took a page book because we didn't have to reinvent that.
I wondered if you all could talk about social media and how this has impacted the work that you do. If it's facilitated it, if there are things in social media that make this work more difficult, what the net balance of it is.
Depending on, again, the concreteness, we have to make those decisions of the proper instruments based on the realities. And I'm not sure if we're having those conversations. Maybe it's our challenges in the kind of intergenerational transfer of technology, intergenerational transfer of movement, that we have that conversation. And maybe it's our fault or previous generations' fault for not having this dialogue with our young people and those who proclaim to use social media in the context of movement. Maybe they're just reaching out and grabbing what's there in the absence of that discussion.
Now, if you turn on the news, all you're really going to hear about is Donald Trump and Hillary Clinton. And if you're like me, sometimes you just want to put that on mute. And it's easier to go over to social media and see what else is happening in the world and what else is happening in our state that is not being covered because it's not getting as many ratings. And so it puts the news outlet in the power of people and activists and, you know, to your point, younger people, which Carter said there won't be any change without, so.
That's right.
FDR mastered the radio and got the public. JFK mastered the TV and got the public. And Donald Trump has mastered social media and is accelerating with using this. It was a really good point, I thought, because I think there's a caution that we can't dismiss it. We can't dismiss its power. We know that ISIS and Daesh and these groups are using it very effectively, so we can't be naive about it. We have to know it, we have to understand it and how to use it. I think we do have to understand, though, that the civil rights movement succeeded because they had a strategy. They had meetings, they had people meeting face to face.
What about this work makes you hopeful? If you're trying to appeal to people, say this is what you should do, what is it you see that gives you that hope that things can change and that the progress can be made?
I see it when we've rescued 13 boys and they said, thank you for rescuing us, even though we're not a girl, that you saw us. I see it when we'll go to the polls this November on November 8th, and we have the opportunity to vote for Senate Resolution 7, the funding mechanism, the constitutional amendment here in Georgia that will fund the services and the resources for children who have been victims of human sex trafficking. That's hope for me. It's hope for me when my baby girl says, I have a job, Ms. Williams, and no one is tricking me out anymore.
We have to have hope in the work that you're doing, and because it's almost like it's the thing that nobody wants to talk about, right? And there are this great work that you are doing and others to provide services to people who are trapped in what we can call slavery, right? And there are whole jurisdictions where they have adopted a comprehensive approach. In Sweden, they passed a law 15 years ago that sees people who are trapped in the sex trade, child or adult.
That's right.
And says, we know that this would not be a choice that any person would make if they had other options.
And I think the real way in which you can alleviate the pressure for organizations to pop up and save and recuperate and rehabilitate young girls and boys is for there to be other opportunities. And keeping kids in school is a huge piece of that, which is why all of the organizations always emphasize a component on staying in school education, helping girls finish at least K through 12.
Young people in Ferguson and other types of responses to some of the dynamics that we see unfolding in front of our eyes, I think they demonstrated a certain level of courage, which said that we are prepared to proclaim for ourselves that this is our movement and it's our time. And that's what I think gives me hope. Not that young people are moving, because again, to kind of complete the circle, young people are always moving, they're always responding in some kind of way to challenge what they see to be the distasteful or injustices of their time. But what I think I see happening now is that they're prepared to do so with a certain sense of courage, a certain sense of clarity.
Most people think they can't engage in human rights in their everyday lives. How can you guide us to be more involved in our thinking about thinking about and advocating for human rights?
Really think within yourself, what do you care about? Pick something that just really talks to your heart, and really dive in and go in for the long term. You know, try not to just dabble. You know, dabble until you find the thing. But human rights needs us all because it's actually quite in danger.
I have learned that when I save one male, I generally, on average, save 3 to 4 girls, because he will not go to try to profit off of her body.
Right.
When I can put him in school, in a classroom, give him a support system, the mentors that are necessary, counseling if that's required as well, housing, food, and a part-time or full-time job, then he doesn't see it as a necessary evil for him to go and prostitute another girl, or sell another girl.
There's a reason why all the great religions of the world have explicit reference to how one treats strangers. Because left to our own devices, we will hit the stranger over the head with the club. But we have to have these parables, and we have to have these surahs, and we have to have these religious edicts that tell us, don't hit the stranger over the head with the club, see the stranger as your brother and your sister. And hopefully after enough socialization to actually we begin to look at the world this way.
Why did to be with you, Cindy.
Yeah, it's fun to say that I have a dear friend who's now a member of Congress. Perhaps I could almost say that you're my favorite member of Congress, which is convenient.
I'm also your only member of Congress.
You're my member of Congress, right? So that's very exciting. So thanks so much for taking a few minutes to talk about women's representation.
So psyched to be here.
Yeah. So as you know, I run Representation 2020 that is looking at the structural ways that we can make sure that we elect women to all legislative offices in this country. And the reason that I'm particularly interested in that is that it looks at changing the rules and systems that are used to elect people instead of having to change the individual. And as it turns out, 100 nations rank above the United States in women's representation. And as I often say when I'm speaking, the women in those 100 countries are pretty much the same as women in this country, no more or less trained or funded, but they have different rules and systems that help them succeed when they're in politics. And that's, as it turns out, that's true in this country as well. Women are elected in higher numbers in certain kinds of political situations. So I hope we can talk a little bit about that.
Yeah, well, look, the key reform has got to be getting rid of single-member districts and moving to multi-member districts, which we have in a lot of parts of the country. In Maryland, of course, we have multi-member districts for our House of Delegates elections where there's 1 senator and 3 delegates in the vast majority of districts. And if you look at our district, for example, in District 20, Silver Spring and Tacoma Park, we now have an African-American senator. We've got 2 women delegates out of 3. We have our first Asian American delegate. We have a brilliant young African-American woman delegate, Janelle Wilkins, and we of course have Sheila Hickson, who's our great, outstanding delegate. Why does that happen in multi-member districts instead of single-member districts? Well, for one, people tend to form tickets or slates or groups to run together, and it would just be crazy to have a ticket that was made up of all men. If you have, a multi-member district, people just won't do that. That's one thing. A second thing is that because of the historic dominance of men, it's the incumbency advantage freezes women out. I mean, 98% of incumbents in Congress, who are overwhelmingly men, win re-election. So women do better when you have open seats, and if you have multi-member districts, in a certain sense, all the seats are going to be open, or at least they open up a whole lot more often than single-member districts do. So we can prove scientifically that in the multi-member district states, I think there's 10 of them, women are represented at a much higher level than they are in single-member district states.
Right.
So that's a key reform that we've got to implement, and people have got to see the way that multi-member districts open up our politics to new voices and new choices. It's not enough to say, let's just raise more money to get women elected, and then pitting it in kind of a trade-off in each single-member district race with incumbents. I think it's a lot better to look at it structurally and say, let's change the rules of the game so we can really get much more inclusion.
That's great. That's great. And you're, of course, one of the co-sponsors of the Fair Representation Act, HR 3057.
Yes, indeed.
Which adds in the element of ranked choice voting into the mix. So it combines independent redistricting commissions in multi-winner districts across the states, and then adds the element of ranked choice voting. Do you want to talk a little bit about why
ranked choice voting just improves the proposition by saying that the people who get elected will have majority support, and that ranked choice voting also importantly reduces negative politicking.
Yes,
I mean,
so important.
in single-member district elections, and I've had a lot of people, not just women, but some men too, but definitely a lot of women say, I don't want to get into one of these head-to-head races where it's so negative and so nasty and so polarized. But in a multi-member district with ranked choice voting, instead of my getting votes by attacking Cindy and trying to turn off your supporters and scare people about you, every incentive is for me to say, okay, I know you love Cindy, but you can vote for me number 2 or number 3.
Right.
So now instead of trying to assassinate people's character, the candidates have an incentive to reach out to them and to say, to make common cause, and So I think ranked choice voting will have an enormously healthy effect on our politics generally.
Yeah, and that's great that you point that out. And we've seen now in the places where ranked choice voting is used, in the Bay Area and Minneapolis, women candidates we've interviewed have said they were more likely to consider running because they knew it was going to be more civil and more and less divisive to run in. And then the process.
It's actually a positive experience.
Exactly, right.
Because just to explain to people if they don't know it, instead of saying I just want candidate X against Y and Z, I say I want candidate X number 1, I want Z number 2, and I want Y number 3.
Right.
So everybody is campaigning for every vote. You don't write off any voter, and you don't aggressively insult your opponents.
Right.
You try to treat them with some civility. And it's interesting because people think that, negative politics is somehow built into human nature. In fact, it's built into the fabric of the electoral system.
Exactly. It's that winner-take-all dynamic that pits people against each other, when in fact, I think intuitively, people in every aspect of our lives, we say, yeah, that's my first choice, but if I can't have that, I'll take strawberry ice cream if I can't get chocolate, or whatever the instance is. And so we experience that and exercise that right in almost every other
And that's really what
venue.
politics is. Nobody gets 100% of what they want all the time.
Right.
We have to compromise and see things from other people's perspective. So it's good training, actually, for people to go into government, to go through a ranked choice multi-member election.
Absolutely, because yes, exactly. And I think particularly now in this even more divisive atmosphere, who would have thought it could get more divisive? I think we need to make sure that the rules and systems are producing the consensus candidates who can move the country forward. So that seems super important. So one thing that I like to say, and I'd be just curious to know your comments on it, I often provide as an example movements like Title IX or the Americans with Disability Act or the Voting Rights Act itself or suffrage, which were all examples of changing rules and systems, not expecting the individuals who are being discriminated against somehow to adapt enough to maneuver to navigate the system.
To solve a structural problem.
Right. Exactly. But instead to say, wow, those structural barriers are real and we've got to address them. It's not about the individuals in the situation changing. So I don't know whether you think that's a good
a great
analysis.
example of that is restoration of voting rights to former felons. A lot of states had a rule which is, the governor can grant you a specific pardon or reprieve so you can vote, right? And I suppose we could have gone down that road of saying, let's see if we can petition for each individual person. No, we said it's not fair to exclude hundreds of thousands of people, still millions of people, from voting because they once committed an offense after they've done their time.
Yes, that's a great example.
And so we got to think structurally about the problem of the lack of representation of women. And not blame the victims and say somehow you're doing something wrong, you're not campaigning hard enough, you're not raising enough money. No, this is a hangover. Incumbency lasts for a long time for people, so it goes back decades. And what we need to do is to create a lot more space and more oxygen in our political process through these multi-member districts that will be much more representative in terms of forming congressional delegations and state legislative delegations. They will reduce negative politics and they will open it up so there can be really fair inclusion of minorities and women and different political points of view.
Yeah.
We can't be afraid of that.
And why, just to wrap things up, why do you think that's important? Like, what motivates you to think? Like, why does it matter? Why should we elect more people of color or women or Republicans in Maryland or Democrats in Oklahoma? Like, who cares?
Well,
why should we care?
There's a distinction between sovereignty and democracy. And democratic government is the agency that we use to make sovereignty real. But sovereignty belongs to all the people. We the people, everybody. So we have to try to make our democratic institutions serve the goal of everybody being represented. And our forebears in the American Revolution rebelled against what was called a virtual representation. The idea that, the Brits will represent the people who live in America.
Right.
No, everybody needs to have somebody who's actually representing their views.
Yes.
And it's not about skin color or gender biologically. It's about being able to choose people who you think are going to represent your experiences and your values.
Yes.
You know,
Yeah.
and so a lot of men are suffering from a lack of representation because the women who would represent their views and values are not being elected in the system.
Exactly. Well, great. Well, thank you very much. We really appreciate your support.
No, I love Fair Vote. You know that.
Yes, and Representation 2020.
Yes. So we got to pass the Fair Representation Act.
Yes, that sounds good. HR 3057.
3057.
Great. Thanks, Jamie.
Thank you, Cindy.
Okay.
You taught me everything and everything you've given me. I always keep it inside. You're the driving force in my life. Hey, there isn't anything or anyone that I could be, and it just wouldn't feel right. And if I didn't have you by my side, oh, you were there for me to love and care for me when skies were gray. Whenever I was down, you were always there to comfort me. No one else can be what you have been to me. You will always be, you will always be the girl in my life for all time. Mama, mama, you know I love you. Ooh, you know I love you, mama. Mama, you're the queen of my heart. Your love is like tears from the stars. Mama, I just want you to know, loving you is like food to my soul.
I was born Ida B. Wells in Holly Springs, Mississippi, before the close of the Civil War. My parents, who had been slaves and married as such, were married again after freedom came. My father had been taught the carpenter's trade, and my mother was a famous cook. My father, called Jim, was the son of his master and one of his slave women, Peggy. Mr. Wells had no children by his wife, and my father grew up on the plantation. He knew little of the cruelties of slavery. I do not remember when or where I started school. My earliest recollections are of reading the newspaper to my father and an admiring group of his friends. The Freeman's Aid had established in 1866 one of its schools in our town. It was called Shaw University then, but is now Russ College. I was visiting my grandmother down on the farm when life became a reality to me. One day, a hail at the gate brought me to the door. 3 horsemen were there, and one of them handed me a letter telling the progress of the yellow fever, and these words leaped out at me Jim and Lizzie Wells have both died of the fever. I wanted to go home at once. I was the oldest of 7 living children. There was nobody but me to look after them now. When I got home, I found 2 of the children in bed with the fever. All had had slight attacks of it, save Eugenia, my older sister, who was paralytic. The baby, Stanley, had died. So I took the examination for a country school teacher, and I got a school 6 miles out in the country. After 1 term, I went to Memphis on an invitation of an aunt. My Aunt Belle said she would take care of Eugenia. My 2 brothers were put to work on their farm, and I took the 2 little girls with me to Memphis. I secured a school in Shelby County, Tennessee, which paid a better salary. One day, while riding on the train back to my school, May 4th, 1884, I took a seat in the ladies' coach, as usual. The conductor took my ticket, then handed it back to me, and told me that he couldn't take my ticket there. In a little while, when he finished taking tickets, he came back and told me I would have to go in the other car. I refused, saying that the forward car was a smoker, and as I was in the latest car, I proposed to stay. He tried to drag me out of the seat, but the moment he caught hold of my arm, I fastened my teeth in the back of his hand. I had braced my feet against the seat in front and was holding to the back. He went forward and got the baggage man and another man to help him. And of course, they succeeded in dragging me out. They were encouraged to do this by the attitude of white ladies and gentlemen, some applauding the conductor for his brave stand. I hired a colored lawyer to bring suit against the railroad. After months of delay, I found out he had been bought off. I had to get a white one. Judge Greer kept his word, and in the circuit court, Judge Pierce, an ex-Union soldier, awarded me damages of $500. The railroad appealed the case to the state Supreme Court, which reversed the findings of the lower court. In the year 1886, I taught in California, Missouri, and Tennessee. I never cared for teaching, but I had always been very conscientious in trying to do my work honestly. The correspondence I had built up in newspaper work gave me an outlet. The Reverend William J. Simmons, D.D., could not resist the opportunity to look up the brilliant Iola, my pen name. He wanted me as a correspondent of his paper and offered me $1 a letter weekly. For the next 3 years, I was on staff of the American Baptists. Dr. Simmons encouraged me to be a newspaper woman. I bought 1/3 interest in Free Speech and Headlight of Memphis. I was editor. Things went along smoothly for the next 2 years until an article I had written about the city schools. I was still teaching. Yet, I felt some protests should be made over the conditions in the colored schools. The school board failed to re-elect me, While I was thus carrying on the work of my newspaper and had proved that I could make a living of it, there came the lynching in Memphis, which changed my whole life. Because I saw the chance to be of more service to the cause, I took a position on the New York Age and continued to fight against lynching and lynchers. About 2 months after my appearance in the New York Age, 2 colored women said they thought that the women of New York and Brooklyn should do something to show appreciation for my work. This led to meetings which grew in interest and numbers and culminating in a testimonial at Lyric Hall on October 5th, 1892. The slogan adopted was to raise enough to enable Miss Wells to publish her paper, Free Speech Again. The older inhabitants conceded this testimonial to be the greatest demonstration attempted by race women for one of their number. The best womanhood of those 2 cities and the leading colored women of Boston and Philadelphia came, a brilliant array. It was the beginning of the club movement among colored women in this country. The women of New York and Brooklyn decided to continue the organization, which they called the Women's Loyal Union. Later on, women in Boston organized themselves into Women's Era Club of that city. Another great result of that wonderful testimony in New York was an invitation to England and the beginning of a worldwide campaign against lynching. When I finished my work in England, I went to Chicago and the 1893 World's Fair. The Torgy Club set aside Thursday afternoon as Ladies' Day and invited me to speak to the club. I told them of the club movement in the East and urged them to consider establishing an organization of their own in Chicago. The outcome was the permanent organization of what was called the Chicago Women's Club. I took work on the Chicago Conservatoire, settled down to make Chicago my home, and develop the Women's Club. Then I was invited to return to England and sail the following February, 1894. During my absence, the club applied to the state for a charter and took my name for its own. Upon return in August, I came to Chicago. The Ida B. Wells Club took a leading part in helping to arrange a wonderful program. Mr. F.L. Barnett presided. One evening, at the close of an address in Rochester, New York, a young man sneeringly asked, if colored people were so badly treated in the South, why didn't more of them come north? Miss Susan B. Anthony said, I'll answer that question. It is because we here in the North do not treat Negroes any better than they do in the South. She strove to inform her townspeople on this subject too. As her guest, she remarked to me at the breakfast table that I could use the stenographer to help with my correspondence. When she returned, she found me busily engaged. Did my secretary come? I said, no. She went into her office, came back into my room and said, well, she's gone. I said, who? She said, the stenographer. I asked her, why didn't you tell Miss Wells what I said about writing some letters for her? Then the girl said, it's all right for you, Miss Anthony, to treat Negroes as equals. But I refuse to take dictation from a colored woman. Indeed, said Miss Anthony. Miss Wells is my guest, and any insult to her is an insult to me. Come, get your bonnet and go. Those were precious days in which I sat at the feet of this pioneer and veteran in the work of women's suffrage. But she also told me that when the Equal Suffrage Association went to Atlanta, she asked Frederick Douglass not to come because she did not want him to be subjected to humiliation. And she didn't want anything to get in the way of bringing the Southern white women into our suffrage association. And you think I was wrong in doing so, she asked. I said yes, because she confirmed white women in their attitude of segregation. She showed no resentment of my attitude and seemed eager to hear all sides of my question. On June 27, 1895, I was married in the city of Chicago to attorney F.L. Burnett. When the Ida B. Wells Club knew about it, they asked for the privilege of giving me a reception and managing the whole affair. The Women's Republic State Central Committee attended in a body, accompanied by their husbands. The church was filled to overflowing. I decided to continue work as a journalist, for this was my first, and might be said, my only love. I had already purchased the conservatory from Mr. Burnett and others who owned it. My duties as editor, as president of the Ida B. Wells Women's Club, as speaker in many white women's clubs, kept me pretty busy, but not too busy to give birth to a male child, March 23, 1896. When the meeting of the Association of Colored Women's Clubs was called in Washington, I was present with my 4-month-old baby. It was a famous gathering of famous women. There was the only daughter of Frederick Douglass, Harriet Tubman, Mrs. Booker T. Washington, and Mrs. Church Terrell, who was believed to be the most highly educated woman we had in the race. She was chosen president of the Consolidated Organization. In September, I found the political pot beginning to boil. Our Women's State Central Committee wanted me to travel throughout the state again. I said I would. I greatly enjoyed these meetings and the opportunity to show the women of the state why they should organize. In only a few instances did I see any of my own people. For if the white women were backward in political matters, our own women were even more so. About 1913, the Illinois legislature was considering enfranchising the women voters of the state. I had been a member of the Women's Suffrage Association all during my residence in Illinois. When I saw that we were likely to have a restricted suffrage, and the white women of the organization were working like beavers to bring it about, I organized what became known as the Afro Suffrage Club with a white colleague, Belle Squire. I was elected president and delegated to attend the March 1913 parade, sponsored by the National American Women's Suffrage Association in the nation's capital. But because of racist attitudes, colored women were relegated to the back of the line. I refused and told them that the Southern women had tried to evade the question time and time again by giving some excuse or other every time it had been brought up. If the Illinois women did not take a stand now in this great Democratic parade, then the colored women were lost. I declared, I shall not march at all unless I can march under the Illinois banner. I was asked to come down here to march with the other women of our state, and I intend to do so or not take part in the parade at all. Either I go with you or not at all. I am not taking this stand because I personally wish for recognition. I am doing it for the future benefit of my whole race. And I left. But as the delegates marched down Pennsylvania Avenue, I quietly walked out calmly to the delegation and assumed my place alongside Belle Squire and Virginia Brooks in the Illinois delegation. I had a smile on my face. By the end of June 1913, Illinois became the first state east of the Mississippi River to enfranchise its women. We could vote in municipal, presidential, and in some state contests. We, the women of the Alpha Suffrage Club, wasted no time. We canvassed the neighborhood block by block, asking women to register so that they would help put a colored man on the city council. By 1916, the Alpha Suffrage Club had 200 members, and that year, we helped elect Chicago's first black alderman, Oscar D. Priest. I continued to work actively for civic, social, political, and racial justice. And in 1930, I ran for state senator as an independent, but lost to the incumbent. I leave you with one thought. Eternal vigilance is the price of liberty, which should be exercised in the preservation of our rights.
This is a story about a colored woman living in a white world. It cannot possibly be the story of a white woman. A white woman has one handicap to overcome, that of sex. I have two, that of sex and race. I was born Mary Eliza Church on September 23, 1863, in Memphis, Tennessee. Both of my parents were slaves. My father, Robert Reed Church, was the son of Captain Charles B. Church and a slave named Emmeline, who was taken west by her owners. My father's father gave him everything that he wanted. My mother, Louisa Ayers, was a lady's maid and later opened a hair salon, first in Memphis, then in New York. She had been taught to read and write and even had French lessons. My father bought a saloon, and we lived in a suburb of the city where my first playmates were white. Once, when we visited Captain Church on a Sunday, I said, "Captain Church is certainly very good to us, Papa. And you know what? You look just like him." "I reckon you do, because he likes you." That's when I learned he was my white grandfather. My parents divorced when I was about 6, and my brother Thomas and I went to live with my mother. When I was 7, I was sent to Ohio to a model school on Antioch on the campus of Antioch College until I was 12. I attended high school in Oberlin and later Oberlin College. During this time, my father became the first black millionaire in the South. In 1884, I graduated from Oberlin College, where I had prepared myself for a day when I could promote the welfare of my race. My father did not understand, and he wanted me to be a lady. Most girls run away to get married. I ran away to teach. In 1885, I was on the faculty of Wilberforce University in Ohio, and the following year, I moved to Washington, D.C. to teach Latin at the colored high school there. Robert H. Terrell was the head of my department. Then, in 1888, my father offered to send me to Europe to study. So I spent 2 years learning French, German, and Italian, where I experienced art galleries, museums, opera, theater, and cathedrals. I renewed my friendship with Robert Terrell when I returned to Washington to teach Latin and German the following year. In 1891, we were married. I plunged into activity, becoming the president of Bethel Literary and Historical Society, a member of the District of Columbia Board of Education, the first black woman in the country to receive such an appointment, and most importantly, I co-founded the Colored Women's League of Washington. I had always been a suffragist. And when we merged with more than 100 women's clubs in 1896 to become the National Association of Colored Women, I was elected president and served for 5 years. Our motto, lifting as we climb. In union there is strength, is a truism. Acting upon this principle, the colored women of the United States banded together to fulfill a mission to which they felt particularly adapted and called. Women of our race became partners in great progress and reform. Nothing was nearer to our hearts than our children. We needed free kindergarten in cities, and the women of the National Association saw to it that even the little strays of the alleys came in contact with intelligence and virtue. The women of the masses needed more knowledge. So we taught mothers in families and had mothers' congresses in every community. Lifting as we climbed, we looked forward to the future, large with promise and hope. I organized and I corresponded with club leaders. I publicized successes and traveled miles each year to address meetings. And I served as an unofficial ambassador to predominantly white women's organizations. I had always attended conventions of the National Women's Suffrage Association. On one occasion, when members were preparing a protest against an injustice, I asked that the resolution include the injustices of which colored people are victims. Susan B. Anthony asked me to word the resolution I wished to have included, and she invited me to become a member of the association. We became friends, and I spoke at many suffrage meetings and conventions at her invitation. When I became a professional lecturer, I always put the colored women in a favorable light every time I addressed an audience of white people. In 1904, I was invited to deliver an address to the International Council of Women in Berlin. I proudly represented not just the American suffrage movement, but the experiences of African American women as well. When I realized that the audience would prefer I give the speech in German, I addressed them in German. Then, my friend Susan B. Anthony asked me to attend the 60th anniversary of the Women's Rights Convention in Seneca Falls, New York in 1908. I admonished my sisters of the dominant race at the National American Women's Suffrage Association 4 years earlier to stand up not only for the oppressed sex, but also for the oppressed race. Unfortunately, that call was rarely heeded. My suffrage philosophy was an intersectional vision that embraced both race and gender. Like Sojourner Truth and Ida B. Wells Barnett, I believe that however much white women needed suffrage, colored women needed it more, and we all needed universal suffrage. When Alice Paul founded the National Women's Party in 1913 and staged marches in front of the White House, I often joined the pickets. That same year, I marched in the suffrage parade in Washington, D.C. with the Delta Sigma Theta contingent from Howard University. Relegated with other black marches to a separate section so as not to offend the sensibilities of the white Southerners. I had to demonstrate that African American women wanted and deserved the vote just as much as white women. My daughter Phyllis and I took a turn on the National Women's Party picket lines outside the White House in 1917. And even though we avoided arrest, we were later awarded the special prison pen created for those women who had been jailed in these public protests. I was honored to be selected as a delegate to the International Congress of Women for Permanent Peace Conference in mid-May of 1919 in Zurich, Switzerland. Jane Addams and Jeannette Rankin were two of my companions. Jeannette Rankin from Montana was the first woman elected to the U.S. Congress in 1916, 4 years before women received the vote nationally. I experienced one of the greatest moments of my life when I addressed 3,000 people. Speaking in German, as I had done 15 years before, I said, "You may talk about permanent peace until doomsday, but the world will never have it until the dark races are given a square deal." Then I offered a resolution to the convention. We believe no human being should be deprived of an education, prevented from earning a living, debarred from any legitimate pursuit in which he chooses to engage, or be subjected to humiliation of various kinds on account of race, color, or creed. The convention unanimously adopted my resolution. It was the greatest night of my life. If I had died that night, I felt that after the work I had accomplished for a persecuted race, I would not have lived in vain. The 19th Amendment was ratified August 26th, 1920. That's 100 years ago. Women voters were eligible to vote nationwide in the November presidential election. Black women eagerly registered to vote. But when the Women's Party had a victory celebration in 1921, and I read a statement urging Congress to investigate the disenfranchisement of black women in the South, Alice Paul would not say that she endorsed the enforcement of the 19th Amendment for all women. Just the same, I spent my days convincing women that they must vote. And I wanted to reach each and every woman in each and every campaigner's state so that she would register and vote for Warren G. Harding as president and Calvin Coolidge as vice president. Harding was a Republican, and he had offered to support the Anthony Amendment. And in spite of my husband's death in December 1925, I kept fighting on. In 1929, when Congresswoman Ruth Hannah McCormick decided to run for the United States Senate, she asked me to come to Illinois to take charge of the campaign among black women. I spent months traveling through the states lining up votes for McCormick. 3 years later, I was in New York to work for the re-election of Herbert Hoover with the Republican National Committee. But not surprisingly, when I applied for membership in the American Association of University Women in 1946, the Washington chapter rejected my application. I believe I would have been a complete coward unless I opened the way for other colored women. And I appealed to the AAUW's National Board. After 3 years, the members voted to welcome black women with open arms. At 86 years old, I was admitted to the Washington branch. My advice to the timid is keep going, keep insisting, keep on fighting injustice. Fight on.
I stand before you as a convicted criminal. In 1872, the judge said that I was in violation of the law because I voted for the president, and he ordered me to pay a fine. I refused because resistance to tyranny is obedience to God. And I never did pay a fine, and I never went to jail. I was born Susan Brownell Anthony on February 15, 1820, near Adams, Massachusetts. As a true Quaker, my father, Daniel, fully believed that men and women were equal before God. My mother, Lucy Reed, was a Baptist. We all supported temperance, abolition, and women's rights. I learned to read before I was 4, and my highest ideal was to become a Quaker minister. My father believed in educating his girls so they could be self-supporting if necessary. There was only one career open to women. Back then, it was teaching, which I began when I was 15 and taught until I was 30. I remember the first time I ever heard of suffragists was because my family were so intensely interested in the subject. And I was quite surprised to learn that my father, mother, and sister Mary had attended the 1848 Rochester's Women's Rights Convention and signed the resolution, including the call for suffrage. I met my oldest and longest woman friend, Elizabeth Cady Stanton, in 1851, 3 years after she had been one of the organizers in the first Women's Rights Convention at Seneca Falls, New York. I gave my first public address to 200 people at the Daughters of Temperance meeting in March 2, 1849, and was invited to a statewide meeting of Sons of Temperance as an affiliate group representative in January 1852. But when I stood up to speak, the moderator said, "The sisters were not invited here to speak, but to listen and learn." I went from the convention to the newspaper and persuaded an editor to run the story of me being shut out of the meeting. Then I urged interested citizens to come hear me speak the following day, and we organized the Women's State Temperance Society. I recruited Elizabeth Cady Stanton to serve as president and write a speech for me to present. We had our first meeting in April of that year, and once again I was invited to a Sons of Temperance meeting. I was not allowed to speak again, and a prominent clergyman denounced me and all other women who dared to venture out in public. That September of 1852, in the same city of Syracuse, New York, I attended my first Women's Right Convention and supported Lucretia Mott for president. She was elected chair with me as secretary. Mrs. Stanton and I attended the second convention of the Women's State Temperance Society in June of 1853. She addressed the crowd on the issue of women's rights. She discussed the need for divorce reform so that women could escape abusive alcoholic husbands. But men in the organization staged a coup, elected a male president, and defeated Mrs. Stanton's re-election as president. Then they changed the name of the organization to the People's League. "Do you see at last?" Mrs. Stanton asked me. I replied, "Yes, I see at last." I became an unapologetic feminist. In August, organization, and the other one supported equal pay for female teachers. Both resolutions passed. And for the next 9 years, I attended every state teachers' convention and fought for women's rights. Changing the laws was the solution to women's problems. Mrs. Stanton and I went to the New York State Legislature February 14th of 1854. Mrs. Stanton addressed the Judiciary Committee, but they refused to take action. I continued to work for women's rights, temperance, and abolition when the Anti-Slavery Society asked me to become their New York State agent in 1856. I arranged lecture tours for myself and other speakers as well. In May of 1860, at the 10th National Women's Rights Convention, an abolitionist declared, "You are not married. You have no business to be discussing marriage." I said, "Well, Mr. Mayo, you are not a slave. Suppose you quit lecturing on slavery." I never felt I could give up my life of freedom to become a man's housekeeper. I'm sure no man could have made me any happier than I have been. Several months later, I had a conflict with my abolitionist colleagues when I refused to turn over to authorities an abused woman and her daughter whom I had aided. I started a speaking tour, No Compromise with Slavery, and planned for the 11th National Women's Rights Convention when the Civil War broke out in 1861. Sadly, I suspended the work of the suffrage movement for the duration of the war. So in May 1863, Mrs. Stanton and I formed the Women's Loyal National League and met in New York City. We offered support to the federal government and pledged to collect 1 million signatures on a petition supporting the 13th Amendment, which abolished slavery. But when offered a resolution supporting civil and political rights for all citizens of African descent and all women, the attendees rejected it. The most devastating blow came at a meeting in 1869 of the American Equal Rights Association, a group we had formed to gain the vote for everyone. During the debate over the 15th Amendment, I argued, it is not a question of women or black men. Neither has precedence upon an equal rights platform. The amendment puts 2 million more men in a position of tyrants over 2 million women. Disappointed, we left the meeting and formed the National Women's Suffrage Association. I boldly continued holding a yearly convention of the National Women's Suffrage Association in Washington, D.C., so I could lobby members of Congress. My red shawl became my trademark. Once I wore a white one, and the reporter sent a note, no red shawl, no report. So I had to get it. I started a newspaper, The Revolution, that lasted 2 years, traveled on lecture tours, and wrote The History of Women's Suffrage. Mrs. Stanton, Lucy Stone, and I combined forces to form the National American Suffrage Association in 1890. Then I retired when I was 80. I have devoted my life to equal rights for all. There have been many others just as true and devoted to the cause. I wish I could name everyone, but with such women consecrating their lives, failure is impossible.
Hey, this is Diaz Musalimov asking you to tune into my debut TV show, Diaz's World, on the CREWTV network, powered by Bullion. Check it out.
Powered by Bullion.
Fans, this is Sharon Nelson from CREW, Civically Re-Engaged Women, sitting here talking with Jennifer Rajkumar. Jennifer, we're so excited about your campaign. The young ladies that are watching this are really excited because they hope to one day run for office. So tell us. Exactly. And you know, Jennifer, I want to tell you, we're so proud of you because, you know, you're just getting in there and you're doing it strong. And, you know, Southeast Queens is where you're running.
Yes.
What made you pick this area?
So my family's originally from South Queens.
Oh, I didn't know
And it's
that.
where so many immigrant families first launched from.
Okay.
And then I went all around the country in search of opportunity. And I came back to my roots to uplift the rest of our communities so we can navigate America.
Beautiful. And we're here at the opening of your office. Very, very exciting. I mean, it's beautiful. I mean, the space is great.
Thank you so much.
And you're so nice to feed folks and just like really wonderful. Good music playing in the background. How'd you find this place, this particular campaign location?
Just by being really connected to the neighborhood, you learn where the spots are. And so we knew this was the hot spot, and we're going to be in the hot spot because we're a hot campaign.
Good. And it's in good traffic area and everything.
Yes.
Very easy to find. So definitely did good homework on that.
Thank you so much. And we have attracted all the celebrities like you, Sharon Nelson. So we've done pretty well
Too
today.
kind, my dear. Tell me, what do you enjoy most about running for office?
I enjoy meeting the people most of all. Because when I go door to door and I meet all my constituents, I meet immigrants who want to succeed in this country. I just meet so many people, and it's those stories that keep me going. It's the single best part of campaigning.
Okay, well, wonderful. What we're going to say,
We love your literature. Here's her lip. You see, everybody, literature, very important.
Very important.
Okay, but I thank you so much for giving us this opportunity.
Thank you.
Best of luck, my dear. And
I'm here
wonderful.
to help. I'm here to help all the women. I'm in your corner, so please reach out. I'm here for you.
Thank you, Jennifer.
Welcome to another episode of Get It Girl. On today's Girl Talk, we're going to talk about the lack of diversity in politics, especially when it comes to women of color.
For that, we're joined by amazing Latina who's paving the path for us all, Aura Vasquez. All of that and more on Get It Girl.
Check it out.
Hi, I'm Aura Vasquez. 10 years ago, I moved to Los Angeles because I wanted to pursue a career on community organizing. And, you know, my family and I immigrated to the United States, to New York 25 years ago. And, you know, I went to school in New York. I worked for a Congressmember, for Congressmember Engel Elliott in New York. I built a community there, but I also felt that something in me wanted to learn better how to organize and how to build a movement. And especially after working for government, working for nonprofits in New York, and seeing how advocacy and sometimes elected officials were not really delivering what people needed, I felt compelled and I felt excited about exploring a new career on community organizing and helping people come together to work for the things that they wanted and, you know, they want to change in their lives. I also was very inspired by former President Barack Obama when he ran for president the first time. And I learned that he was also a community organizer in Chicago and all of the work that he has done with his community. So I feel like maybe this was the way for real change and to empower people to do the things and to take charge of their lives and bring about the changes that they wanted to see. It wasn't an easy decision. You know, my life was completely embedded in New York. My friends, my family was still there. But I was very inspired by things like Cesar Chavez and the farmers movement, by the environmental movement here in California, and by how community organizing has shaped so much the faith and the personality of this state, of the state of California, and especially in Los Angeles. So I came here to work on immigrant rights issues. And as an immigrant from Colombia, that was something that I was very looking forward to do. I went to work for the PICO network in Orange County. And Orange County in those days was the second most conservative county in the country. So I really went to do God's work at a place where there was a lot of institutionalized racism, stereotype harassment, where I was met by the Minutemen, which I never knew who they were. And this is this militia that basically called folks to get armed and to shoot people that try to cross the border in California from Mexico. I met the Tea Party, for example, and libertarians in a state where by perception you believe that is very progressive and is very liberal, but it has very, very, very strong conservative pockets that were really unfair to a lot of the communities, the immigrant communities that do so much for this state and for this country, and that made this California beautiful, and that helped, made the economy robust. So that was for me very important. And my very first campaign that I ever worked on was to help undocumented folks not get their car impounded, because back in 2010 in California, we didn't have still the law where undocumented folks could have a driver's license. But back then, if the police stop you, they could impound your car for up to 30 days. And that's what happened to a lot of immigrant communities and a lot of immigrants in California. So I was the first organizer to ever change that law in one of the most conservative places of California, and also in the country. So later, I also went to work for the Sierra Club, and this wasn't something new to me. Environmental issues was something that I have been working on since I was a child. In fact, the first ever action that I took was to found the first environmental club in my school at age 11 back in Colombia. So coming back to more of my roots about protecting the environment was something extremely important to me, and was a turning point, because working in LA with the city of city officials, with the city of Los Angeles in general, with so many stakeholders, to also uplift a movement that has traditionally led by white middle-class people, and being the first Latina and one of the few Latinas in the largest environmental organization in the country was something really monumental. So I inherited the Beyond Coal campaign, which was to get LA off of coal and make sure that all of the investments that they had in fossil fuel were invested on renewable energy, especially in communities that have been most affected by climate change and by pollution. So, this wasn't a small, and like, I remember anecdotes of going to city council meetings in Los Angeles and asking city council members to support my campaign to get LA off of coal, and they literally thought I was crazy. As you know, coal is one of the biggest CO2 emitters in our planet. It causes climate change. It also causes high indices of asthma and birth defects, premature births, and ultimately death. So for me, this issue of connecting how the fossil fuel was polluting our environment and also was polluting our political process. A lot of the city council members that at first didn't see eye to eye with my campaign were recipients of money from the fossil fuel industry for their campaigns. So it was a very interesting process. And after a couple of years that we worked diligently to get LA off of coal, we were able to, as the largest public utility in the country, to divest from coal and make Los Angeles the largest city in the country to be coal-free. And that's something that I have been, extremely proud of, and it's something that put Los Angeles to be one of the 5 cities in the world to be fighting climate change. So I think what was monumental for me was the incredible amount of organizing, and the reason why I came to this state, the reason why I came to California to do that, to organize and to make an issue that wasn't so popular, that it wasn't in people's hearts and minds, that wasn't something that at first people thought it was important, but it was so important in so many ways. Protecting our planet is so important, and we only have one Mother Earth, one home, and we have to make sure that we protect it so that we are for future generations and for our health and also for our economy. So later I got appointed by Mayor Eric Garcetti from Los Angeles to be a commissioner for the Department of Water and Power. And this is our local utility and is the largest public utility in the country. I became the first immigrant, the first Afro-Latina to be appointed, and the first environmental justice organizer to ever be appointed to the Department of Water and Power. And again, it was extremely exciting because I was able to work on things like solar for renters, where in LA, more than 50% of the residents are renters, and I'm a renter myself. And giving an opportunity to renters to also enjoy the benefits of renewables was something that was very important to me. Most recently, I helped retire 3 coastal gas plants that were polluting communities of color, people like me, and that we were in the city investing billions of dollars in outdated, dirty energy. And now we're going to transform these 3 gas plants into a renewable energy hub that is going to power our city. And most of all, this was what really ignited in Los Angeles to enact a Green New Deal. So this is just the biggest step to get LA to 100% renewable energy, which is something that I have been working on for a really long time. So why did I decide to run for office? I think I'm a little crazy. For those that have ever run for office or had any relationship with people that run for office know how difficult it is and how time consuming and how much energy it takes and how emotional it can be to run for office. But I felt that our elected officials were not really doing the things that we needed them to do, that our elected officials here locally, and especially my elected official in my district, were not really taking care of renters, seniors, low-income folks, people that work hard and make our city amazing, street vendors, single moms, small businesses that make our community and our economy robust. So I felt like we needed one of us to run so that our values could be uplifted. I also have been always a big person speaking about the money and politics. And that was something that I wanted to really bring forward. How as a candidate, you can be a candidate for the people and by the people. How you can win a campaign with small donations, with knocking on doors, with meeting people where they're at. We're trying to understand what their issues were, how they live every day, how we can make their lives better. And because in our city council, we are so influenced by big money from the fossil fuel industry, from developers, and from special interests, I was really motivated by being the candidate of the people and making sure that in my candidacy, we were really truthful to the people that have been traditionally unheard and that don't have a voice in our government and that don't feel represented in our government. So that's why I ran for office. I ran for office to give people in my district and to give my community a voice, to make sure that they were represented, that everyone, every single body in my district was represented in our government, and that we could make government accessible, transparent, and more equitable. I took the National Women Political Caucus of the chapter from New York class about learning how to run for office and how to be a candidate. And this was the ever first time that I even saw myself as someone that can potentially even run. And I remember when I applied for the class, I shared that I wanted just to learn how to do it, to maybe help other women, that I just didn't see myself as someone that could run or that, that had that desire. So we covered a lot of different things in the class, but I will never forget that, towards the end of the course, we had to make a presentation about us as if we were candidates, so us running for office as candidates. And I spoke a lot about my immigrant story, and I just remember a lot of my classmates came back to me and they were like, "You have an incredible story, but you should talk more about what you do for work, and you should talk more about that you're a woman, and you should talk more about that, other things about you, not just that you're an immigrant." And I couldn't quite understand that at that moment, because I was like, but that's like so important to me, and that's something that I'm gonna carry with me as I become, an elected official, I guess, with this specific exercise. Forward in the so many years where I also train other people on how to be leaders in their communities, and I told them about sharing their story, their full story, and how that impacted them and why they were doing the things that they were doing. And later, even for me to run for office, to remember that moment and say, well, yeah, I'm just not one dimension. I'm not just an immigrant from Colombia. I'm also a woman. I'm also an environmentalist. I'm also a renter. I also work hard and can't save to buy a home or for retirement. So I am so many other things than just one dimension. And I think that class really, really prepared me and was somewhat shocking for me to really explore all those other parts of me that were going to be important later on, and even how I shape my policies and who I am as a leader in my community. So I'm really grateful for having gone through that training. I met incredible women. Some of them are even elected officials now in New York. And it was a great experience for me to be part of a class full of women that were incredible, that had something to say, that were leaders in their own way. And it just built this network, which I think is very important, and is worth noting, the network and the sisterhood that gets formed when you participate on these on this training. So I'm extremely grateful, and I learned a lot, and it's something that I have applied for the rest of my career, and especially when I run for office. I also was invited to the Kennedy School to a class with Professor Marshall Gans for community organizing. And this is after winning the campaign to get LA off of coal. And I was a little shocked because, I never thought, like I went to a CUNY school, I went to Lehman College, I worked during the day, I went to school at night, I work at night, I went to school during the day. I was not the typical student, simply because of my situation and I'm being an immigrant and having to work to be able to support myself as I was going to school. And so getting invited to the Kennedy School was something very beautiful to me. It was really a testament of all the hard work that I have been doing since I came to this country. And in 2013, for me to go with students from all around the world and learn from one of the professors that helped, Obama write his speech that made him a candidate at the Democratic National Convention. That learning from a professor that helped, establish the farmers movement in California, which is the very reason why I came here, was incredible to me, was like a dream come true. And I met so many other people that are still friends and supporters of my career, and that have like really given me a huge toolbox for me to work in learning how to organize communities and how to make sure that we include folks, that their stories are uplifted, that we create networks, that we understand why we're fighting, and the things that we're fighting for. And that we also make sure that there is a methodology that can be replicated, so it doesn't just live with me or with the people around me, but it can be passed on for generations and for years to come. So the Kennedy School was a year-long, very intense training. Later, I went all around the country to teach organizing and to help organize communities like in Indiana, in Florida, in Pennsylvania, in Arizona. I helped teachers, nurses. You know, I was in that cohort that had the opportunity to travel around with the new Organizing Institute and also teach other people the skills of organizing and the skills that I learned at the Kennedy School. So that was really awesome, and it was very exciting, and it was a very fun time in my career where I learned so much of the foundation about organizing and you know, bringing leaders, building leadership in communities where there's the most need. I wouldn't be sitting here speaking about my experience as a candidate to running for office if it wasn't because we have the right to vote today. And it's incredible to see in the past years more women stepping up in leadership because that very action. It's exciting to be celebrating this year the anniversary, the Centennial, and remembering how hard so many other women before me paved the path and opened the path for someone like me, an immigrant, a woman of color, to be able to run for office and to even vote today in this country. So let's not take that for granted. Please get out and vote, exercise your right, and all the women in the world out there should be celebrating and should be encouraging more women to vote, because the year of the woman and our time has come. Entonces este año participe, vote y haga su voz contar, porque contamos con usted y con todas las mujeres que están allá afuera para que inviten a más mujeres a que voten, porque su voto es tan importante. Entonces cuento con usted y salga a votar.
El sabor en los labios era la cosa que a mí me parecía más impresionante, que se sentía como si hubiera estado fumando cigarrillos toda la noche.
Así se sentía Aura Vázquez hace unos días, cuando empezó a sentir los efectos del aire contaminado por los incendios que afectan la costa oeste de Estados Unidos.
También se sentía un olor en el ambiente, como combustible aquí en la casa.
Cuenta que con el paso de los días, su salud no mejoraba debido a que sufre de asma.
Me picaban los ojos, comencé a toser.
Pero ella no era la única en Los Ángeles que sentía los efectos de la contaminación. Recientemente Matt Mora se recuperó del coronavirus y señala que es un milagro que se haya salvado.
Bueno, a mí lo que me pasó es de que me dio neumonía en ambos pulmones y se me afectó bastante. Mi habilidad de saturar la sangre con oxígeno bajó bastante, entonces ahora se me ha hecho bastante difícil correr.
¿Qué te han dicho los médicos con esta calidad del aire?
Me han dicho que ahorita es muy problemático, que tenga bastante cuidado. De hecho, cuando salí del hospital me habían dicho que no salga mucho, demasiado a hacer ejercicio, pero ahora especialmente con lo del aire, pues siento que se me va el aire más rápido. Tengo bastante dificultad y sí me da un poco de miedo porque si se me llegara a contagiar otra vez el coronavirus, yo ya estoy a algo riesgo.
Y aunque no se sabe cuántas personas en la costa oeste están siendo afectadas por la mala calidad del aire, lo único que sí enfatizan los especialistas en salud es evitar exponerse.
Si usted la puede oler, las partículas están ahí, no necesariamente las tiene que ver.
Según el doctor Chávez, en las últimas semanas ha visto a más personas con problemas respiratorios por la exposición al aire contaminado por los incendios, algo que no le sorprende, especialmente cuando el gobernador de California comparó la calidad del aire como fumar 400 cigarrillos en un día.
La razón por que están diciendo que es como fumar 400 cigarrillos al día es porque el aire está tan saturado con cosas tóxicas, ¿verdad?, de la quemazón, que cuando usted lo respira, es como estar respirando todo ese humo de un solo, y ese humo, como está tan grueso, se queda en los pulmones.
Pero si algo también ha causado el humo de los incendios es confusión entre quienes no saben si los síntomas que sienten son por haberse infectado con el COVID-19 o por problemas respiratorios no asociados a esa enfermedad.
Si está teniendo síntomas, mejor hágase la prueba primero, descartar el COVID. Si no es el COVID, es el humo.
De acuerdo con expertos ambientales, los estados en el oeste del país están experimentando uno de los peores niveles de contaminación en todo el mundo, debido a los 78 grandes incendios activos que se registraban este lunes.
A diferencia de los otros desastres, estos envían su humo hasta la atmósfera y con el viento lo envía lejos. Y eso significa que los incendios, como estamos viendo en el oeste de Estados Unidos, tienen un impacto en todo el planeta.
El humo ha sido tan intenso que un satélite de la NASA capturó imágenes que muestran cómo una inmensa capa de humo cubre casi toda la costa oeste. Y según IQAir, una compañía de monitoreo de la calidad del aire, Seattle, San Francisco y Portland registraron los peores índices en ese renglón entre grandes ciudades en todo el mundo.
Es muy triste ver lo que está pasando, pero a lo mejor esto va a ser una llamada de atención para nosotros, para de verdad ponerle más atención al medio ambiente finalmente.
Jacqueline Hurtado, CNN, Los Ángeles.
Hello, I'm Melanie Curtis, co-founder of Highlight Pro Skydiving Team. You are watching CREWTV.
Today, we are delighted to welcome Ms. Kristen Clark to the College of Law to deliver the 2017 Van Arsdale Memorial Lecture. As President and Executive Director of the Lawyers Committee for Civil Rights Under Law, which is often simply referred to as the Lawyers Committee, Ms. Clark leads one of the country's leading civil rights organizations, invariably on the forefront of the pursuit of equal justice for all.
Welcome, everyone, and welcome back to our CREW attendees for our next session, Defending Our Democracy, Our Voting Rights. My name is Susan Harper. I am the founding chair of the New York State Bar's Women in Law section. I am also chair of the Women in Law section, Centennial Suffrage. Since 1965, the Lawyers Committee has been in the forefront of the legal struggle to advance and protect civil rights and the right to vote, and to ensure that the right is afforded equally to all. Today, we are honored to hold a spotlight conversation with Kristen Clark, President and Executive Director of the National Lawyers Committee for Civil Rights Under the Law, a leading advocate and activist in our country. And I just wanted to also point out that she is definitely a leader's leader for those of us who lead in this country and in all these women's rights world. We all very much look up to her and her work. So welcome, Kristen.
Thank you so much for having me.
We're delighted that you're here with us today. For the past few years, in order to commemorate the 100th anniversary of voting rights in New York State and in our country, the New York State Bar's Women in Law section has been making presentations and has a traveling exhibit going around to the different courthouses concerning the fight for suffrage. And we usually cap off that discussion to share with all that the fight did not stop in 1920, and that many voters were disenfranchised through 1965, through the Voting Rights Act, and that we as a nation are still struggling with voter suppression and disenfranchisement. And so my goal today is to help our attendees to understand what's currently happening in the current state in the voting area. So, Kristen, just to start off, why do you think that this struggle is still happening today?
Well, the right to vote is the most central right in American democracy. And when we look back over time, it's been hotly contested ground. There have been hotly contested battles over who gets access to the franchise in our country, whether you're talking about women, whether you're talking about African Americans, whether you're talking about low-income communities. And, at the end of the day, the right to vote is kind of a bedrock principle of our democracy. It is the right from which other civil rights are derived. The right to vote determines who sits at the table at the local level, state level, federal level. At the end of the day, the right to vote just is so critical for so many issues in our country: criminal justice issues, fair housing policies, educational policies. And, I think that is the reason why we see unrelenting levels of voter suppression and voting discrimination throughout our country's history. I think this is the reason why, for voting rights lawyers, we haven't gone out of work in our country. There's just a lot at stake when it comes to elections and who has voice in our democracy.
Thank you for that. And you happened to mention, about voter denial. We often hear these phrases, voter denial, voter dissolution, voter suppression. Just to frame our conversation today, what exactly do these phrases mean?
So voter suppression is kind of a dark term that refers to hostile efforts to deny people access to the franchise. Textbook examples of voter suppression efforts dating back to the Jim Crow era include literacy tests and understanding clauses and poll taxes. And today we're seeing a new generation of those types of barriers that seek to exclude people from access to the franchise. We see it in the way of strict photo ID laws, government-issued photo ID laws, which impose burdens, not on everybody, but impose burdens on low-income, marginal communities who don't have driver's licenses because they rely on public transportation. They don't have passports because they've never been on a plane. And so thinking about the hurdles that we subject people to in order to access the franchise, that's what we're talking about when we're talking about voter suppression. Voting discrimination is a very similar term. Sometimes we see voting discrimination rear its ugly head in the redistricting context, a redistricting map that may on its face, on its surface, look completely innocuous and fair, but once you kind of peel back the layers and conduct a deep analysis, you find that the way district lines have been drawn may harm African American communities by packing them unnecessarily into districts or dividing them across districts in ways that dilute their vote. You can call that voting discrimination. You can call that racial gerrymandering. All of these terms are really just making clear that we are dealing with challenges and barriers that people face when it comes to accessing the vote in our country.
So you talked a lot about the different types of tactics that are being used just currently. And how, so in your opinion, you mentioned that this, you feel that it's really impactful for poor people and minorities, and how about, and are there any other groups that you feel that these are impacting tremendously? Or do you see other activities, I should say, in the country where you're seeing like hotspots, where this activity is happening greater than in other areas of the country?
Yeah. Well, our most important law for dealing with voting discrimination is the Voting Rights Act of 1965, which contains a lot of strong provisions to help root out discrimination that often manifests itself in many forms. Language minority groups also face a fair amount of discrimination. There are some communities for whom English is not their first language, and these groups are entitled, some of them under the Voting Rights Act, to language assistance when they go to vote. So when you have jurisdictions that aren't printing ballots and voter education materials in other languages that may be prevalent in particular communities, that definitely is another manifestation of voting discrimination that we see. We see discrimination against not just African Americans, but Latinos, Asian Americans as well. Low-income communities, poor communities often face barriers when it comes to accessing the franchise. The Voting Rights Act, though, I should note, is a law that really deals with discrimination on the basis of race and national origin. It doesn't deal with poverty status. But we, in the context of doing this work, we make plain and lay to bear how these barriers impact many communities across the country.
So, how, I apologize. I meant to talk a little bit more about your background. So I want to share just with our audience today a little bit more about your background, because it's so impressive. So you were the head of the Civil Rights Bureau at the New York Attorney General's office, and you were involved in many different matters, from discrimination, fair lending, voting rights, immigrants' rights, LGBT issues. You worked for the NAACP, Legal Defense and Educational Fund, serving as a program director, helping to coordinate the organization's work, voting rights and election rights, and you were involved in oral arguments in the DC District Court in Shelby County versus Alabama, which we're going to talk about in a few moments. And you also worked on the Civil Rights Division of the U.S. Department of Justice, where you served as a federal prosecutor in the criminal section, handling police misconduct and hate crimes and human trafficking, and office also within the Office of Voting section. And I just wanted to mention to our listeners today that Kristen is also an accomplished author. She's written numerous books, including Barack Obama and the African American Empowerment, The Rise of Black America's New Leadership, co-edited with Dr. Manning Marble, and also she's been a lecturer of law at Columbia University. So she's such an accomplished person. So now in your role in leading this organization that's really in the forefront of civil rights and voting rights, how is your committee working to address some of these challenges?
Yeah, so my organization, the Lawyers Committee for Civil Rights Under Law, has long been on the front lines of many of the most pressing battles when it comes to access to the franchise. Many of the key cases that have gone before the Supreme Court. We have an active litigation docket across the country where we are battling voter suppression and working to ensure access to the franchise. I'll just say a brief word about our history because it goes to your question. We were founded in 1963 at the request of John F. Kennedy, who at that time issued a call to action to the private bar to activate them and mobilize them to engage in the civil rights fight. There was a call that was put out, where are all the lawyers? And there were about 244 lawyers that came and met with Kennedy at the White House, and his charge to them was to go back home and to figure out how they could use the law to come to the aid of minority communities. And that kind of principle animates who we are today and how we do our work. We carry out our work in partnership with the private bar. I have a board comprised of over 200 lawyers. That number has historical significance. And these are lawyers who are about being of service to the fight. These are lawyers who provide critical pro bono support for our work. But the area that resonates most loudly with our board is the work that we do in the voting rights context. We run a program called Election Protection. This is the nation's largest and longest running nonpartisan voter protection program. It's been in place for almost 2 decades. It came about in the wake of Bush v. Gore. And we have lawyers and firms that partner with us to help do a number of things, to help us bring cases and to help us troubleshoot problems that voters are experiencing across the country by way of our hotline, the 866 Our Vote hotline, which is a hotline available 365 days a year. And it's a place where voters can turn if they're encountering problems in their community. It's a place that they can turn to find out basic questions like, how do I vote? How do I get an absentee ballot in the age of COVID? How do I report voter suppression happening at my early voting site? So we troubleshoot and resolve tens of thousands of complaints from voters across the country every election year. And sometimes some of those complaints end up resulting in litigation that helps us to address and beat back some kind of voter suppression scheme that might be impacting an entire, county or community.
That's incredible. It's incredible to hear how many calls that you get, and how many calls you're fielding, and to support our citizens. So we talked a little bit about the fact how you're getting involved with cases. So let's turn to cases for a few moments. I happened to mention Shelby County v. Holder, and having to do with Voting Rights Act and pre-clearance. And then there's also a case that happened, and many of us, while we were sitting home during this pandemic, we may have saw what was happening over in Wisconsin and state voting rights. So I just thought if you could just share a little bit about those two cases. No problem. There's no two cases. That it may be of interest to our listeners.
Yeah, the 2020 election season has been an interesting one, right? There is a pandemic going on that presents a series of unprecedented challenges for people who are trying to access the ballot box. And it's a presidential election year. So, this is the moment in a 4-year cycle where we see historically the largest numbers of people who are seeking to register to vote and seeking to vote in primary and general elections. It is the kind of the peak season.
Right.
And already we have seen the dramatic effect that the pandemic is having on voter access. And we saw it most starkly in Wisconsin. We've seen it in Ohio, and it's played out in different ways. Ohio was, I think, one of the most dramatic and earliest examples of the pandemic's impact this season. I remember going to sleep late at night, and it was just very unclear whether we were going to wake up to a primary election that day. And no doubt a series of events played out overnight, and they canceled the election.
Wow.
We ran our election protection program that day because there were other places having elections like Illinois. But we got calls from voters all day long into the evening from people who said, what's going on? I thought today's election day and my neighborhood polling site is closed. It really makes clear the need for better planning for these kinds of unanticipated events. So many election officials just had no playbook, no plan B, made lots of last minute decisions, and that hurt voters for sure. We saw the Ohio election play out most recently. They had a very early date, a very early deadline by which people had to return absentee ballots. And they only offered in-person voting opportunities for a limited group, people with disabilities and people experiencing homelessness. Not a good example of how to provide voting access this season. Wisconsin was also troubling. People battled long lines that stretched for blocks, that extended for hours, while trying to observe social distancing guidelines, and in a situation where there just weren't a lot of poll workers to staff sites. So in places like Milwaukee, they went from 180 typical polling sites to 5. And on top of that, we had the U.S. Supreme Court issue a decision on the eve of the election that essentially disenfranchised people. You had a lot of people who needed extra time to get their absentee ballot in, but the United States Supreme Court issued a ruling that basically said ballots that weren't postmarked by a certain date would not be counted. We have a lot of work to do to get this right. There's still a number of states with primaries. There's the general election around the corner. And so right now there's a very intense effort underway that involves my organization and a number of other sister civil rights groups that are fighting tooth and nail to use a combination of litigation, advocacy at the state level, advocacy before Congress for adequate funding. You know, we're all trying to make a full court press to get it right, because every voter that wants to vote this season deserves that right. And no voter should have to choose between their health and their safety and the right to vote.
Right. I agree. It was really disheartening to hear about what was happening in Wisconsin, and just to see how people had to choose between their health and going out to vote, and even those that went out to vote, then to seeing that all those precincts were closed. You know, you brought up a very interesting point, which you mentioned, having a plan. You know, outside of, my women's rights world, I work in the world of financial services, and all major financial services companies are required to have a business continuity plan. This happened after 9/11 because of disruption, and all these plans have been triggered and are in place, following this pandemic. So are you saying that our government doesn't have a plan, or each state doesn't have a plan for disruption when it comes to voting?
From where I sit, it seems that officials were woefully unprepared for this moment, and nobody really can plan for a pandemic, but we certainly have lived through events in parts of the country recently, whether you're talking about Hurricane Katrina,
right,
which caused tremendous disruption in Louisiana, particularly for people who were displaced, but
right,
for whom the right to vote really mattered. I think about 9/11. I remember I was in New York City monitoring elections on the day of 9/11, and there was a mayoral primary underway that was canceled a couple of hours into the election. So there have been enough events that have disrupted elections that you'd think we'd have a higher level of preparedness than we do. I also feel that we could be seeing a little bit more guidance at the federal government level. We're not hearing the federal access, and while at the same time we wrestle with this underlying layer of voter suppression, officials who for some odd reason have been very hostile and oppositional to the idea of opening up access to absentee balloting at a time when it's really necessary.
I'm really glad that you brought up that issue, because I'm sure many of our listeners today have been seeing on their own social media feed, or had seen at some point in time. I have been seeing these, and it sort of like startled me when I started seeing this, people putting up, posting notices saying that they're against mail-in ballots, absentee ballots. Could you share just a little bit about your own thoughts of why you think that that there is this all of a sudden surge in being against mail-in ballots? I mean, most people have used mail-in ballots when they've been in college, or they're shut in, or they're sick.
Yeah, absentee ballots are nothing new. It's been a long part of how some people have chosen to vote in our country. It's really helpful for working moms who can't find childcare to go out and vote. It's really helpful for people who may not be able to get away from the job. It's helpful for the elderly. It's helpful for people who may have really long ballots and just need the extra time to get through it. Sometimes you end up in a place that's got like 20 ballot initiatives,
right?
And you don't want to go and be subjected to that 2 or 3 minute rule if there's one in place. You've got people in rural areas that might otherwise have to drive for miles to access polling sites. So it is unclear where this newfound opposition comes from. There's also a federal law, UOCAVA, the Uniformed and Overseas Absentee Citizens Voting Act, which has allowed election officials to send applications and ballots to members of the military abroad and to American citizens living abroad. And some of those transactions actually happen by way of fax machine. So, for those who claim that this is an invitation for fraud, there's no basis to these claims. And we've been able to figure it out and actually get ballots out of the country to Americans who are serving or living abroad. And it's been a part of our system forever. So it's illogical and I think really unfortunate, because the truth is that the pandemic has had a devastating impact on our country and on particular communities that have been hard hit, like the African American community. You have people who are infected, people who are hospitalized, people who are quarantined, people who are dying. And so giving people that option to vote safely by way of absentee ballot if they so choose is really one important reform that we need to get it right this unique election season.
And there are states that already just are 100% mail-in, like Oregon. Oregon is a mail-in state.
Right.
So we've been doing it successfully already.
Right.
So I want to just kind of get your ideas and also your thoughts on your own vision. If you had an ideal approach to voting, what would your vision look like if you could be the person to say, I can do this and that and that?
Pre or post-pandemic?
Well, I think we have to just deal with what we have today. So post-pandemic.
Yeah. Well, right now it's about offering up as many avenues as possible for people to participate. So we actually are not advocating for 100% vote by mail. We think it's important that states offer up expansive absentee balloting options for voters. And that means getting rid of the restrictions, easing the deadlines, getting rid of things like signature matching requirements, which are, kind of a junk science method sometimes used to disenfranchise people, frankly. Get rid of unnecessary requirements like, unless the date of birth is on the envelope, we won't count the ballot, even when they know that the ballot was offered up by somebody who's an eligible voter. And also put postage on those envelopes and just make it a very seamless and easy process. One. Expansive early voting opportunities is also critical, because there's some people who want to vote in person, and there are some people who deem that opportunity and experience of voting in person to be very important to them. In fact, we've got a long history and a long battle that played out in our country to make sure people could get that right to vote in person. So if we have expansive early voting opportunities, we can give people as many options as possible to spread themselves out and vote over an extended period of time prior to Election Day. Then on Election Day, we have to have in-person options, so that all of those people that we've missed through absentee voting and early voting still get that opportunity on Election Day. And we have to have lots of notice so people know where their polling sites are. And then we can't forget about voter registration, because the pandemic has actually had a little bit of a chilling effect on some of the traditional and ordinary ways that we reach people who have not yet been brought onto the rolls. Campuses are shut down, churches are closed, grassroots organizers are not able to knock on doors. So doing things like same-day registration that would give people that chance on Election Day to get registered if they're not yet registered, I think is important. And doing a lot of education to make sure that people know that there may be an opportunity to register online in their state, or you can call your local registrar if you need a paper form sent to you. It can help to make up for some of the lost ground that has kind of emerged in the wake of the pandemic.
Yeah, all those wonderful suggestions. And interesting, I didn't really think about how the fact of all the students leaving, how that will impact that for registration. And we really need to look at that and address. So we have a major election, I'm just coming up to the ending of our program, but we have a major election in front of us. If someone thinks their rights have been infringed upon, what should they do?
So our election protection hotline is nonpartisan, available every day of the year, every corner of the country. Doesn't matter your partisan affiliation, where you are, your race, your gender. 866-OUR-VOTE. 866-OUR-VOTE is a number that we encourage people to plug into their phones and to share vastly across their networks and communities, because it is a safe and trusted place to get help. I started off my career at the Justice Department in the voting section, doing voting rights cases across the South, and I am a little disheartened by the lack of activity that we have seen from this Justice Department when it comes to safeguarding voting rights. There hasn't been a single case brought in the last few years to protect minority voting rights. And so the civil rights organizations are really trying to make up for that lost ground. It's why we have really stepped up our litigation activity at the Lawyers Committee for Civil Rights Under Law. So I say that just to say that it's important to sound an alarm, to be vigilant during this moment. Pay attention to what's happening in your community. Call your local election officials. Talk with people. And if you're hearing about a scheme, an effort, an attempt to deprive people of access to the ballot box, it's important to say something. And you can call organizations like mine, like the 866-OUR-VOTE hotline, to make sure that those issues are investigated. They may, make clear some attempt to deprive voters in mass access to the ballot box. And we don't want to tolerate that kind of an outcome in our democracy today.
Right. And so in addition to making those phone calls, are there other ways that individuals can get involved to ensure and support free and fair elections?
Yeah, become a poll worker. Become a poll worker. It's really time that we think about recruiting new people to become poll workers. And I think, regardless of whether or not you're a lawyer, now is a great time to call your election official and say, hey, sign me up. What do I need to do? They're not the most high paid jobs in the world, but it's an important civic duty. And we've seen this season a lot of jurisdictions struggle, as many poll workers who tend to be older Americans, chose not to participate and not to turn out this season, and understandably so, because the pandemic has had a really striking impact on older Americans. So becoming a poll worker, I think, is key, and making sure that everyone in your network is registered to vote. Don't presume that everyone in your family, your friends, your social network, don't presume that they're registered. We have people who move and may not have yet taken the time to get registered in their new community. We have a lot of students, who this may be their first chance to vote in a presidential election. So be really aggressive about promoting the importance of getting registered to vote now.
Wonderful. Well, Kristen, thank you so much, President of the National Lawyers Committee for Civil Rights Under the Law, and to CREW for hosting us today. We appreciate your time. We thank the Lawyers Committee, and we thank you for your extraordinary efforts to protect our civil rights and our cherished right to vote. Thank you.
Thank you for having me, and thanks so much to the New York State Bar Association's Women in Law section, and to you, Susan, for your leadership and the work that you're doing to elevate the importance of the right to vote and to really mark the anniversary of 100 years of suffrage for women in our country. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We appreciate that.
For years, my mother kept telling me that it's nothing new to have women as soldiers, as diplomats, as politicians, as explorers, that the women of my generation did not invent the wheel. In the past, women might not have had the titles, but they did the jobs that fit those descriptions.
I started on this quest about women in history really as a result of growing up with my mother. And many of you knew her, Lindy Boggs. I watched when I was growing up here in post-World War II Washington, the women, my mother and her cohorts, running everything.
Cokie Roberts has been a fabulous author, journalist, historian, and has spent countless hours devoted to the National Archives and our programming and our ambitions. I'm just glad we at the Archives, who appreciate her, is recognizing her tonight.
First, let us establish that Cokie Roberts is something very special in our country. She has been able to take a life of public service that she was raised in, and through her presentation, through her writing, have it be understood and appreciated by many more people. That's a gift.
Journalism is the first draft of history. And certainly she wrote the first draft of history in many places and in many stories that she covered. But unlike most of us, she also wrote the second, third, fifth, and 10th draft of history when she began writing books about important, mainly women figures who had been uncovered for centuries.
You can't leave half of the human race out of history. It's basically inaccurate history. I thought it was terribly important to write about and educate people about the contributions of these women, but also just what they were thinking and doing in everyday life. You get a much, much fuller picture of American life through the letters of women. Women's letters are just so much better than men's letters.
Abigail's lively letters serve as snapshots of the times, as well as frank renditions of her own fears and fortunes. She once told John, "My pen is always freer than my tongue. I have written many things to you that I suppose I never could have talked."
She is constantly reminding us of language in the letter from Abigail Adams to John Adams in 1776, reminding her husband, who is in the process of establishing this new government, to remember the ladies. And forever, Cokie, if I had to describe her catchphrase, it would be remember the ladies. She has been instrumental in reminding all of us at all levels of our society about the role of women in our history in a way that no one else has.
Cokie has influenced me and a whole generation of American historians, not only by saying, make sure that you get the dimension of American politics and history that was women and women's contributions and women at the center of things, but at the same time, she has gone and she's done the really tough work of going into the archives and going into old newspapers and turning up all sorts of original primary sources that we never had before, and thanks to Cokie, we now do.
One of the things that comes out in the books sometimes is what not very good husbands these men were, who were the founders, the founding fathers. Well, they were the founding fathers of the country, but their wives were the founding fathers of everything they left undone at home.
Not only did John turn to Abigail for advice, she was the person who made it possible for him to do what he did. While he was off in Philadelphia thinking great thoughts, she kept his farm and law business going, all the while fending off British soldiers. John's advice when Abigail wrote describing the British preparations for war? If it got really dangerous, fly to the woods with our children. She must have wanted to throttle him.
I'm reading their mail, you know, and
right, and literally reading their mail, right?
So their letters are fabulous. They are
frank and funny,
feisty,
right?
And some of them are just fabulous. I mean, there's one in here where Verena Davis, who's the wife of Jefferson Davis, says about Stephen Douglas that he stinks, and you know, she's glad a new water system's coming to town, so he might wash more often.
Right. She means he actually stinks.
Right.
Something that Cokie often says is history is gossip. What it really does is tell you that they are human beings who are operating, and that history isn't just a set of dry facts.
One of the wonderful things about reading those books is the detail. What the day was like, what the weather was like, what the crowd was like, what people were wearing.
If Martha Washington hadn't realized that she would be playing a very public role before that enthusiastic greeting, she certainly knew it after. But she didn't need lessons in political savvy. The wealthy Mrs. Washington arrived wearing a homespun gown, a forerunner of Pat Nixon's good Republican cloth coat.
You read Coky's books, it's almost like the moment in The Wizard of Oz where it goes from black and white to color. You sort of get it. It seems a little bit more true to life. And thanks to Coky, we now have a three-dimensional perspective on how this country really worked in its earlier days.
Modern women, and men too, but modern women are a bunch of sissies. I mean, compared to what these women went through, it's just remarkable. I mean, when somebody says to me, I can't do it all, I feel like saying, meet your great-grandmother, and talk to her about it. Because really, they did do it all, and they didn't complain about it. They complained a little bit, but
One of the most extraordinary things about life with Coky is her family and her friends, and how close she keeps everybody to her.
She's also been a tremendous friend of the National Archives, has been on the board for many years, and in fact, on my first day in the office, when I sat at my desk for the first time and opened my middle drawer, there was a note from Coky welcoming me to Washington.
Of course, the point about the archives is these papers and these films and these recordings and these posters and these treaties, they're ours. They belong to us. This houses America. And it really is a wonderful thing that we understand this, that we the people, are the people who own what's in here.
What is the thing that people will say about Coky Roberts 100 years from now? She was a smart cookie who did a lot of good for other people and who was kind to people.
When you put together all the pieces of her life as a child of Congress, as a journalist, as an analyst, as an anchor, as an historian, it's all connected by this idea of really reverence for our history and our institutions, and by the idea that she wants to do everything she can to make sure that those institutions live on in the strongest way possible for decades, centuries more. And I think that her love for our country and our institutions infuses everything she's done.
Good afternoon to all of you here in the William G. McGowan Theater, and those of you who are joining us on our YouTube channel, and a special welcome to our friends viewing us on C-SPAN. I'm David Ferriero, the Archivist of the United States, and it's a real treat to have you here in my house this afternoon. Today we have a guest author, a woman who made her history during 37 plus years in the United States Army, and who tells us about it in her new book, A Higher Standard, Leadership Strategies from America's First Female Four-Star General. The book draws on our guest's military experience to provide insights to large organizations of any kind so they can remain relevant and meet the challenges of the future. Before we begin with today's program, I'd like to tell you about two programs coming up soon in this theater. On Tuesday, May 5th at noon, our guest will be Robert Grenier, former CIA station chief in Islamabad, who will discuss his book, 88 Days to Kandahar, a CIA diary. In the book, Grenier describes the problems he faced as he directed the first Afghan war, the CIA's war in response to 9/11, and a book signing will follow that lecture. Thursday, May 7th at 7 p.m., we'll present Lincoln and the Jews, A History. Jonathan Sarna will discuss his new book, which for the first time tells the story of Abraham Lincoln's relationship with Jews in America. Lincoln befriended Jews from a young age, appointed Jews to public office, and had Jewish advisors and supporters during his 2 presidential campaigns. And a book signing will also follow that program. If you want to know more about these and all of our programs and exhibitions, pick up a copy of our monthly calendar of events. There are copies in the lobby as well as a sign-up sheet where you can receive it in physical mail or email. And another way to get more involved in the National Archives is to become a member of the Foundation for the National Archives. The Foundation supports all of our education and outreach activities, and there are also applications for membership in the lobby. Our guest today, General Ann Dunwoody, has scored a number of firsts. She is the first woman in U.S. military history to achieve the 4-star rank. She was the first woman to command a battalion in the 82nd Airborne Division. She was Fort Bragg's first female general officer, and she was the first woman to command the Combined Armed Support Command. For the last 4 years of her active duty, Ann headed the U.S. Army Materiel Command. Now retired, she was in charge of the largest global logistics command in the Army, comprising 69,000 military and civilians located in all 50 states and more than 140 countries. She managed a budget of $60 billion, I'm jealous, and was responsible for oversight of approximately $70 billion in service contracts. Army Chief of Staff General Ray Odierno called Ann, quite simply, the best logistician the Army has ever had. Ann has passed on some of the strategy she used to earn this praise in her new book. Walter Isaacson, president and CEO of the Aspen Institute and author of The Innovators, has said that Ann's book shows that the general's commitment to and zeal for service haven't ended with her military retirement. And retired Army General Stanley McChrystal, author of My Share of the Task and Team of Teams, calls the book an inspirational guidebook for anyone trying to make their team or organization better. Please welcome Ann Dunwoody.
Well, good afternoon. Good afternoon. I want to start by saying thanks for the invitation to be here with you today. I know this great institution is such an integral part of our free society, a place where ideas and of every variety and expression, from historical documents from our founding fathers to my humble presentation today, find a home. In the military, I spent my share of my time in the city, albeit most of it, in that less impressive building on the other side of the river, known to all of us as the Pentagon. David, thank you for that kind introduction. If my mom was here, she would have believed every word of it. My brothers and sisters, on the other hand, would be wondering who the heck you're talking about. Now, I really appreciate the opportunity to be here today to introduce my new book, The Higher Standard. Over 2 years in the making, over 40 years of living. Now, I'm just curious to know, how many of you have written a book? How many of you are thinking of writing a book? These words are for you. For the ones that have completed a book, congratulations, as I now know how hard that is. But for those that are thinking about it, you might want to talk to those who have before you dig in. Because quite frankly, I never thought I was going to write a book. And when I was selected to promotion for general, writing a book almost seemed to be a foregone conclusion. Because everywhere I went, people said, when are you going to tell your story? When are you going to write your book? And over time, this reluctant author had to admit that I did have a unique vantage point and also had a great story to tell. But writing a book is no cakewalk. It's no easy task. It takes a serious commitment, a personal investment of time, your heart, and your soul. And without that personal investment, you may have a book. It's just a book. It might have your name on it, but it won't be yours. And shortly after I retired, I was approached by a very successful writer from Los Angeles who was very enthusiastic about telling my story and helped me write the book. And he'd helped one of my friends write his biography and his memoirs. And so when we talked, he was so enthusiastic and so excited about helping me tell my story. And as he described it to my husband and I, it would take about 80 hours, 100 hours of interviews. And then he'd tape those interviews, and that would be our source document. And from there, he'd create chapters and then a proposal. And once the proposal was completed, we'd do the editing and send it out to prospective literary agents, select an agent, and ultimately, maybe I should say hopefully, sell the book to a publisher. Well, after that, he said, writing the book, that'd be relatively easy and we'd be done in no time. And since I really didn't want to write a book and he really did want to tell my story, I fell for it, hook, line, and sinker. And you want to guess how that story ends? Well, the first draft and the outline comes in, and it was a proposal of a version of my life seen through someone else's eyes, someone else's voice, and I barely recognized myself as the main character. We tried again, different approach, same result. And so the calendar pages kept turning, deadlines approached, and I never thought we were any closer to writing a book. So my husband and I finally decided that there would be no book unless we wrote it. So we set out on our own personal journey, joining hands with a different writer and a different editor, Tomago Collins, to produce this book. A book in our own words, recounting our own experiences and drawing our own conclusions. But I didn't want to write a biography or a memoir per se, because this book really isn't about me. The story I wanted to share was about leadership. And today I want to talk a little bit about my journey and share some of the few leadership strategies that I believe contributed in some measure to my success and spurred organizational change and improvement. And I want to share those experiences, obviously truncated from the book, that helped define those leadership lessons. And in the book, I tried to choose leadership lessons that were not only fundamental to my success, but had the broadest application to larger organizations, large, small, battlefields or boardrooms, lessons for leaders who never wanted to stop learning. In a higher standard, I tried to capture what I learned, how I learned it, and how these things made me a better leader. Now, this is not a book on how to become a general. I'm not sure I could write that book. Nor is it a book on the 10 steps to being a good leader. Because I don't think there's any magic recipe for leadership. If there were, everyone would buy the recipe and that would be it. What I try to do is share the leadership strategies supported by stories in my life that worked for me, with hopes that the others might find them useful in their lives and in their careers. It's based on things I learned as a kid, as an athlete, as a sibling, as a daughter, as a wife, as a soldier, as a business person, and as a leader. And my hope is that my remarks and this book will challenge people to dream big and find ways to make a difference, even in the spite of obstacles, imperfect bosses, or traditions that have outlived their usefulness. Now, I chose a higher standard as a title because less than 1% of the American population will ever serve in the military. And I think most citizens don't realize that men and women in uniform are held to a higher standard. In our profession, we take an oath to support and defend the Constitution. We're held to a strict code of conduct that governs our behavior in and out of uniform. And we have to meet certain standards in just about everything we do. And these standards range anywhere from adherence to stringent codes of ethic, adherence to the Uniform Code of Military Justice, respect for authority in the chain of command, to how fast you run, how many push-ups you can do, and how you wear your uniform, including your hair, and how many times you can hit a target with a variety of weapons. But most importantly, the reason I chose a higher standard is because the good leaders that I served with held themselves to higher standards. When I joined the Army, I just assumed that I was going to have to prove myself and exceed the standards to be accepted, and I strove to do just that. But what I realized during my journey is that all the good leaders I served with held themselves to a higher standard, and they consistently applied leadership principles meant to improve, not degrade or debase. In the Army, we call it leading from the front. In the book, I spend some time talking about the difference between leaders and soldiers who just met the standards and those who always tried to exceed the standards. And it's kind of like the difference between being an A student and a C student. Except in the Army, lives depend on our performance and our leadership. The leader who's satisfied with just meeting the standard, never striving to a higher standard, will probably never lead a high-performing organization. Now, when I joined the Army back in 1975, I joined the Women's Army Corps. It was kind of like a separate branch for women who desired to serve. And to be honest, I never dreamed about joining the Army. I always knew from the time I was at elementary school that I was going to be a coach and a physical education teacher. As a kid, I was a tomboy. I don't even know if they use that word anymore. But I loved sports, and I went to one of the top physical education colleges in the country, Cortland, in upstate New York. Now, during my junior year in college, the Army offered high-potential women $500 a month during their senior year in return for a 2-year commitment and a commission as a second lieutenant. Well, $500 was a lot of money back then. And even with 4 generations of West Pointers in my family, the thought of joining the Army had never crossed my mind. But it was an offer I couldn't refuse. So I joined and began my 2-year journey in the Army, a 2-year journey that turned into 5 years, 10 years, 20 years, and yes, 38 years. So when people ask me if I want to be a general, I tell them, not in my wildest dreams. When it happened, there was no one more surprised than I was. Except, of course, my husband. And now you know why they say, behind every successful woman, there's an astonished man. In 2008, when the President of the United States nominated me for my 4th star, I was not prepared for the enormity of the event. It was a first, but I'd been blessed with a lot of firsts in my life. But being nominated for a 4-star general was a different kind of first. And I didn't appreciate the significance of the promotion until the tidal wave of cards and letters and emails started coming my way. I heard from moms and dads who saw this promotion as a beacon of hope for their own daughters, an affirmation that in America, anything is possible with hard work and commitment. And when I was nominated, I heard from women veterans of all wars, many who just wanted to say congratulations, some just want to say thanks, and still others just wanted to say how happy they were this day had finally arrived. It was a humbling experience, to say the least. When the promotion ceremony finally happened, I said, I might be the first, but I certainly won't be the last. And today, I'm happy to report there are 3 other female 4-star officers, 2 in the Air Force and 1 in the Navy, with more in the making. But this is not just about more promotions. What's really exciting is women are flying jet fighters in combat, women are commanding ships in the Navy, and now the first group of women, highly qualified women, are starting Ranger School. As readers will see in my book, the leadership journey begins with an introduction by Sheryl Sandberg, Chief Operating Officer of Facebook. She's author of the national bestseller Lean In and a true champion of women's equality. Now, you might think that we sound a bit like the Odd Couple, 2 people from entirely different worlds. Sheryl, a West Coast, high-tech, social media superstar, and me, East Coast, low-tech, muddy boots soldier. The reality is that we had more, that the things we had in common way outweighed anything we didn't. And the principal thing among those things we had in common was the desire to make a difference in organizations and the lives of people. And I'm glad to call her my friend and kindred spirit. Sheryl Sandberg has championed several national campaigns, from getting women to achieve greater positions in the workplace and getting men to recognize to support these talented women. And I've been in support of both campaigns. And I've been fortunate that I have such a supportive husband who's a hero in his own right, with 26 years in the Air Force as a combat controller. He's been a linchpin in my journey. I can assure you it's a lot easier to lean in when you have someone to lean on. On my toughest days, my husband was right there, kind of like a coach in the corner of a boxing ring. He would pick me up, dust me off, push me back in the ring, and say, go give him hell. And when Craig's mother finished reading the book, A Higher Standard, she told Craig, I get the impression that Anne really likes you. Now, the number one question I always get is, why you? Why were you the first female to attain the rank of 4-star general? And the second question I get is, how did you succeed in this male-dominated profession? How did you manage to claw your way to the top in this man's army? And I try to answer both of these questions in the book, and I think most of you would be surprised by the answers. My journey to the top was far more interesting than a career of struggling and fighting my way through the ranks. It would have been easy, and probably expected by some, that I would write a book on how I, like Wonder Woman, kicked my way to the top, shattered glass ceilings, and broke down doors. But the reality is, my journey was more about leadership than gender. Not just leadership for people in the Army, not just leadership for women, but leadership for people, period. I didn't just skip along the yellow brick road in the land of Oz and find myself at the end of the journey, the end of the rainbow, as a 4-star general. There are bumps in the road, there are obstacles in the road, but there are people all along the road that wanted to help. And many of these were men. But I think these bumps, these obstacles, and these people that are willing to help can be found in all walks of life and in any profession. Now, like many of you, my leadership skills initially came from my family, my education, and from fitness. When I say fitness, I mean mental fitness, physical fitness, emotional fitness, and spiritual fitness. These formed the foundation that allowed me to achieve things I never thought possible. I came from a values-based family. I had the best mom and dad a kid could ever ask for. In fact, I know much of who I am today is based on what I learned from them. My dad, proud soldier, father, patriot, who served this country for 31 years and fought in 3 wars. We just celebrated his 96th birthday. Mom is the unsung hero in our family. She pretty much raised 6 kids on her own while Dad was serving our country. Mom was a devout Catholic. She was the most selfless, gracious, and caring person I ever knew. She taught me the glass was always going to be half full, never half empty, and no matter what the weather forecast, she said it's never going to rain on our parade. My participation in sports was character building, to say the least. I competed in both tennis and gymnastics in college, and I learned as much from losing as I did from winning. And I learned that team performance was far more important than individual performance. And I learned that performing in front of large crowds can be scary and intimidating. But competing in sports taught me priceless lessons and how to turn surprises into experiences and challenges into opportunities. And my education gave me the intellectual skills and to be technically competent and credible. A bachelor's degree and 2 master's degrees only sharpened my creative and my strategic thinking skills. Family, fitness, and education, the cornerstones of who I am. In the book, I tried to be as honest and candid about the challenges I faced, as well as the opportunities I was given. I tried to put a human face on leadership. I remember back in the 80s, or I think in 1984, I was stationed in Germany, and I had just been selected to command a parachute rigger detachment. I was a young captain, and this was my dream job. But since the primary function of a parachute detachment was to pack parachutes and rig loads of supplies and equipment for airdrop, one of the requirements of the commander was to be certified jump master. Now, jump master is the person who's responsible to check equipment, check parachutes, and make sure that there are no malfunctions during a drop. Well, at the time, I only had 12 parachute jumps, and I'm not sure if there were any female jump masters in the Army at the time or not. But my boss said, hey, you're the best qualified, and as long as I passed jump master school, the job was mine. Well, as it turned out, the only place to go to jump master school in Europe was with special forces in Bad Tölz, Germany. When I received my orders, I was so excited. Bad Tölz is a beautiful town in Bavaria in southern Germany. It's south of Munich, surrounded by the mountains, and I was going to get to go to jump master school. Bad Tölz used to be the fortress that was built in World War II time frame and was the training center for Hitler's SS officer corps, the most trusted and ruthless of the Third Reich. But in 1984, it was the American headquarters for the 1st Battalion, 10th Special Forces Group. And I showed up on a Sunday afternoon, ready for training on Monday morning. And when I reported in, I handed my orders to the duty officer. He looked at me, he looked at my orders, he looked back at me. Then he handed me a room key and pointed me down the hallway. Never said a word. Off I went to find my room. When I found it and opened the door, there's this young male paratrooper lying on the other bunk. Now, he looked at me, I looked at him, we looked back at each other, and we're both stunned. In those days, there was always 2 to a room, but it was not co-ed. It's still not co-ed. So I marched back down the office, and there were several sergeants, another captain, now in anxious conversation. And they said, we thought your orders had a typo. We were expecting Andy Dunwoody. Well, no one was smiling. No one was laughing. It was like, what are we going to do about her? Well, as you can imagine, that wasn't the only time something like that happened in my career. But I did get my own room, I did attend the training, and I'm also happy to report that I graduated from the course, something only 40% of the Jumpmaster students do on the first try. Now in my book, I talk about my very first platoon sergeant, who taught me a lot of things, but one of the most enduring things he taught me was to never walk by a mistake. He said, if you walk by a mistake, you just set a new, lower standard. A mistake could be something as simple as picking up a piece of paper or trash off the ground instead of just walking by or picking it up. Or it could be something serious as failing to properly clean and maintain your combat equipment. Now in the Army, failing to enforce the standards can be a slippery slope that leads to poor performance and people getting hurt. The same principle can be found in the civilian life. Think about it. If the people at General Motors hadn't turned the other way when they discovered the defective ignition switch in their cars, they may have saved billions of dollars for their investors and possibly saved the lives of those who were crashes caused by the faulty ignitions. If the Veterans Administration's employees and leadership had highlighted the patient backlog versus trying to cover it up, they may have been able to help more veterans, not delay or prevent the care they needed. Now, never walking by a mistake briefs well, and it's easy to say, but it's hard to do. It takes courage, it takes resolve, and it takes consistency. Those who doggedly refuse to walk by a mistake are sometimes thought as grumpy or inflexible, but the principle can help everyone, because if something is worth doing, it's worth doing right. Another principle I learned early on is that big dreams can come true with hard work and commitment. You can be anything you want. Now, I know I said I always wanted to be a phys ed teacher and a coach. And while I really didn't realize it at first, that's exactly what I ended up doing. I just ended up doing it in a different classroom. I ended up teaching and coaching soldiers in a very physically demanding environment on and off the battlefield. Now, many folks are surprised when I tell them I never worked for a woman. I worked for men that either believed in me or didn't. Male leaders who saw something in me and gave me opportunities that, if left to the institution, may have never happened. That said, I've had many women role models, one of them sitting right in the front row here, General Vaught, and mentors along the way, women who were pioneers in their own right, women I looked up to. When I was growing up, my mom and my coaches were at the top of the list. Now, as you can imagine, I've witnessed a lot of change during the last 4 decades. It's hard for millennials to even fathom the 1970s reality of an all-women's Army Corps, an all-male West Point, or ROTC programs that excluded women. I witnessed the disestablishment of the WAC and the integration of women into the regular Army. It truly helped facilitate the major diversification of our ranks, but policy change alone didn't necessarily mean immediately change of mindset. 20 years ago, I had the opportunity to accompany the Chief of Staff of the Army, General Reimer, to our Communications and Electronic Command in New Jersey. That was a very high-tech command, as you can imagine, mostly scientists, engineers, and communication experts. I was Lieutenant Colonel back then, and was there to take notes for the General's trip report. We walked into the conference room, and I couldn't help but notice that everyone sitting around the table was a white male. The only women in the room, beside myself, were serving coffee or refreshments. I thought, what's wrong with this picture? Last year, Sheryl Sandberg gathered over 1,500 women from her company for a leadership conference. Imagine 1,500 women from Facebook offices around the country and the world. and I had the privilege of talking to this group about leadership. And I couldn't help but think about the room with 0 women in the engineering business back in 1995 to an auditorium filled with women who are writing software programs, developing engineering applications in this new and exciting business. It gave me goosebumps, actually. But then I recently read a newspaper article that reported that talented, well-educated women in high technology careers were deciding to leave because of a hostile work environment. Their male counterparts didn't think they belonged. As you can imagine, my journey wasn't without similar confrontation. Not everyone was glad to see Ann Dunwoody when I showed up and reported airborne school back in Fort Benning, Georgia, home of the infantry, in 1976, as one of the first females to go to airborne school, or when I reported into the 82nd Airborne Division in 1988 as the first female field grade officer. It was usually the same old, what on earth are you going to do with this? What are you going to do with this woman? But I believed by staying on the moral high ground, by not lowering my own standards, or stooping to counterproductive tactics like name-calling, gossip, or innuendos, that I would prevail. And I truly believe, whether you're male or female, that if we let others unduly influence or make decisions for us, they win. If we let others drive us away from our passion or something that we believe in, they win. Were there times when it would have been easy to run, face of adversity? You bet. But at the end of the day, I'd ask myself the question, if I quit, if I take the easy road and don't continue to try and make a difference, who's the real winner and who's the real loser? And for me, the seemingly unsurmountable challenges turned into opportunities. And at the end of the day, it was all about leadership. While juicy gossip stories and throwing people under the bus makes for good reading and sells a lot of books, I tried to do neither. I tried to give credit to those who served as role models for me, and I tried to describe leadership styles that were effective, as well as those that no one would want to emulate. The truth is, we learn from both good and bad leaders. When I was serving as the commander of Army Materiel Command, I had the opportunity to meet Muhtar Kent, the president and CEO of Coca-Cola. And he invited me to talk to his workforce. I was surprised how much his organization and mine had in common. We both had over 60,000 employees. We both had organizational footprints in 140 countries, and we're both in the distribution business. The main difference between our missions was that the good people of Coca-Cola weren't normally operating under threat of getting ambushed, shot at, or blown up while they're distributing their product. But we faced the similar leadership challenges. How do you diversify your workforce? Not just in race and gender, but diversity of thought. How do you build the bench and develop future leaders? How do you create a positive working climate, one where everyone gets a fair chance? How do you execute succession planning? Or how do you create a vision for the organization and its future? And I talk about all of these leadership strategies because I think these are the kind of things that contributed to my own success. When I became the commander of Army Materiel Command, I remember thinking, if all 69,000 employees came to work every day, clearly understanding how important he or she was to the accomplishment of the mission, and if I could reach out and get the next generation of leaders to believe they could be anything they want with hard work and commitment, what a powerful thing that would be. Creating a strategic vision, one that empowered people, made them feel important, made them feel good about themselves and their role in the organization, allowed me to do just that. And by the time I left command, I believe there wasn't anything my employees didn't think they could do. As I said, during my nearly 4 decades in the service, I witnessed a lot of change and a lot of doors opening. But the conversation shouldn't stop there, because there will always be more to be done. You'll see in this book, if not from my remarks today, I loved being a soldier, and I loved leading soldiers. I never sought to be the first female anything. I sought to serve my nation and the Army the best way I could. I always wanted to be the best officer I could be, not the best female officer. And I guarantee you one thing, if I ever thought I was selected for a job or a promotion simply based on being female and not being the best qualified for the job, I would have turned it down in a heartbeat. Things I learned along the way, along my journey, made me a better leader and a better person. But if I had to do it all over again, I wouldn't change a thing. Regardless of your profession or your life's work, I hope this book will assist you in accomplishing whatever it is you set out to do. Much more is set out in the book, but in order to know what those things are, you're going to have to read the book. Or ask me a question right now. Thank you very much. So good to see you. All right. First brave one.
I'm a little nervous, but thank you, General Dunwoody. Appreciate it for your insight, and I look forward to reading your book. But I have a question about power and arrogance and issues that you experience as you made your way through your career, how you deal with people that you need to manage who don't respect you, how to earn their respect. And it's probably in the book, but anything on that you can elaborate on without being or catching the disease yourself, staying grounded as you progress in your career.
Thank you. That's a great question, and I do talk about it in the book because it's something most people experience. In my book, I describe 3 groups of people that I kind of categorize folks that I dealt with in the Army, and that was advocates. That's people who believe in you and support you and advocate for you and they see your worth and your value, and they're advocates throughout your career. There's people I call Janus facers or patronizers. And we all have them. People that are real nice to you to your face and say, hey, what a good job, and then behind the scene, they're back. And the final category is the detractors. And they're just people that don't like you no matter what, and you're not going to make them like you. And some people think, hey, women don't belong, and what's this Army come to? You got women here, and you're not going to change your mind, but you might change your mind. And the first thing is to recognize who you're dealing with. And the second thing is to stay on the moral high ground. Don't stoop to backstabbing or name calling, but deal with them as an individual. Stay on the moral high ground, show that you're professional, and strive to continually to a higher standard. And what I found is that those who strive to exceed the standard, you gain credibility and support from folks. Because people don't know. Some just haven't had the experience to work with you before. And when I say you, I mean all of us. You're coming to a new organization, people are giving you, I wonder if he's good, or he's bad, or she's good, or she's bad, and you always have to prove yourself. But what I found, staying on the moral high ground, not, the arrogant, there's another section of the book that talks about people that start, believing the OERs that are written about them, how wonderful they are, and there's a phenomenon called hubris. And they all of a sudden think they're above the law. It's not just organic to the military, it's population in general. People start believing they're better than, and they get away with, and those laws don't apply to them. And it's unfortunate, but that happens. And you have to deal with that as well, or talk to those folks. I believe you can't ignore this stuff, and you always should pull people aside when you see this behavior, good, bad, or ugly, because you can't correct yourself if you don't know. And so we all have blind spots. So that's how I try to stay on the moral high ground. Don't get hooked into the bad behavior and start exhibiting yourself.
General, in recent days, it's come out in the news that the
military is planning to, or thinking about lowering the standards for the Special Forces, Navy SEALs, things along those lines to make it easier to get more women involved into those sections. Is this something that you would agree with?
Beat your boots. There's no lowering the standards. The guidance was that the services would lift the ban on previously prohibited occupations for women, and that they would have to do their homework and determine what the standards were for those occupations. And there's not standards. We have requirements, but it doesn't necessarily mean those have been studied, and those requirements are the absolute necessary standards for each profession. And so there's a lot of work being done, a lot of studies being done. The last thing we can do, the worst thing we could do, is lower the standards to accommodate what I would then call a social experiment. We're a dangerous profession, and each occupation has requirements, has standards that must be met. Now, I tell people, when I went to airborne school, I was one of the first women going to airborne school, and it wasn't a popular decision. And people didn't like it. I had the black hats yelling at me, and I have the 5-finger tattoos on my behind. But you demonstrated you're capable, and end up being an honor graduate in that class, 4 out of 260 some people. You demonstrate, you show that you can do it. Now, I didn't want to be a ranger. I didn't want to be special forces. I wanted to do my job in peace and war. But there are women today that believe that and want to enter the combat arms, go to ranger school, be in the SEALs. And I believe that if they're capable of doing that without a lowering of the standards, so that can meet the standards and normally exceed the standards, then we should allow them to do that. Because I know, had I not had the opportunity to go to airborne school, I would never have had the opportunity to command a parachute rigger detachment. I would never have the opportunity to serve in the 82nd Airborne Division, and I probably wouldn't be standing here today. That badge, that Master Blaster, that allowed me to do things that non-airborne people would not have been able to do. And today, if women, we have 8 women in the Ranger School right now that have qualified. I understand that the attrition rate is about the same as men, but that badge is more about leadership, as jumping out of, these are leadership schools. And if women are capable of doing that, I think they should be allowed. But I do have full faith in in the leadership of the military, that once the analysis, investigation, and the studies are done, that will come up with the right answer, whatever that is.
Thank you, General, for your service to America. We're all so incredibly proud of you and your leadership. So having said that, and all the great things that you've done, what's in your future? Where are you going to make a difference next time?
Well, thanks. That's a good question, and I think we always want to continue to try to make a difference in our lives, and the military is a place that the opportunity and privilege of leading soldiers and serving with soldiers. I don't know if I'll ever find something I'm as passionate about in my next life, but I do want to try to make a difference, and I hope through this book that it inspires young, whether in elementary school, thinking about what they want to dream to be, or deciding what their whole life in front of high school is going to be, that this book gives them something to think about, inspires them to dream big and not be dissuaded from whatever it is that they want to do, and that they have the personal courage to pursue that. So I think through the book I'm trying to reach a different population of folks to share my experiences from the military that worked for me. And as I said, it's not a recipe, it's no secret, it's what worked for me and I hope works for other folks. The other area I'm hopefully trying to make a business is serving on boards, governance of defense companies, non-defense companies, and not-for-profit, to share leadership experiences and business experiences from running the organizations I did in the military and how they complement and can be transferred into the civilian world. Thank you for the question.
Good afternoon. When tourists come to Washington, D.C., one of their most visible presence of the United States Army is the tomb guards at the Arlington National Cemetery. These tomb guards are virtually all men. I frankly have never seen a woman as a tomb guard, in spite of the fact we're told that there have been 4 in the past. What answer will you give to an 8th grade girl that says, why aren't there women tomb guards?
Good question. I believe there have been, and I think we've seen picture, and one of the things about the military is the standards. And I'll tell you, when I was in uniform, I wanted to look like a soldier. I didn't want to look like a female soldier. I wanted to look like a soldier. And when I looked at my formations, I saw soldiers. I didn't see black, I didn't see white, I didn't see men, I didn't see women. I saw soldiers because they're held to a standard. And the standard is what you look like. And then the uniform, I'm sure I saw it in, I don't know if it was Army Times, of a strapped female who was wearing the same cap as the men, hair pulled back, pulling guard duty at the Tomb of the Unknown Soldier. At a time when I entered the Army, we couldn't even have women in the 82nd Chorus. I mean, really? You couldn't be in the band. So the doors, what I have seen, continue to open. And I'll tell those 8th graders, what I witnessed through my journey is that the doors continue to open, from a WAC Corps to 4-star general commanding. Now women, my niece is an A-10 pilot in the Air Force dropping bombs on Afghanistan. The doors continue to open, and I believe that with hard work and compassion and dedication that they can be anything they want to be. I have to share one more story. I have a picture, 2 pictures in my office. One's a 6th grader and one's a 5th grader. And they wrote me a letter. They did a book report on me when they had to school. And they sent me a picture of themselves. And one in their ACUs with 4 stars, U.S. Army and Dunwoody, in her black beret. And the other one, ACUs, Dunwoody 4-star, U.S. Army, in her ball cap with 4 stars up there saluting. And I thought, my God, I couldn't even imagine that growing up. I couldn't even ever dream that. And here's these young kids that now know they can be anything they want to be, and things that we can't even imagine in this room, just like I could never have imagined being where I am.
Thank you. You're welcome.
My friend and hero, Miss Brigadier General Wilma Vaught.
And to my friend and hero, did you keep a diary, and was it any help to you when you wrote your book? And do you still go out and run every day?
Good question. I didn't keep a diary, and that's one of the reasons I wanted to do a book on leadership, because I thought I didn't really want to do a memoir, and I really didn't want to do, have one of those big books that people use to hold the doors open. That's just my take on it. I really wanted to talk about the things, and I thought more relevant, that helped me be successful, which is why I spent a lot of time talking about and thinking about what do you want to take away and what do you want to share on leadership with individuals. There's so many. There's thousands of books written on leadership, as I realized as I started on this journey. How do you make it different? And I tried to do is pick those leadership lessons that I thought were most relevant, but also put a human face on with the stories behind those leadership lessons. My first story was about my first time I had to stand in front of an audience as a lieutenant and read an award citation for a battalion commander, and I was first lieutenant. And I was sitting here reading this award, and I started shaking, and I was hanging on to the thing, and it took me forever to get this citation. I didn't think I'd ever get through it. It seemed like 3 hours. It was 3 minutes. But those things happen, but you learn from those things. And this commander, he could have fired me, but he said, hey, that's your first time, you'll get better. Nothing like that ever happened in my life. It just caught me so off guard, but I just thought I was history. But you learn from these things when you have leaders that don't fire you, don't yell at you. They say, you'll get better, you work on that, you practice. And I'll tell you, I never had that happen again, but I always think about it. But there's the human face of leadership is what I try to do, and people think, ooh, generals are revealing. I have tons of stories, tons of mistakes I've made, and tons of things I learned along the way, and we're human. We make mistakes, we learn from our mistakes, and we learn from others, and that's what I try to do. Running every day. I got a new hip for Christmas, so doctor told me no running right away, and if I'm smart, I'll go biking and swimming and, you know, treadmill and those other things. So I miss my running right now. So I don't know if I can keep my promise to the doc, but I do something every day. But thanks for your question and your service.
Thank you.
Thank you. Great being here. Have a great day. Enjoy this wonderful Washington, D.C. weather.
And Spa. I'm asking you to tune in to my debut TV show, Irie Lifestyles, powered by Bullion on the CREWTV network.
And an expert on women in politics. Yeah.
So this night's really exciting because Julie has a wonderful presentation that she's going to share with us. Julie, we're really excited to have her because not only is she an attorney and a constitutional law expert, but she also has done such tremendous work on women's advocacy. And I really asked her to sort of lasso the whole thing and compress it into like a half-hour, 45-minute presentation. And I mean, it's just amazing. So, without any further ado, you're in for a big treat. I present Dean Julie Suk. Yay!
Thank you.
From the Graduate Center, no less, okay?
Yes. So thank you so much. I really appreciate your patience. And I do actually want to share with you why I am late this morning, because it ties into, I think, some issues with regard to women in politics. So I'm late this morning because of my duties as a mother. My son was signed up for an 11:50 audition at the National Opera Center around the corner from here. So I brought, he's a cellist in an orchestra. So I brought him over. And they said, didn't you get the email? We actually changed the location. He needs to be at 55th Street and 12th Avenue. And, you know, I'd gotten him there early because I was going to come here at 11:45, just one block away. But things never work out. If they look like they're going to work out, timing perfectly, they don't. And so, of course, I had to run him up to 55th Street and then run back down here. And then there was a little bit of traffic. But I do think that it ties into, I think, a lot of women. I noticed one of my friends is actually running for office in Virginia. She's a law school classmate of mine, Larissa Couts. And she just got an endorsement by a group called Vote Mamas. And they
That's Lumia's group.
Yeah, and they support candidates recognizing some of the difficulties for women in politics, particularly women who have young children, not just in terms of discrimination or perceptions of women, which is also a huge set of issues, but also just the practical realities of how do you do it all, and what difference does it make to the politics we have if we don't have women and mothers in political representation. And I want to start with, I know that the name of this course is Parity Politics. And parity is a term that's actually very important to a lot of the earlier work I did about constitutional amendments in European countries, including France, because it has a particular meaning in the European context, where when they talk about parity democracy, the idea behind parity democracy is that unless this is the cabinet, Francois Hollande's cabinet, when he was elected in 2012 in France. The idea is that unless you have at least 50% women in a leadership organization like the cabinet, there is something wrong. And there are certainly something wrong if you have a Congress or a Supreme Court or any political institution in a democracy that has no women in it, right? And this might seem obvious to us in a group like this, but we might actually start by asking the question, why? Like, what's wrong with not having any women? Why is it important to have at least some? Or why is it important to have half, or at least half women? And I think that once we actually start to answer that question, we see how complicated and slippery some things can be. And it also raises this question of, well, what exactly is the relationship between women's participation in politics, creating bodies that are actually balanced, gender balanced, and problems of gender equality that are the subject of lawmaking itself. In the European context, this is one set of answers, right? Women are half the population. And what that means also is that women are not an interest group, right? There are a lot of groups that are lobbying for their interests, but you can't think of women that way because they're half the population. And what that means is that gender unequal institutions just lack the basic requirements of political legitimacy in a modern democratic society. And also, what's been very interesting in the context of parity movements in the European context is this idea that constitutions and constitutional amendments can play a really important role in expressing the principle that any democratic institution that's not gender equal is actually an illegitimate institution. And for over 100 years, both in the European context and in the United States, and actually longer than 100 years, women have participated in constitutional movements for gender equality around the world. A lot of attention is being drawn to the 19th Amendment, the movement for women's suffrage, because we have a centennial coming up. And it's worth noting that the United States is actually one of the few countries in the world that actually don't have a constitutional guarantee explicitly about equality for women, equality for men and women, or sex equality, or a constitutional provision that prohibits gender discrimination. We're one of the very few. Most constitutions in Europe, Latin America, Asia, they all have a provision that is about equal rights for women or non-discrimination on grounds of sex. And part of the explanation in the United States for that is that because of the groundbreaking work of women lawyers, like then Justice Ginsburg, who was a lawyer for the ACLU Women's Rights Project in the 1970s. That's her many decades ago. And of course, there's now a film that portrays her struggles to get sex equality constitutionalized. And the strategy that was used in the 1970s was to argue that the 14th Amendment of the US Constitution, which includes a general equal protection clause, actually prohibited sex discrimination. So it's worth taking a look at what that says, right? That is, it doesn't talk about men, it says all persons, right? It says all persons, and it also says, so it says all persons are citizens of the United States, and which has long been understood to include women, even though it doesn't say so explicitly. And it prohibits denying to any person within its jurisdiction the equal protection of the laws. And so the very important project throughout the 1970s was to argue that meant you could not discriminate on the basis of sex, that would be unconstitutional. Interestingly, though, and this became a very important part of, that is, she's an iconic figure, not just a Supreme Court justice deciding cases about federal energy regulation and all that other stuff, but she's an iconic figure because we now understand the 14th Amendment as including women and including a prohibition of sex discrimination. But one puzzle or one difficulty that comes up in this arrangement is Section 2 of the 14th Amendment, right? Nobody actually goes on and reads Section 2, and it's often thought to be kind of defunct, as opposed to the Civil War thing. But what's very interesting is that it is the first time in the US Constitution that the word male gets used. At the same time that they say equal, they also then say, they're talking about the right to vote here. They say that if there is a denial of the right to vote only to the male inhabitants, then there's, or an abridgment, then they're going to reduce the proportion of which the number of such male citizens shall bear to the whole number of male citizens in deciding how to apportion a district, right? So what they're saying is equal protection of the law, Section 1, Section 2, we're only going to count men when we decide how to apportion political districts, right? And so this is a puzzle because it suggests that, that the Equal Protection Clause didn't necessarily imagine women as being fully equal with men if they could, in the same breath, write something that looks like this. And of course, this got borne out in cases after the 14th Amendment because people like Susan B. Anthony and other women's suffrage activists believed that we could say that women had the right to vote under 14th Amendment, Section 1, equal protection, privileges and immunities of citizenship. But the Supreme Court said, oh no, women are citizens under the 14th Amendment, but not all citizens have the right to vote, right? So there were cases that said that in this period, and that's why the 19th Amendment became necessary, where we had to make explicit that you couldn't abridge or deny the right to vote on account of sex. And of course, when we got the 19th Amendment, some of the proponents of the 19th Amendment, like Alice Paul in 1920, believed that the 19th Amendment was just one step in a larger package of constitutional change. And so after we got the 19th Amendment in 1920, she introduced and worked hard to draft the Equal Rights Amendment to the US Constitution. It was first introduced in 1923, but it really didn't go anywhere until 1972. In 1972, both houses of Congress adopted the ERA by 2/3 of a majority, and then under Article 5 of the Constitution, what then has to happen after both houses of Congress adopt by 2/3 majority is that it has to go to the states for ratification. You need 3/4 of all the states. What happened then was that we only got 35, and 38 is what you need to have 3/4 of the states. And so it stalled, and there was a deadline. The deadline was originally set for 1979, but then Congress extended the deadline to 1982. Didn't really matter, though, because no state ratified it after 1977. And so it stalled. The deadline came and went in 1982, and everyone long assumed that the ERA was dead. And it's important to understand why the ERA failed for our purposes. That's Phyllis Schlafly over there. She's sometimes credited with having single-handedly stopped the ERA, but I don't think anyone in American politics can do anything single-handedly. And I think Phyllis Schlafly succeeded in part because of her political genius in arguing that the ERA was actually going to be bad for women, and particularly bad for mothers. Right? And so you see this quote here. This wasn't during this period. I think she said this much later in a campus speech. Feminism has changed the way women think, and it has changed the way men think. But the trouble is, it hasn't changed the attitude of babies at all, right? And of course, this is very consistent with the arguments that she made in a huge Stop ERA campaign. She claimed that if you had constitutional equal rights for women, protections for mothers, would disappear, and women would actually end up being very disadvantaged if they chose traditional roles like motherhood or being a housewife. And you'll note, I mean, of course, there were a lot of men who helped to kill the ERA too, but I believe that she would not have been quite so successful if she hadn't appealed in her message with so many women across the country who were worried about the fate of motherhood and women's role as mothers under a regime of equal rights. And I believe that this is actually a central issue for women in politics. This is not to say that this is the only issue for women in politics, but I think without addressing and appealing to the problem of motherhood, it'll be very hard for any politics of parity. A politics that's not just about interest group politics, but women as half the population for that politics to succeed. And it's important to note that today, of course, I'm talking about the ERA because it's actually back in contemporary debates. I would say its real comeback came with the Women's March, where the organizers of the Women's March actually mentioned the need for to revive the ERA and their unity principles. And then some very curious and interesting things happened. Nevada, which had previously rejected the ERA, actually ratified the ERA in March 2017. And I think a lot of, just like the Women's March, I think the new interest in the ERA was a reaction to the Trump presidency and the misogynistic political rhetoric that has been part of the Trump presidency. And then between 2017 and May 2018, when Illinois ratified the ERA, there I think we had the Me Too movement and a new energy around women in politics and women's issue in politics. So now we actually have 37 ratifications. So if we have one more state, we'll have 38, which is what you need for the ERA to become part of the Constitution. It's not a foregone conclusion, though, because of the deadline, there will be legal and political fights about the significance of the 1982 deadline with regard to the validity of the 2 ratifications that we've already had, and the 3rd, which I think is easily on the horizon in the next few years. So, and just getting back to what I was saying about the politics of motherhood, this actually really surprised me when I saw this statistic. But as it turns out, today, 86% of women have given birth by the time that they're 44 years old. And that's actually, and I guess, and I know I'm a mother, but in the circles that I move in, this seemed like a very high percentage to me. But in any case, it's an interesting one. This was a number that had declined actually from the 70s until around 2006, but it seems like it's climbing back up. And yeah.
So they're saying that women over 40 are having babies?
No, what they're saying, it's counting, if you count everyone who's now 44, have you ever given birth at all, right? It's not, have you given birth in your 40s, but have you ever given birth from, whenever you were of childbearing age until now? And that's to say that this is a very large majority of women in this generation who are actually mothers. And also, I mean, there's similar data about how women in this age group, vast majority, are also in the workforce, right? And so I think a central issue for how we make meaning out of what gender equality can and should mean has to address the problem of working motherhood. And if we want to think about what equal rights has traditionally meant, right? Under the frameworks that were developed in the 1970s by Ruth Bader Ginsburg, there was a real emphasis on prohibiting discrimination on the basis of sex, right? So you don't want the law to make distinctions between men and women or treat men and women differently. That is probably the most important contribution of Justice Ginsburg and the legal feminists who stretch the Equal Protection Clause to cover gender and discrimination against women. But I think it's also very important to note that if we're actually going to address the issues of working motherhood, the simple guarantee that there's no discrimination on the basis of sex is probably not enough. And the non-discrimination right has been really important. It's been very important for fighting stereotypes. It's also been very important for the general principle that all human beings should be free from irrational and bigoted forms of discrimination. So that's the idea of non-discrimination has also been extended now to many other groups, including LGBTQ individuals and various other vulnerable groups. And of course, the idea of non-discrimination was not invented in the United States with the idea of sex discrimination. It really originates in the concept of race discrimination, which is central to the way that the 14th Amendment has been interpreted really from the beginning. But at the same time, what I find really interesting here is that if it's true, so with so many women in the United States, very vast majority in our generation who have become mothers, it's really tragic that the ERA fails because it's seen to be unfriendly to mothers, right? And it's tragic that the interests of wives and mothers were deployed as a way of arguing against something that's obviously about, or should be about, the emancipation of women. And I want to mention where I started, that in most other countries in the world and in many European countries, the rights of mothers or the protection of motherhood or the state support of motherhood has actually gone hand in hand with the constitutional meaning of the guarantee of sex equality that you find in European constitutions worldwide. So I want to say a little bit about that. And perhaps the best way to think about it is by coming back to the 14th Amendment for a moment, right? Because we mentioned that even though it says equality, there seems to be a refusal in Section 2 to recognize women's fully equal status with men. And so why? Why does the 14th Amendment not guarantee totally equal legal status to women? Is it just an accident, or is it a deliberate exclusion? And I think that it's not that simply that the drafters, who are mostly or all male, forgot that there were women. Yeah, go ahead,
Wouldn't
Chair.
it be also a matter of economics?
Mm-hmm.
Because the federal government has a proportional dissemination of funding to the states. So therefore, if you have your smaller and your larger states, so therefore if you count people differently, like creative accounting, the federal government doesn't need to subsidize in the same proportional kind of way, because it's creative math, so to speak.
Yeah, well, absolutely. So when we talk about Section 2, they're really talking about punishing. I mean, what this section is really about is punishing certain states that deny the right to vote to the newly enfranchised African Americans, right? And one question is, though, but by framing that, they really make it clear that they're the only holders of those rights, or the only people who count, are men. And expressing then, of course, our whole constitutional framework that exists until now. Women are citizens, but we don't assume that women are fully equal legally or in status to men. Why not? I mean, part of the answer has to do with the implications of what it would mean in, like, with regard to the right to vote and apportionment. But I think there's a deeper and more general set of issues with regard to women's exclusion from full legal and political equality at this moment, which the Supreme Court addresses.
It's a touch screen.
Okay, there we go. In the first set of cases in 1873 that actually interpret the 13th and 14th Amendments, the Civil War amendments from the US Constitution. So this is a notorious case, Bradwell versus Illinois. Myra Bradwell had studied law and kicked butt on the bar exam, but the Illinois Supreme Court said she could not be admitted to the bar because she was a woman, or the state of Illinois excluded married women from admission to the bar, even if they passed the exam. And the US Supreme Court explains that even though we have the 14th Amendment, practicing law is not a privilege and immunity of citizenship. And what's interesting, so they say it's fine for states to deny women entry into the legal profession, right? It's not unconstitutional under the 14th Amendment, equal protection, privileges and immunities, whatever language in the 14th Amendment you're going to look at. And one of the justifications for this, though, is that you can't have women who have fully equal status because women are actually subsumed by the legal status of their husbands. And it has to be that way. Women cannot make and enforce contracts because what would happen if women made and enforced contracts? And Justice Bradley's concurring opinion, more so than the majority opinion, really lays out the logic behind this position. So if you look at what he says, the civil law, as well as nature herself, has always recognized a wide difference in the respective spheres and destinies of man and woman. Man is or should be woman's protector and defender. The natural and proper timidity and delicacy which belongs to the female sex evidently unfits it for many of the occupations of civil life. The constitution of the family organization, which is founded in divine ordinance as well as in the nature of things, indicates the domestic sphere as that which properly belongs to the domain and functions of womanhood. Okay? And I'm going to ask you to try, okay, so we're going to do an exercise. Try to ignore the sexism of the quote for a minute. I know it's hard, but try to ignore the sexism for a minute to try to make sense of the worldview, right? Because I don't think the worldview is just sexism, although that's a huge part of it. If you look at what he then continues to say, the harmony, if not to say identity of interests and views which belong or should belong to the family institution is repugnant to the idea of a woman adopting a distinct and independent career from that of her husband. So firmly fixed was this sentiment in the founders of the common law that it became a maxim of the system of jurisprudence that a woman had no legal existence separate from her husband, who was regarded as her head and representative in the social state, right? And so I want to talk a little bit about what this means, because I think we often look at it and just see, oh God, there's divine ordinance sexism, like it's just a bunch of drivel and we don't need to pay attention to it. But I actually think what he's saying is actually quite important, because women's exclusion in the 14th Amendment has to do with what is the society's plan for how to raise the next generation of citizens. The plan is women stay home and take care of the household, and men go out and have a legal existence and make and enforce contracts and vote and run the polity, right? Because every society has to have a plan by which the next generation gets raised. This is our plan, right? And of course, part of the justification then for excluding women is that if every constitutional system is actually interested not just in setting up institutions, but setting up institutions for a society that plans to perpetuate itself, because a constitution, of course, is supposed to outlive the people who are writing it. It creates fundamental law that's transgenerational, right? And so this is the society's plan for how we're going to perpetuate ourselves. Of course, it's gender unequal, but it's a framework that works in the sense that if you keep women at home and men in economic and political life, it is a system that is going to ensure that somebody's around to raise and educate those kids. And of course, a lot of this changes, right? That is what our plan becomes. And of course, but the fear here is what's going to happen to this plan if women start enforcing contracts and getting jobs and becoming lawyers and being in Congress, right? Then our plan is going to fall apart. Then who's actually going to raise the children, right? And so that's why we have to keep the plan intact. And of course, this also then draws attention to the huge problem with anti-discrimination as a solution. We can wake up today and call mothers and fathers equal, right? We could say they now have legal rights. We could say get rid of the sexism. But it doesn't necessarily mean that by saying everyone's equal, you're then going to have a new plan that works pretty well and is up and running without a lot more work thought into how we're going to construct that plan. And I think this comes into sharper focus if you look at 20th century constitutions, particularly the ones that grew up in Europe after World War I and World War II. Because after World War I and World War II, one fundamental problem, well, there were many, but one huge problem in World War I and World War II in countries like Germany was that the male population had been decimated. And because so many men were dead, it became really clear that women actually had to do everything. They had to work and raise children at the same time in order for the nation to be able to rebuild itself. And because they kind of understood that, and you see it very clearly in the Constituent Assembly debates, gender equality becomes a fundamental political principle. And it doesn't just mean non-discrimination. It kind of also means we need a new plan for how this nation is going to get rebuilt. And so if you look at, for example, and what's interesting also after World War I and World War II, is that starting with the German Constitution after World War I in 1918, there are actually many more women in the German Constituent Assembly in 1918 than there are in 1948-49. In 1948-49, there were only 4 women, largely because it's a much smaller Constituent Assembly. The one that wrote the Weimar Constitution after World War I was actually much larger, had hundreds of people in it, and 10% were women. You have 4 women in writing the German Basic Law, which is the constitution that's currently in force in Germany. And these women came from all sides of the political spectrum. So socialists, Christian Democrats, and what's very interesting also is that it's not partisan politics in terms of their advocacy for constitutional sex equality, as well as the advocacy for other provisions that are in the Constitution. And I think it's important to note, and if you want to know a little bit more about their work, I highly recommend this made-for-television German movie that dramatizes their experience of getting gender equality into the German Constitution. It wasn't an easy feat. And so, there's pop culture with RBG in the movies here and the German founding mothers in their movies. And I highlight the German example because what's very interesting is not only that they wrote a provision in 1994 that said men and women shall have equal rights, and then in 1994 they added an amendment that you see in blue that the state shall promote the actual implementation of equal rights for women and men and take steps to eliminate disadvantages that now exist. Right? That's a late 20th century intervention. But if we're just looking also at the post-war experience, 1949, when they write men and women shall have equal rights, they also write this provision into law. And this becomes a very common feature of constitutions around the world. Section 6.4, every mother shall be entitled to the protection and care of the community. Right? And in Germany, they see equal rights for women as going hand in hand with making sure that mothers get the protection of the community because of this understanding that they need a new plan. If you're going to actually rebuild a nation after war, women are going to work and have kids, and there needs to be some state support for that new arrangement that's different from the arrangement that's celebrated in the Bradwell versus Illinois case. And I just also want everyone to know that we're not just talking about Germany, that it becomes very common in the 20th century for constitutions to explicitly mention gender, sex, even pregnancy and marital status, sexual orientation, these categories, gender categories in constitutions. So this is the Constitution of South Africa, the Constitution of Ecuador, which is a 21st century constitution, have a provision that's specifically refer to equal rights for male and female citizens. There's another provision in addition to that that prohibits discrimination, and you'll notice there are many categories of discrimination, not just sex, gender identity, sexual orientation, but also things like cultural identity, socioeconomic condition, HIV carrier, disability. Just they list many, many different forms of discrimination that are prohibited by the Constitution. But in addition to that, there's also something special in the Constitution for mothers, right? So Article 43 in the Ecuador Constitution also says that pregnant and breastfeeding women have special rights. Free maternal health care services, facilities needed for recovery after pregnancy and during breastfeeding. These are all constitutional rights in Ecuador. And I give you these examples because I think it's important to reflect on all the different ways in which constitutions think about problems of gender inequality as both problems of discrimination on the one hand, and also problems having to do with lack of support for the sources of women's disadvantage. And sometimes that lack of support is itself a form of discrimination, but in my view, it's not really just discrimination that's the problem. But it's our inability to have created political and social institutions that actually deliver a plan for social and biological reproduction, how we're going to raise the next generation. The old plan that we can sort of make fun of in the Bradwell decision is mom at home. But we actually have not, now we've just said that's sex discrimination to say mom at home, but we haven't actually gone the step further of creating the social and political institutions necessary to have something other than mom at home as our plan. And what that means is that if you don't have something other than mom at home, we revert back, and women, by virtue of maternity, end up being severely disadvantaged, both politically and economically. And I think that's something to which there ought to be a solution that should not be partisan. This is something that should be of interest to women on all sides of the political spectrum. And just to give an example, this is not a constitutional example, but I think it's quite telling that a few years ago, 2015, the Supreme Court decided a case called Young versus UPS. And it was a case in which a woman who was pregnant asked for light duty, an accommodation, and she didn't get it. She wanted to, she had to do a lot of heavy lifting in her job, and she wanted an accommodation during her pregnancy where she would only be lifting things under 20 pounds. And UPS refused to give her that accommodation, and she sued, claiming that it was pregnancy discrimination. And it may seem like a no-brainer to you that she should get the accommodation, but it was actually a very complicated question under the pregnancy discrimination law that we have in the United States, because we just have to treat pregnant women the same as the way we would treat anyone similarly disabled or similarly able or unable to work. And the question is, if an employer then refuses light duty to everyone, then it's okay for the employer to also refuse light duty to the pregnant worker. Her case is complicated by the fact that there are some men who are getting light duty, and those are the ones who are injured on the job. And the employer is claiming, if you get injured on the job, then of course we give you light duty. But if you get injured off the job, like you get pregnant or you get into a skiing accident, then we're not going to cover that. We're not going to accommodate that, right? So it's a complicated case, but what I want to point out about the case, without getting into the details of the anti-discrimination framework that the court analyzes there, what I found most interesting about the case was the way in which it brought both feminist groups, women's rights organizations, in support of the pregnant worker, as well as pro-life conservative groups in support of the pregnant worker. And the logic is simple. If women are disadvantaged by virtue of maternity, they are going to be incentivized to just not have children and get abortions, or even before we think about abortion, just not reproduce at all. If becoming a mother is actually an economic disaster for those who choose to become mothers. And I think this just shows the extent to which concerns about social reproduction should be a bipartisan issue. It's not an interest group issue, but it's something that I think can and should unite women in politics from across the political spectrum, as it has in many other countries where constitutional equal rights movements have actually been successful, unlike ours. And I want to just kind of end by bringing it back to local politics, because I know many of you are running for positions locally or at the state level. You'll notice that Governor Cuomo made a statement in March on International Women's Day saying that it is unacceptable that more than 100 years after women won the right to vote in New York State, our Constitution still does not ban discrimination based on sex or afford women equal protections under the law. That needs to end this year. We must pass the ERA this legislative session to ensure New York continues to serve as the beacon of progress for this nation. So even though New York ratified the federal Equal Rights Amendment in the 1970s, New York never actually added an Equal Rights Amendment to the New York State Constitution. What we have in the New York State Constitution right now just says no person shall, because of race, color, creed, or religion, be subjected to any discrimination in his or her civil rights. But it doesn't mention sex or gender. And there is now a bill, and it actually passed the Assembly quite recently. It was sponsored by Assemblywoman Rebecca C. Wright. And it's a very simple bill that just adds one word to what we already have in the New York State Constitution. So it inserts the word sex, which I put in red there so that you could see what the constitutional change will be. But meanwhile, it hasn't passed the Senate. In the Senate, I've been involved with Liz Krueger's office. Liz Krueger's the state senator who's been working and sponsored this bill. This is the existing bill, and there are other drafts that I've been on the team of attorneys working on. But another draft, another possibility is to have something much more expansive, sort of like the examples from Ecuador that I showed you. Equality of rights shall not be denied or abridged because of race, color, creed, religion, national origin, citizenship, marital status, age, gender, sex, pregnancy, sexual orientation, gender identity, or expression, physical or mental disability, other immutable or scriptive characteristic, or like grounds for discrimination, exclusion, or disadvantage, right? So this is what's known as the more expansive ERA. And you can try to think about, as a woman in politics, I think the solidarity with all the vulnerable groups is extremely important. On the other hand, this has this kind of simplicity of saying we need to add sex to a framework that already has race in it. And I guess I would also just perhaps leave you with this, or we could use it as a topic for discussion. What are the relative advantages or disadvantages of focusing on sex or gender, or focusing on women even, versus focusing on all the different categories and groups with which women can be in solidarity. And so I think that one of the virtues of focusing on sex is that it really draws attention to the uniqueness of gender exclusion in the constitutional framework. That is, it's not just any old form of discrimination, or it's unlike other forms of discrimination in that it was actually a plan for how to grow the nation, right? It is, so if you think about sex discrimination as not just being about sexism, but about having a set of social arrangements, and then you see sex equality as not just end the sex bigotry, but a sex equality as a commitment to having new institutions that reconfigure what our social reproduction framework looks like, right? That makes it extremely different from almost everything else, although arguably it makes it very similar to race, because if you think of race as not just being about bigotry, but about the economic system of slavery and Jim Crow, right? Slavery and Jim Crow was last think they were bigots work through by which it was an immoral plan based on exploitation, but the idea is that it's been a framework rather that goes beyond discrimination and bigotry. And so if you think about it in those terms, you might think that having these kind of limited lists of prohibited categories makes more sense for a constitutional regime. And on the other hand, though, if we're focused more on this idea that each individual is entitled to be judged on their own merits without regard to a lot of irrelevant characteristics, then the solidarity with all these other vulnerable groups that are differently situated with regard to the sources of their vulnerability in a diverse democracy, perhaps this would be the more preferable framework. I will note one thing, though, and it's something that you see at work every time people have a discussion of the so-called inclusive ERA, right? This may look like a really exhaustive list to you, but if you compared that to this, right, you'll notice that in New York, nobody has really inserted socioeconomic condition or migratory status into the New York version, right? And it's not simply because we have forgotten. I think in part it's because sometimes there's an interest group politics that drives which groups get included and which don't get included, right? And if we really stick to the idea that really the constitutional prohibition of discrimination on grounds of sex or the constitutional rights of women should not be regarded as an interest group issue, but is actually something fundamental about women as half the population and women's role in reproducing the nation or reproducing the polity, reproducing New York, that might give us reasons to really focus on women's issues and appreciate the distinctiveness of those issues while also remaining in solidarity with all the other vulnerable groups that deserve legal protection. So I will just end there and open it up for discussion or questions. Yeah.
One quick question. The young lady, Young versus GPS, what was the outcome of her case?
So the outcome of her case was basically that the Supreme Court said that she had enough to proceed. It didn't mean she won. She had enough to proceed in litigation because for the lawyers in the room, the case had been dismissed on, I can't remember if it was an early motion to dismiss or a summary judgment. But the case had not gone to trial on the assumption that the employer would automatically win, because even if she could prove that she was not given the accommodation, the lower courts had taken the position that as long as she's treated the same as anyone else who's similarly situated, right? But the Supreme Court took the position that if she's treated the same as anyone else similarly situated, then that's not discrimination, but she should have the opportunity to prove that the real reason why they're covering the workers' comp or the on-work injuries and not pregnant women is out of hostility to pregnant women and not because of some economic rational policy, economically rational policy, right? So.
This is Diaz Musalimov asking you to tune into my debut TV show, Diaz's World. On CREWTV Network, powered by Bullion, I'm gonna have great guests, celebrities, CEOs from all over the world. Please check it out. It's gonna be wonderful. Diaz's World.
Powered by Bullion.
Hello, my name is Colleen Jenkins. I am the great-great-granddaughter of Elizabeth Cady Stanton. At the age of 32, Elizabeth Cady Stanton attended the first Women's Rights Convention in 1848, Seneca Falls. There she was a radical. She demanded elective franchise, the right to vote. Some at the convention thought that would make them look ridiculous. Well, as time marched on and a mass movement grew and grew and grew, 72 years later, the 19th Amendment of the U.S. Constitution was adopted into the law of our land. It's called universal suffrage. May I read it to you? Simple sentence. The right of citizens of the United States to vote shall not be denied or abridged by the United States or by any state on account of sex. So please, democracy is fragile. It's very important that you use your rights and you protect your rights. So thank you, National Archives, for being the repository of intellectual treasures. And thank you, we the people, for forming a more perfect union.
Hi, from the Carter household, Geraldine, Jonathan, and TC. We are all watching CREWTV.
Yo quiero votar también. I want to vote too. We must, as a community, actively engage our civic responsibility and feel the power of one vote can make a difference. We all basically want a better quality of life. How can I do that for my community? That entails giving them a platform, that entails advocating, entails bringing resources, and that's one of the things that I love about CREW, is that I get to bring a whole bunch of new resources to my community, and I really get to connect us to a larger network of women and empowering us to do even more and deeper work.
Coalition building is absolutely the only way as women to get something large or small accomplished. Diversity of women is the untapped potential. Whether you're LGBT, straight, women of color, older, younger, I do think all of that as a coalition is hard to break.
We're going to make sure that everyone votes in the next election. We're going to work against voter suppression. We're going to work for immigrant rights. We really can create equality.
If we work together, we can go about dismantling institutions that still oppress and still, in a lot of ways, enslave people. Frederick used to like to walk around his city. It's said that this young man came up to him near the end of his life and asked him, "Mr. Douglas, I'm interested in activism, I'm interested in doing work. What would you advise a young man to do who wants to get involved?" And it's said that Frederick responded, "Agitate, agitate, agitate." And I think that's the rallying.
Ignite their minds.
And ignite them.
Understand it, explore it.
Do you know me? Well,
American Express did not know me. Because when I was in the Congress of the United States and I applied for an American Express card, they said I couldn't get one unless my husband signed for it. So I called up Martin, my husband, and I said, what do you believe? You love me because American Express doesn't, and they want you to sign for my card. He said, I love you, Bella. I wouldn't trade you even for Joe Namath, but American Express is going to have to give you their own card, and I'm going to fight with you until we do. And so in the Congress of the United States, we passed a credit law in which we were able to get women to get their own credit. And so I didn't know whether I should really get an American Express card, but I decided I would so I could tell this story. So now I have an American Express card so I can tell the story that women fought for their own credit, so American Express had to give in. So carry an American Express card as a symbol of women's right to credit.
I'm Harold Holzer, and it's an honor for me to join in the celebration of the 100th anniversary of the 19th Amendment by celebrating the 100th anniversary of someone who used to represent the 19th Congressional District in New York City. And if that's an awful lot of numbers to digest, they hopefully add up to one extraordinary woman who was born the year women got the vote. And that's my friend and my boss, the late Bella Abzug. I'd be negligent if I didn't mention that this is another milestone in the life that we somehow were fated to share. It's the 150th anniversary of Hunter College, which is Bella's alma mater. She graduated in 1942. Hunter, I would say, changed her life, if for no other reason than it gave her exposure to lifelong pals like Nin Kelber and Judy Lerner, who's still with us. Great teachers, great fellow students, activists all. And I know it meant a great deal to her. So I'm going to offer today a capsule race through, I guess, my life with Bella and Bella's life as I got to observe it and participate in it, with an eye on her role as an organizer. Her opponents often dismissed her as a rabble-rouser, but she was in fact a brilliant and effective coalition builder. As a lawyer, as a civil rights activist, organizing the first Mothers Against Nuclear Testing, and then ultimately formal organizations like Women's Strike for Peace and the National Women's Political Caucus. I met her, I will say, kind of as a prologue here in the middle of my talk, 51 years ago when I went to a place called the Pharmacy Center on West 69th Street in Manhattan with my wife-to-be. We were both reporters for a newspaper called the Manhattan Tribune, and we went to cover the first congressional debate for the 1970 race between Bella Abzug and Barry Farber, the radio host who died just a few days ago as I record. And we saw her for the first time, hat and all. And I should say, by way of explanation, that I intentionally put this hat in the background here in my den at home. And it is not a mere prop. It is Bella Abzug's hat, or one of them, which she was nice enough to give to me and sign inside the brim. So that is a Bella relic behind me. Anyway, that 1969 debate, framed at the dawn of the women's movement and the middle of the anti-Vietnam movement, was just revelatory. We both kind of just lost our hearts and our minds. Well, we didn't lose our minds, but we gave our commitment to Bella. Maybe we lost our minds. It was a good thing, though. And as we watched and reported and supported to the extent we could as journalists, as Bella built a candidacy against the anti-war movement and the women's movement, running against an entrenched pro-war congressman named Leonard Farbstein, who'd been there an awfully long time and had defeated opponents like future Congressman Ted Weiss. And to complete this concentric circle, the man who was our publisher at the time, William Haddad, who owned the Manhattan Tribune and who also, as I speak, just passed away about a few days ago. Now, Bella got the nomination that year, or at least the reform designation, to be in the primary by organizing. There was a reform caucus, a big convention, and when it began, one of the organizers said to Bella, well, you can't bring in these women's groups and have them act as delegates. And Bella's famous reply was, that's what you think. And guess what? All of the delegates who represented women's organizations were seated. Bella got the designation, and she became the reform designee to run for Congress. And it was a wild primary. And she had shopping bags that said, carry Bella to Congress, and a great slogan, this woman's place is in the House of Representatives. And celebrity supporters like Alan Alda and Jerry Stiller, who just passed away as I speak a few days ago as well, Alan Alda, all supporting her. And this woman's place was in the House. We covered that campaign. She won it doorstep to doorstep and defeated Leonard Farbstein, and then won a pretty tough race against Barry Farber. And again, had to organize like no other Democrat did in a largely Democratic district, once again, as showing her skill as everything possible that was negative was thrown at her by her foes. Her first few days on the House floor were pretty legendary. No, she did not tell the doorkeeper of the House what he could do with her hat when he demanded that she remove it before going on the House floor. She never wore it on the House floor. I know that because I was with her more than once on the House floor. But yes, it's true, as my friend the playwright Harvey Fierstein just dramatized. She did tell the Democratic leadership that she loved to swim and she was going to use the House pool every morning at around 8 a.m. And she was told, well, that's not possible because the men use it from 8 to 9. You can use it after 9. And she said, well, I've got to go to work at 9. Why can't I use it while the men use it? And she said, and they told her, because the men swim naked. Bella said, well, just tell the boys I'm coming in. They never swam naked again, and Bella integrated the House pool. Now, for those of you listening who have watched the series on YouTube called Mrs. America, which is on one side the life of the political life of the anti-Bella, Phyllis Schlafly, but also the lives of Gloria Steinem and Betty Friedan and Jill Ruckelshaus and Bella as they fought for passage of the ERA. Bella did not smoke, and she did not play the game as an entrenched, compromising Paul. Did she build coalitions? Yes, she built extraordinary coalitions. She was put on 2 committees where they thought she would fade away, Public Works and Government Operations. She did brilliantly at both, and she built consensus among members to get trade-in money for Westway, the New York City mass transportation, to get funding for the money that New York City has always spent for UN protection during the General Assembly. She could not have done that if she did not know how to build coalitions. But she was also a dramatic, radical thinker. She got us the Freedom of Information Law, the Sunshine Law. She introduced the first gay rights bills, unsuccessful at first, but she kept fighting for them. And she won the respect of her speakers, Carl Albert and Tip O'Neill, but she not only dramatized the fight for the ERA and other issues, but she built consensus, which was her genius. She knew procedure and she knew the law. And anyone who underestimated her was bound to be quite surprised and astonished by what she could bring to any debate and any vote. Only 2 years later, she was redistricted. Shows you how important the census is. New York lost congressional seats, and her district was combined, of course, with that of a fellow progressive named William F. Ryan. And lots of people said, you should just give the seat to him. And she said, why? Not just because he's a man. It was her home district, Greenwich Village, the Lower West Side and the Upper West Side. And she ran. It was an ugly race, the bittersweet taste of which was still in people's mouths for years and years to come. She lost the race, but Bill Ryan, who was sick through the entire campaign, died soon thereafter, and she was nominated by the party to run, and therefore remained in Congress without interruption in 1972 and was reelected without opposition in 74. In 1976, she had a big choice to make. Stay in the House and continue to accumulate power and influence, or run for the United States Senate against an accidental senator from Connecticut who happened to represent New York named James Buckley, who had won in a three-way race 6 years earlier and was perceived as very vulnerable. Bella decided being a woman senator was worth it. And let me remind the listeners that at this moment in time, there were no women in the United States Senate. And Bella thought that that was something that had to be addressed. In fact, her slogan was, a stag Senate is a stagnation. Maybe not quite as clever as this one is in the House. But it was a reminder that that glass ceiling had yet to be cracked. I mean, it had been cracked a few times, but it needed a permanent shattering, and she was the person to do it. I was her press secretary for 2 years during that campaign. We visited 60 of New York State's 62 counties. She won support in every part of the state, but as history shows, in the end, she lost the race by less than 1% to Pat Moynihan, and he became the United States Senator. Bella did not rest on those laurels or on that, did not let herself get defeated or defeatist by that very agonizingly close loss. She immediately became head of the Women's Advisory Commission to the President of the United States, Jimmy Carter, in an effort to get ERA passed, ratified by the required 38 states. She campaigned tirelessly, and in 1977 chaired the National Women's Conference in Houston, Texas. I was there again as her press secretary. First ladies were there, Lady Bird Johnson, Betty Ford, Rosalind Carter, along with Betty Friedan, Gloria Steinem, Billie Jean King, Coretta Scott King. It was an extraordinary event, never repeated again, really like the Seneca Falls conferences in its innovative organizing and its extraordinary array of diverse women, black and white, gay and straight, urban and rural, Native Americans and non-Native Americans, immigrants, an amazing consensus group of women representing themselves, their mothers, their daughters, their sisters, and even the reluctant women who did not understand or appreciate the struggle, trying to create a better world for women in the future. Later that year, Bella tried organizing one more political race. There would actually be two smaller races later. She lost a couple of comeback races for Congress, but she did run an exciting race for mayor of New York. One of the best remembered and most fractious and extraordinary races in the history of New York. She did not win that, but her loss was for the world in a way, because Bella, her fame and her celebrity undiminished, moved to an international phase and created the Women's Environmental and Defense Organization, a non-governmental organization in the UN, and worked in Africa, in Asia, globally, to invest in women entrepreneurship, climate protection, really at the vanguard of issues that we now take for granted today, even though the fight continues. She went to Beijing for the Global Women's Conference. Hillary Clinton remembered her there well. In fact, I remember that when Bella died, Hillary, as First Lady, appeared at a Washington memorial for Bella wearing a hat, one of the great signs of respect that any political leader could communicate in that very difficult time. Bella also wrote an extraordinary book called Gender Gap, which reminded women of their power in deciding elections if they turned out, if they stayed true to the cause. Rather influential book in political science and women's studies, still taught today. And she raised that amazing voice, that clarion, that loud, brassy, but brilliant voice for as long as it held out. Always colorful, always topped off by that trademark hat, although Bella always said it's what's under the hat that counts. Inspiring a new generation. I worry, speaking of the new generation, that her legacy is a bit in jeopardy. She should not be forgotten. And it should be remembered she did it all. She fought against McCarthyism as a lawyer for people who faced the blacklist in the 50s. She fought for civil rights in the 50s and 60s, was the appeals lawyer in one of the most famous civil rights cases in history, the Willie McGee case, in which an African-American man accused of rape that he clearly did not commit was electrocuted after several appeals. She was a founder of the anti-nuclear testing movement, and of course will always hold a leading and secure place in the women's rights movement, not just leading women to organize, but working for equal pay and reproductive freedom and LGBT rights. As a so-called leader, as a leader of the so-called third wave of feminism, she made a lot of dreams of the founding mothers come true in the 70s and 80s. She took almost all of the incoming fire. There was something about Bella that got a lot of guys and conservatives angry. But in absorbing the flack, in enduring brutal, ugly criticism from time to time, let's never forget that she paved the way for future generations to have it a little smoother. The year women got the vote, anyone could have expected of a daughter of a Bronx, New York butcher. Maybe everyone but her mother and herself. Her mother and she took advantage of every learning opportunity at Hunter, at Columbia Law, and turned her attention to public service almost immediately. It's also worth remembering that there were 11 women in the House of Representatives. Bella ran for Congress in 1970, 15 when she began serving a year later, and that was considered a wave. There were 101 women in the House in 2020, the Centennial year of suffrage. Still only 23%, but almost 8 times what Bella found when she first ran. Had she and people like